Good morning and a warm welcome to the final day of Virtual Drupa 2021, the world's leading trade fair for print and print technologies. My name is Tanya Higgins and it's my pleasure to guide you through the conference program here on Stream 1.
And my name is Chris Brow, and I will guide you through Stream 2 here during Virtual Drupa. We'll be streaming and broadcasting live from the Messe Düsseldorf from our wonderful studio here in English, once again until 6 p.m., bringing you all the latest developments from the print industry in panel discussions, presentations, and exciting interviews.
As Chris just said, we are actually in the Messe Düsseldorf and it is so strangely quiet for this time of year, both here at the Messe and also in the whole city of Düsseldorf. It's quiet. We really miss you guys, the visitors. You know, Drupa usually has 250,000 visitors from all over the world and also over 1,800 exhibitors and journalists, and you're all missing here in Düsseldorf.
For sure. And you're actually from Munich, right? So how often have you been to Düsseldorf?
I've been here loads of times. I love coming to Düsseldorf. The Rhine is so beautiful at this time of the year. Everything is blossoming.
So you know how it normally is.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. It really is a great place to be, usually during Drupa, but nevertheless, the show must go on. And I have to say, Messe Düsseldorf and our partners really have made a huge effort to bring you this great content and so to say, a direct line to the relevant players in the print market. And it's great to see that the print industry is alive and well, and particularly important during the corona crisis, obviously, for the production of food and medicine packaging and to spread important information.
And today it's UNESCO World Book Day, so a whole day commemorating the print and print industry. And of course, digital transformation is vital, but I was talking to Sabine Gelderman, the director of Drupa this morning, and we were saying how because of the corona pandemic, kids are really stuck to their laptops and they've got online learning here through their schools, but kids really need that physical contact with books and print. It helps them to learn better, apparently.
I'm a big fan of physical books, though, also. You reading anything at the moment?
I am. I'm reading The Body by Bill Bryson. What are you reading, Chris?
I'm reading a book called Empty Hearts by Julie Tse. Nevertheless, once again, physical books are great, but moving from physical books to physical presence, your physical presence once again here in Düsseldorf is truly being missed. And Virtual Drupa has attracted a lot of interest from Drupa fans all over the world. We've had over 500,000 page clicks so far this week, and we are delighted to have over 20,000 registered visitors from 155 countries, 212 exhibitors, facts and figures, and I could go on and on and on. But now it's time for a quick note from our sponsors, Platinum, Gold, and Silver. Starting off with our Platinum event partner, Leonhard Kurz.
And the Gold event partners, DuPont.
And Electronics for Imaging.
Eastman Kodak Company.
Komori Corporation.
And Silver event partners, Bluecrest Incorporated.
Cloud Lab Sales and Management.
Fujifilm Corporation.
Hybrid Software.
Koenig und Bauer.
Mimaki Europe.
OQ Chemicals.
And Xicon Manufacturing.
Drupa is really very international, as you can just see from that list of event partners for Virtual Drupa. Our exhibitors are from Germany, followed closely by China, US, Switzerland, and Italy, and further afield. And you, the viewers, are also very international. 80% of you come from outside of Germany and all corners of the world.
And it doesn't matter where you're from, we'd like to invite you all to explore the Virtual Drupa site. I mean, there's so much to experience. On the one side, we have the conference area where we are right now, where we will be streaming, so to say, Stream 1 and Stream 2. This is the conference area. We've had a busy week so far with over 130 presentations. And remember, you can ask our speakers questions directly after their sessions. Make use of this. Just type your questions into the chat function.
And going back to our wonderful exhibitors, do check the exhibition space. They've been in there since 8 o'clock this morning, so they're working harder than we are here in the conference area, Chris. And they'll also be there until about 7 o'clock this evening. So check out the program in the live web sessions over in the exhibition space.
And in the networking plaza, you will be able to join virtual meeting rooms. This will be available for you until Tuesday next week, the 27th of April. And another thing I'd like to highlight, our matchmaking tool. Make use of this to contact our exhibitors and generate leads. This tool will be available for you until October this year.
Here in the conference area, again, we will have 2 parallel streams. In my stream, stream 1, the theme today is artificial intelligence. What's going on in your stream, Chris?
Today, we will be featuring the topic of platform economy. And don't worry about missing a session, either in stream 1 or 2. All streams, all sessions are available on demand in our video library on the Virtual Drupa website.
Now, it was only possible to put together this fantastic conference program thanks to our Drupa event partners like the VDMA, and the special forums will be once again part of the conference with the Drupa Cube, Drupa Next Age, Touchpoint, Textile, Packaging, and 3D Fab and Print, which I just love the sound of. And we will have about 20 minutes for each of the presentations and 5 breaks during the day. But now, it's time for our keynote, isn't it, Chris?
That almost sounded like a rap you were going there for. Nice, Tanya. So many hidden talents, this lady.
We'll build up to the end of the day, Chris.
Yes, you're right. We're going to start it off with our keynote. Super excited for this topic, the AI opportunity, a dawn of a new age for you with the right AI schematic. And this is all about well, yeah, AI, obviously, and we want to let you fly around a virtual facility to simulate where and how AI can help change the economics of your business. And our next speaker, for more than 25 years, has focused on building world-class leading-edge digital experiences. On the one side, he's a co-author of the Wall Street Journal best-selling book, on digital transformation, The Digital Helix. He is also the host and creator of the Future in Focus Forbes podcast about the world 10 years from now. He is also a top 10 global AI and digital transformation influencer. And the statement from him is, digital transformation isn't a choice, it's an imperative. Only 28% of leaders are succeeding at. We're super happy to have him here with us. Here is Michael Gale. Michael, you with us this morning? Good morning.
I am. What an introduction that is. I call you from the West Coast, so that's a hell of a way to be ready and available for the next 40 minutes or so.
We're super excited to hear what you have to say. Once again, great to have you on the show. You already started off on Monday with a keynote. You're going to close the bracket again now. Once again, AI, obviously your topic. But I was just talking to you before. We're talking a bit about the podcast you do. And so many interesting topics. We could talk about that maybe later on in the Q&A, but this is something I'd really like to highlight, maybe also once again for our viewers and visitors. This is something they should really check out. But first, the AI opportunity. We're excited to hear what you have to say.
Team, thank you. Everybody, I'm really excited about this discussion. And by discussion, I really mean bring the questions, because we're going to look at about 10, 12 years of research experience. But I think we'll actually give you a very precise map for how to make this real. And I'll make one very first statement. AI isn't just for the biggest, most well-capitalized companies in the world. In fact, AI's capacity to induce change is going to work for any size of organization. So look, we're going to live in a circular economy. If you're in the meeting on Monday, I talked a lot about this sort of Tesla example, where the company, the product you have, the customer that works with that product are going to be in constant connection. I don't mean once a month, once a quarter, maybe occasionally every day when they call, but on a constant basis. Virtually every product that we will either put print, packaging, componentry around will live in the circular economy, where constant flow of data, small amounts that may look like noise, but really valuable information, is actually being passed between the company, the product, and the customer. And I think there's an important element to think about here. You will not be able to escape this. I mean, even by 2022, is what we call the edge, sort of far edge on the cloud, is going to basically collect about 50% of all enterprise data. And by enterprise data, I don't mean the biggest companies in the world. I mean, literally anything that's a business will basically be computing, calibrating that data on the edge, whether or not it's packaging that's being transported, it's data that you're collecting in an environment that that's happening so fast that when you start calculating how big the impact of this AI economy will be, I just want you to take a second and sort of look at the statistic. Over 70% of all the growth in global GDP, that's across 170 plus countries, is going to be driven by robotics, AI, and the sort of machine economy that you saw in the previous slide. That means between now and 2030, basically, any new dollar you get, there's about a 70% chance that dollar will be driven by robotics, AI, or this machine economy. What we did before may well continue, but the backbone of what it looks like, how it works, how it's accumulating its power is going to come from a lot of AI, a lot of automation, a lot of this machine economy. So the reality is we sort of have no choice but to get into this. And look, it's horribly complicated. I'm not going to suggest at any level there are single levels of interaction here. You know, there's visual AI that can be used in customer engagement, but literally on packaging. It could be used in predictive analysis, where I do or don't look on a shelf, for example. It could certainly be used for security software, quite obviously, facial recognition. It can actually be used for process automation. Somebody's hand moves to the right or somebody's hand moves to the left, a machine will be encouraged to go, well, after a right hand move, you should expect a left hand move, and maybe a machine moves in a certain direction. Process automation can be driven, frankly, by machine learning, deep intelligence, or natural language. But the essence of this all is a very simple truth. And what you can find when you look at the book, The Digital Helix, it's the #1 selling book on digital transformation of the world. You have available as many digital copies as you want for you and your colleagues. It's some very basic truths about what it takes to be successful. Chris talked about that 28% versus what it's like to be struggling with all the right intent and winning, irrelevant of the size of organization you're in. And in fact, before you even start on this journey, there's a really simple self-audit you should do. And I'd recommend this just from experience. If you can spend 10, 15, 20 minutes really understanding the DNA of your organization, and there's 21 questions, you're going to know very quickly, and happily send the free analysis, how successful you're going to be at this. It's easy to buy bits of software that can do AI for you, but buying the technology is not a guarantee of success. In fact, even if you get into the technology, there's only really about a 15% chance of success. It's very, very low. So what I would suggest you do is fill in this survey. You'll see it on the address to the right. It's a simple, press a PDF button, print it off, frankly, it looks really cool printed, and then actually email it straight back, and we'll get one of the team to get with you and give you an analysis of where you are and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things maybe you need to focus on to be successful. So before we start the journey of what that schematic looks like, I just want to emphasize again, and I'll say it a couple of other times, you've got to work out your DNA. You have to work out where you are. If you can't spend 5, 10 minutes answering those questions, it's going to be really difficult spending weeks, months, maybe years installing these technology ideas to make them work for you, irrelevant of your size. But that economy, that sort of AI-driven economy, is here to stay. You can download a copy of the book on the website, as many as you want. That's the password, Digital DNA. It's an instant load. There's actually an audible version of the book as well available just to listen to. So we just try and clean your minds of that sort of basic setup. And really, let's talk about, I think, what the essence of this journey is. 10 questions. As you experience today, and as maybe as you reflect on the preceding days, I'd like you to just sort of sit there and think hard about what it is for you to be successful using any of these forms of AI, hopefully all of them, going forward. There'll be a lot of vendors that will talk to you about the AI they put into their product, the AI they put into their service, or frankly, the AI you can buy from them or use from them. But you've got to answer these questions honestly about yourself before you go there. So first question, what's the immediate value you can get in the first 90 days? If you cannot get value in the first 90 days, it's too complicated, it's irrelevant for you, or you're not ready for it. Because it's just data, right? You're just literally dealing with data. You should be able to extract value very, very quickly. If you can't think of a way of extracting value in this first 90 days, it's going to be really difficult to do it in day 100, day 200, day 300. Very important to understand that. We've also got to think about, if I buy into this idea of a data-rich AI world, how much is it going to change the way we think about our business? If it's just a little gap filler, it's not really going to make the sort of dramatic effects that we've seen elsewhere. You have to think about what the power of AI is for you to change this process. Now, clearly, whiteboarding is difficult. You can't be in the office, but you should, on the back of an envelope, piece of paper, on a Zoom meeting with your colleagues, just to be able to map out what those possibilities are, what you might stop doing, what you might start doing you've never done before, what you might do differently, and actually what you might continue doing, just do more of in that process. Third thing, you've got to find wins. One of the challenges with AI we found, and we still find this in really complex industries like aerospace and defense or energy, or actually in marketing services, you've got to be able to articulate wins across teams, because AI is not a singular activity. What you might use in the schematic of a factory when we fly over it still requires multiple people to buy in, multiple people to help in that process. So think about 5 key wins that your peers will be bought in by and will generate deeper commitment. It's not just a press button environment. It really involves a fairly significant shift in how you think and work. So you've got the success in the first 90 days. You've brought people into the process. You know what's going to make it work better. Right. Now you've got to start thinking about scalability, because AI is about getting extraordinary levels of return. Some work we did with IBM Watson a while ago actually said that 15% of companies are picking up 65% of the value of AI in their business because they're understanding the experiment, they've got the buy-in, and they get how to scale. So you've got to be able to think about what will it take to get massive scale, new skills, new infrastructure, new sensors, new 5G networks, whatever it is, but think about that scaling process as you go forward. Where do you start? Where do you converge knowledge and technology together? As you've walked around, I think, the event virtually in the last few days, you'll recognize this isn't, again, you pull it off the shelf and you buy it. You have to think about, what do I need to change in terms of what I understand about my business to make this technology work well? And when I say improve performance by 200%, that's actually a minimum. We've seen situations where performance is improved in the thousands of percent very quickly because people were able to converge knowledge and technology. So as you think through these first 5 questions, think about simple answers on the back of an envelope. Don't just try and go for a short environment. Go big, go wide. Look at this sort of 270-degree view of the possibilities. So if you're putting sensors, for example, on your production environment, how could that sensor information change the way you sell or market, or actually the type of skills you need from people that have to work on that production process? You've got to think about this being able to help you optimize, modernize, and transform. It should be able to do all these things because it's revolutionary if it's put into the right situation. And on the back of an envelope, sounds crazy, right? Draw the journey. What will your materials look like if you do it this way? What sort of customers are you going to be able to get you hadn't had before? Where would your margin structures go? That understanding of what the journey is like, it's like discovering gold, but you won't know it's gold until you can understand where it can fit in to that journey for you. So the last 2 questions. You've got to start somewhere. You can't do it all in one go. Although we know the most successful organizations do a lot of the forms of this: natural language, visual, AI, machine learning, or the sort of automation process. You have to start somewhere. Once you've decided what that first step is, think about your second, your third, and then actually how you bring it all together. Because it's when you bring it all together and you've gone through that experimental sort of compass phase, the more successful you're going to be. Imagine measures that have value, not just measures of it's 10 times better or it's 5 times more effective, but what is it that's 10 times better? What is it that's 5 times more effective? Because what you're looking for is a simple proposition. And you should always ask this of any supplier you work with, trying to sell you product that's been built through AI, services that may be offering you, is the value they're going to give you going to exceed the sum of all the parts necessary for putting it together? And that value exceeding the sum of all parts is a really big deal in this situation, because without it, to be honest with you, it's really, really difficult to be successful. You have to set yourself up to say it's 1 + 1 = 5, not it's 1 + 1 = 2.25. Think about how these components get put together. So look, you're going to see a lot of data with AI that you have never seen before. There'll be noise, there'll be signals, all right? And what you've got to be open to understanding is what those signals may look like that you may never have seen before, that either never were analyzed, may never been formed properly, but could suddenly tell you things that could make a difference. I used an example earlier in the week of a company called USAA, which is a very famous insurance company in the US. But they actually realized they should start using weather data, not just to predict what could happen in the insurance situation, a tornado or a bad weather condition, but to send that information directly to the customers before something happened, so that they could warn a customer about a potential weather situation. But more importantly, if there had been a weather situation, they would be the first people to reach out to that customer in that situation. Not wait for the customer to get back to them, they would reach out. And they did it by using AI's analytic capability against large swaths of insurance claims when they realized that bad weather induced obviously accidents or damage to property. And then within an hour, people would call them and ask for help. So they got hold of people earlier, they could keep a much higher satisfaction score in that process. So just think about our print and sort of packaging industries. Imagine being able to understand from a packaging situation, not just when products were delivered at a customer site in particular packaging, but what particular time of day they were delivered. More importantly, how quickly the packages were opened, whether or not the inside of the package that was surrounding got a very good satisfaction score from the other vendor, what happened to that packaging afterwards. There are lots of ways of doing this using AI now that can reveal a lot of noise, I will admit that, but can also reveal some incredibly important signals for you to make money and process on. Look, this is not easy, all right? And this looks like one of those Scalextric slot car racetracks, but you've got to be able to glue these processes together. Because if you want to be a digitally transformed organization, the 28% of all of them in the world that have garnered over 70% of all the return dollars, it's a pretty high ratio, right? You've got to be able to glue processes together. Any vendor you talk with, any technology you're trying to deploy, can't be deployed in isolation. It's part of a wider process you're going to go through. And as I said before, look, it's all data. Don't be confused by that, whether or not it's visual, whether or not it's machine learning, automation, analytic delivery in any graphical form, it's just data. And in fact, what I give you is a very simple set of rules to the right before we look at the schematics that we've got as an example that will let you sort of, I think, illustrate, understand what best to do. Look at how other people do things. We'll happily supply as many examples for free as people would like to see. Build a hypothesis. You can't use AI in any format unless you understand what it's being designed for. You can't automate things if you don't know what you're trying to automate. You've got to build a capture system for data, whether or not it's visual, whether or not it's a pure numeric delivery. But if you don't know how to capture the information, it's incredibly difficult to be successful. The example I just gave about packaging and whether or not you would actually want to understand when the package was opened, whether or not you'd want to understand if the organization that received the package or the individual that received the package was healthy, requires a capture system. If you can't put the capture system in place for that data, it's hypothetical. You really want to see, for example, how sensors are affecting the quality of production as you run an automated factory line at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. You've got to make sure those sensors are able to pick up that data with the right angle on the right part of the production line in a way that can feed data back that you've built a hypothesis to, maybe when the production line is not functioning properly or maybe overheating. But you have to have the sensors, you have to have the hypothesis, and you've got to look at how other people might be doing it, because it's very easy to get so laser focused you can't see the bigger system. You got to experiment. AI is about experimentation. In fact, it's probably more about experimentation than success. All the organizations we talk to that have been able to use AI effectively spend 85% of the time in an experimental phase, not 85% of their time in a run, repeat phase. It's a very experimental mentality. That's how you teach machines, is you give them a lot of situations to learn from, not just one that they repeat, but thousands they're constantly testing. hypothesis on. And it's a learning environment too. You're going to constantly learn as you inject new variables or pull variables out about what works and what happens. And the last statement I give you, after you've looked at other things, you've built a hypothesis, you've built a capture system, you've experimented, you've done a design analysis, and you've learned, you're going to start all over again. You literally are going to start all over again. So when you think about the Tesla car and the circular economy, they're constantly learning as they go along what works, what doesn't. Forget the complexity of the worlds we live in. So what I'm going to show you now, this is sort of animated schematic of factories for real examples. It's designed to open your mind to how to apply these rules in the situation that you're in. So, talked about sensors and visual recognition. It's very clear that visual AI, this ability to recognize patterns in machines or human motion, is unbelievably powerful. If you think about production line capability, automation is without doubt the number one outcome that most people are looking for in AI. And often it is literally looking at patterns, machine parts, moving componentry, and trying to understand how those machine parts and moving components could work better, more efficiently, or frankly, radically differently. Visual AI is a very good way when we're all back into physical environments of checking people's reactions. If everybody's aggregating in a stadium to one place, you can visually see that, you're going to understand there's something good or bad you have to deal with. But again, it's all data. It's all data built on a hypothesis. It's all data that you have to constantly test and experiment with. And it's all data that you have to go back to the next day and start learning and experimenting again. So take a sort of simple walk through a process. As I said, something could be in a buy or sold situation in a retail environment. That data, that information could well be passed back through the cloud to the far right. It may well be assessed on a website at a particular time based on where somebody's touching or looking at the website or the time of the day that somebody comes in to a retail store and actually buys something. It's the interaction between the gentleman on the effective the website, the lady in the store, the rep, the cloud, that can drive unbelievable sense of knowledge about how much has to be produced that week, that month, today to deliver value. Ability to interact, sets of simple data, some of which could be visual, make a huge difference in that situation. So think about these schematics as how you're connecting a retail environment straight to the product and packaging environment that you may be working in. It's a big deal. So think about the second one. Natural language AI within 4 years from now will be a $42 billion business. Now, whether or not you use that in chatbots, whether or not you use it in actually noise recognition of a machine maybe going wrong, a high-pitched squeal somewhere, or possibly the sound of somebody actually breaking in, frankly, those are areas where AI will be unbelievably powerful, that 24/7 attendant on your chatbot environment that can pick up language or question process and feed those systems and ideas back into sales and marketing. The ability to pick up sound and tonality in a customer service environment are vital. And by the way, that's not just for the really biggest companies. Every organization is going to have a sense of elevated customer service in an environment where we are all still maybe working somewhat remote. We can't all man stations 24/7. So having the ability to pick up on natural language and tone, and be able to program through what those possibilities are, may actually save you, may create vastly more money than you've ever seen before. And there are plenty of easily publicly available algorithms, AI tools you can plug into your website, you can plug into your backends that allow you to be 24/7 active, and more importantly, active using natural language. Not only send us a text and we'll be back to you tomorrow, the day after, but you can interact live with a computer system that can basically talk to a customer and probably cover 80–90% of those needs in a very short time. And they can either talk into a system, maybe a cell phone, they could actually type it in possibly, or they can just talk into a computer and do it. Language is going to become the new keyboard of the future. We talk to our computers, we talk to our cars, we talk to our cell phones. That's the new interface you should use. As much as you're using a website, as much as the fact you're using a cell phone for interaction, your ability to impose or use natural language and audio AI into that is going to be a big deal for any size of organization. You can see small applets available on Google Store. You can see it on Amazon or an Amazon Web Services store. But this idea that language can give you a 24/7 coverage, can teach you things about interactions, is a great place to start for many organizations. So look, just think about it here, right? You could use it for chatbots. In fact, what's remarkable is that we believe that chatbots will probably save about $8 billion a year. And by enterprises, we mean any company size by 2026. We also know that about 73 job categories, it's a piece of research from Harvard Business Review, about 51 of those are going to be affected by the idea of natural language, written and spoken, right? So there won't be a job, there won't be a role, there won't be a size of company that won't be using some form of natural language, audio AI, in some of its forms of interaction. It could be fraud detection, it can be customer service interaction, it could be those interactions then going back into the production line. Hey, we've had complaints today, 50 of them about this particular product, and that the packaging is very irritating because you can't undo the cellophane or the tape on it. The system will say, hey, maybe we need to change this. So there's capacity to understand the service and support end, chatbots, and also, frankly, on websites, we're seeing an increasing use of chatbots to help people, as well as maybe things like, edges of fraud detection, multilingual customer service, and also sort of insights that would help certain jobs you have is really where I think this could be one of the very best first places to go. So think about self-monitoring, predictive layout optimization. Think about how customer management and frankly, even marketing systems, what we call from 30 clicks to one, are going to be an inevitability. The ability to customize a website based on AI algorithms is unbelievably easy. Business we work with literally has 500 specific account pages. Anytime somebody turns up to those pages, the IP address, you can actually deliver specific content based on machine learning on the website. That technology costs less than $5,000. That's something that if you're getting traffic, people can self-actualize faster and quicker than ever before. The ability to look at layout optimization for card or material that you're having to cut in custom packages allows you to calculate on the fly the right place to cut, the right place to glue, what your literally trigonometry of the material is that you have to use. That could be a vital part of margin control over time. And I think the other thing when you think about this is all heavily connected, right? As I said, this ability to understand when a machine may break down for you. Very important, because if you can get to the machine before it breaks down, history shows that it's 10 times cheaper to repair and replace parts than trying to do it when the machine's actually down. Understanding how to manage your customer marketing systems from what I call 30 clicks down to one is absolutely essential. Again, what we've learned very quickly is that AI should give you enormous leaps forward if it's used with purpose in particular situations. That 30 clicks to one is redefining marketing for many organizations. You're a small vendor in this environment, you clearly have to use some sort of a web environment, whether or not it's for ordering or maybe just packaging of your brand. That's a key part of it. If you're in that sort of manufacturing process, you should be thinking about how to use AI to manage self-monitoring and actually give you information on predictive maintenance. The machines you work with are as precious as airplanes. Airplanes use AI to build algorithms that will say you have a part problem here, you're going to have to resolve it in X thousand miles. You should have all your equipment with self-monitoring and predictive nature in it. And this stuff is not that expensive. The one thing to recognize with AI is the technology itself is not expensive. The challenge comes in the design, the implementation, the analytics of it, because that's really where the power of that particular environment really is. So just think of the schematic from 30 clicks to one, from predictive maintenance that tells you when to put things into place before they break, and for algorithms that allow you to work out material usage, what I might call layer optimization. These are very simple applets you can purchase, as I said, from a range of places, but you've got to have the time to do the analytics, the guy to the left. So look, let me give you a couple of final backends to this, all right? Think about what basically is what I call intelligence issues. How can I let you in and out? How can I get you an ability to have an automated replenishment model between you and suppliers, your own sort of Amazon Prime? But also more importantly, when you think about this, is how do you get the stuff to all work together? AI will let you reimagine your business, any level. You just got to decide where you want it to reimagine as much as possible. If you can get it correct that way, you will be amazed at the magnitude of gift you get.
Of what does Synthesia video would look like. Make you own by clicking the Create Your AI Video button. This is a preview of what does Synthesia video would look like. Make you
Imagine being able to have a marketing, a communication system that could actually interact directly with a customer. That's $4,000 or $5,000 investment. So look, go and fill this out, send it back to us, no cost. We'll give you what the answers are, where you need to focus. But let's take some questions. I think, Chris, it'd be great if we have a few minutes to talk over any inputs or thoughts people have actually given us.
Yes, thank you very much, Michael Gale. And first of all, once again, thank you very much for this super interesting presentation. We have a few questions here. This is our call to action to our viewers. Also, once again, this is your chance. Do it now. Okay, we're not. It's not going to get any more live than this for another uncertain period of time. So make use of this opportunity. Now, first question: if you were leading a small print business, how would you apply these big ideas? Like, what advice do you have for such smaller print firms embarking on the journey to AI with limited funds available to invest?
I think there's a couple of steps, right? Before you go on this magical journey, spend 20 minutes doing that questionnaire, because it'll tell you really if you're ready or not. I think secondly, then answer those 10 questions. And if you can't spend an hour answering the 21 questions, thinking about those other 10 basic propositions, the pain that this might cause will vastly exceed the value of the sum of you've got. But there are actually two base models when you've got past that you should look at. Do you care about AI for production? Do you care about AI for customers? If you care about AI for customers, start with things like chatbots, start with things like automated analysis of your websites, start with things that do analysis of your interactions or even voice issues with a customer. If you care about production, it's all about sensors. You've got to be able to say, how can I sense the world around me visually or automatically? And then maybe what could I start automating to make it happen? So do the 21 questions, answer those 10 dynamics, decide is it customer orientated or is it machine production orientated? And a lot of the things you're going to want to use are very low cost. It's not expensive. People keep thinking AI is expensive. It's expensive because of the mistakes you make. It's expensive because you haven't got the right implementation.
All right, thank you very much for that answer. Next question here coming in. Which companies do you think apply AI to the best advantage in the world of print today?
Difficult to say because I think a lot of these are already embedded inside production processes. I think HP has done an incredible job with their technology to be able to do this. And I think the reality when you really look at it is that some of the very best print businesses, packaging businesses are actually very small companies that have made giant leaps with this stuff, whether in the middle of Chicago or Stuttgart or Barcelona. There are some very interesting small organizations that have applied this AI to either customer interaction or machine optimization. And I think that's where you just have to look at these thousands of examples at a very small local level. You'll be pleasantly surprised. I'm happy to give people a list of 30 to 40. They can have a look at it. They just send me an email.
All right. So keep them coming, ladies and gentlemen. Send us your questions. A thing I'd like to talk about, just because I was doing a bit of research and checked out your podcast once again, which is super interesting because you touch on so many different aspects of life. You talk about different futures. I think this was I'm reciting you now here in the I think it was your first podcast. You said there will be many futures, and we're going to move fluidly through them. What do you mean with many futures parallel?
Give me two interesting examples, right? On one hand, you may go, we're going to clone animals. It's actively happening now, and it's not an uncommon process. On the same time, we're going to be increasingly green about the way the world we function lives in, far more conscious about environment, recycling of material for packaging. Yet we're also going to be incredibly innovative, whether or not it's flying cars or mapping soil structures. We're going to be relying a lot on technology to make sure at the end of the day that the things we want to do, all highly individualized, can be delivered when and how we want it. We're going to live in a world where average won't work anymore. What you want and I want may be very different, but we'll be able to personalize. And Amazon made a great comment about 20 years to us when they said the world will be living in 6 billion segments. Every human will have different segments to do different things. That's the sort of world of many futures versus a world of 2 or 3 futures that we all sort of have to homogenize around.
All right, thank you very much for that. And I mean, you think so much about the future. Are you able to live in the present, Michael?
I think you actually have to live in the present to live in the future, right? You have to say, if I'm looking at something really interesting, how can it actually work now in the next 90 days? Otherwise, we just get into that Jetsons view of the world, and we're not going to have flying cars or, cookers that make all the food and hand it to you. That's an unrealistic thing. But there is a clear journey of progression that I think that the younger generations that are taking over the workforce, millennials, are going to impose on the rest of us very, very quickly. So I love looking around at the young people we work with to say, what are they doing today? Because that's something I'm probably going to consume tomorrow or the day after.
When did that start with you? Like your interest in, what the future brings? I mean, you've been in this business, you've been doing this for a number of decades now, basically. But when did it all start? Was this like, you as a kid already? Like Michael always.
Yeah, it was me as a kid. It was
Really?
me as a kid. Yeah, I think there's something that you watch programs like Tomorrow's World in the UK, and you realize just what the immense potential it is around us if we can sort of bring out the best in each of us, the companies we work with, societies. I've always found it absolutely enthralling. And in fact, often I think the one thing that's always magical to me, if you could imagine it, you could probably make it happen. I think I realized very young, watching people around me, people were very capable of imagining whole new worlds very quickly.
All right. And maybe you could tell us a bit about what the next topic is you're working on. I think the last podcast was from, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, roughly, or 3 weeks ago, last month. What's the next thing coming up?
So I've got a selection we're going to look at. We're going to look at the future of cars. In fact, we've got the CEO and the CMO of Cadillac to actually say live or in recorded, they will be a complete EV company by 2025. Remarkable thought. We're going to talk to a company that actually is trying to plot the world's soil, like Google. Every field has a map. And we're actually going to talk to somebody who's going to start handling art theft using DNA nanotechnology on the back of pictures. So you remember that film, The Thomas Crown Affair? They're going to actually start placing DNA in the back of older new masters to make sure that you can't fake them, because you have this DNA mark unviewable to the eye somewhere on the actual piece of artwork creation.
Wow, definitely worthwhile to check out. The Futures in Focus is what it's called. We have 2 more questions coming in here now. Is there a danger of getting AI out of control for a company? Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you know what I mean.
That's a great question. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a natural fear of what machines can do where humans can't control them. And I think you should always think about AI as being a co-pilot. What you do, AI should sit to your right or your left or just behind you or just in front of you. You should never let machines completely take over. And that's why everything's about learn, experiment. And it's not just because of danger, which is unlikely in the industry we work in, unless it's the production environment, but because the learnings have to still require significant human input for it to work. I mean, you're not supposed to take your hands off a steering wheel of a car that's mostly autonomous, because you can't predict, frankly, enough what might happen. So I think you've always got to have this co-pilot idea with AI, so it always has that human factor involved with it. Imagine chatbots in a small company that incorrectly program themselves to say rude things to customers. That wouldn't be a very smart idea, right? Chris, go ahead.
So how do you address the security and confidentiality concerns of industrial businesses? Like, how do we get data shared to enable this?
So this is, I think, the ultimate Gordian knot, because I can be trite about a response, but the problem with data generally is the stuff that you and I are conscious about, we can sign it off. And then there's ways that your data and my data interact together, which we're not aware of and we may not necessarily want to have. I think GDPR is a really powerful protector for civil liberties. I think the way to really protect yourself with these interactions is to go in small progressive steps, not to try and gather a lot and then see what you can do afterwards. Do it with purpose and constantly check. Lawyers are incredibly valuable here, both to protect the citizen and the customer, but also to protect yourself as well. And you can't let AI or data run wild, because frankly, you're going to make yourself very, liable in that situation.
So looking at the time, it's just about 11 o'clock, right on time. I'd like to thank you very much for joining us once again. You basically opened the bracket, you closed the bracket here Monday, Friday. It's been great to have you with us, and continued success. Looking forward to listening to more of your podcast once again. I'm your advocate here, all right? The future Futures in Focus, once again, the Forbes podcast with Michael Gale, and check out his book also, once again, The Digital Helix. Michael, stay safe and hope to see you again next time in person.
Stay safe. I will really look forward to in person. Congratulations getting this all together so fast.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after this inspiring keynote, let's move on to our next session here in Stream 2, talking about transition of textile printing. And textile printing technology is in constant evolution, changing rapidly. Ongoing print head improvement, introduction of new ink types, and printing system development are pushing the industry forward. Now, across many segments, digital textile printing is gathering traction while traditional methods of print continue to thrive. So in this session, we will exchange insights on some of the technical, on some of the economic and environmental factors which are driving the industry towards new models. And we have some interesting guests here I'd like to introduce. Now, I'm going to start it off with the host, who is the owner of LMNS. I'm not even sure if that's pronounced correctly or if I should say Lemons, but here is Roland Biemans. Roland, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, and it's quite all right. It's Elements.
It's Elements.
But we can say Lemons if you like.
That's put a creative touch to that here, but nevertheless, would you like to introduce the rest of the guests, or should I do this?
Yeah, I was hoping that the people would introduce themselves a little bit, make it a little bit more personal today.
Okay, so we'll just bring them in. I'll hand it over to you, and I'll be back for the Q&A then afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
So first of all, I'd like to thank you for being here. This is the virtual Drupa session entitled Transition of Textile Printing. In this ESMA-hosted Touchpoint Textile Special, we will dive into 4 major topics that concern the textile printing industry. Converging markets of traditional and digital production, or rather whether the quality level of the two is comparable. Nearshoring or backshoring. Will local production for local markets become the norm? Next, Industry 4.0. Is technology driving our industry forward? And what can we expect from digitalization? And finally, what's in store for the future? So what can we say about the economic and ecologic impact of our industry? As mentioned, my name is Roland Biemans. I'm the founder and owner of Elements, and our expertise is in helping manufacturers and print producers build their businesses through innovation in print. And today I'm joined by 4 industry experts that would like to share some insights and perspectives on textile printing. So welcome all. Thank you for joining me. First, I'd like to do a short introduction round so the audience knows who you are. Let me start off with you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Nicole Gamba, and I am IFR Reggiani Product and Marketing Manager, the textile division of Electronics for Imaging. And it's great to be here with you today.
Okay, thank you very much. Then next to the next one, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sebastian Hansens. I'm in charge of marketing and operations at Caldera, a software company in the digital printing industry.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jonathan Wilson. I'm the sales director at Meteor Inkjet. We specialize in the design and implementation of electronics and software for digital print, so all things inkjet.
Okay, thank you for being here. And finally.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Augusta Silva from CITEV, and I am Innovation Manager of Printing and Coating. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very nice to have you all. So we're here today to learn from you what the state of the industry is and yeah, what we can expect in the near future. So let me start with Jonathan. When we speak about converging markets and quality of digital textile printing, who, in your opinion, is leading? Is it brands, consumers, or print producers that drive change?
I think for this particular market, it's going to have to be the brands. The consumers are more aware than ever about the impact of the products that they source, but the brands are the ones that have to introduce the digital technologies. And that means the brands need to work with the technology people, the printer builders, the ink manufacturers, to ensure that everything is lined up for the adoption of digital. But it will be the consumers that will ultimately pay the price in terms of the adoption of digital means specifically higher cost maybe for the goods that we're used to buying, but I think we're prepared to buy things at higher cost. So I think the brands have to drive this. They have to push it out to the consumers, and the consumers, I think, will meet them halfway with this.
Okay. Yeah, because we often speak about, let's say, that brands are pushing that sort of quality. Of course, it's also customer demand. But then it also often turns to, let's say, the technical side of things. So, Augusta, when we speak about quality, what are the concerns, technically speaking, if you look at conventional versus digital printing?
Okay, thank you. Nowadays, we can say that the digital textile printing, we can achieve a very good results related to quality regarding the not just the definition, but the color fastness, to washing, to rubbing, and so on, the intensity of the colors. We can achieve at the moment a very good quality for special inks, namely reactive dyes, disperse, and acid inks. Related to the pigments, okay, we have already assisted a very good improvements regarding the pigments, but this technology is enough mature. We need to improve a little bit more. It's a very interesting approach, the pigments. We can go further with this solution regarding sustainability and costs, but the quality could not fit all requests from the brands. And with the others inks, by digital, we can achieve at the moment very, very good results. When we compare digital with conventional technologies, in some cases, conventional give us better results. For instance, for very heavy materials, and when we can obtain very intense colors, we can play with work with conventional. But I think for now, digital can fit very well the requests of the customers. But we have an issue here in the decision makers still have the price is very important, the price, and it depends of the amount, the quantities that we print. So the quality is good, but the price speak higher in some cases. Okay. So I think we have the both scenarios, we have the both ecosystems, and we can offer to the customer, to the brand, the different solutions with good quality.
Okay. So, and you speak about quality, and then you already said something about colors, and I think that this is for Sebastian, yeah, one of the main topics in the products that Caldera is delivering. So, Sebastian, what do you think brands and consumers are looking for if you talk about quality and colors?
So we see the trend, today, the consumers, they want something that's customized. They want something different. They want to be, they don't want mass production. So the brands need to adapt to a small scale production, and they need to have that quality, because today there are trends in quality and sustainability. So you have to get the colors right. What we see a lot today when you look at the t-shirt manufacturers, manufacturing for brands, is a nice design, because the creatives today are highly technical. They're mixing colors, they're mixing designs, pictures, and you need to reproduce that on the different substrates that you have, the t-shirts, the sweatshirts. So knowing that, the brands have this issue that they have to have quality, but they also need to manage the stock, because in a sustainability world, you don't want massive stocks. And what we see it's interesting, like at concerts, it used to be that you would mass produce all the t-shirts, the designs, and have that stock of sizes. Today, you can have something interesting, the t-shirt production being done in a truck next to the concert, and as they sell the t-shirts and they see that this design and this size is selling well, they can produce it almost right there at the show in the hour, and then fulfill that in the stock. And the same goes now that you see e-commerce. You don't really need stock, you just need to have the production close to you.
Yeah, that sort of bridges the gap to the production side of things. Nicole, is that something where you have some insights into that more production that is more quick like this?
Yeah, absolutely. And I really echo what Sebastian was mentioning. Actually, consumers' behavior trends are really moving in the digital direction, are the first trigger for the further transformation of this market. In fact, design to shelf speed has really reduced due to multi-season trends and shorter collections. And in this environment, really a first turnaround time of digital compared to analog is absolutely undisputable. Thanks to digital, what we see today is that manufacturers are really able to better react and react more quickly to fashion trends and the changes in fashion trends in order to minimize losses, for instance, from fashion flops. So digital is really providing this flexibility that is really making it possible to personalize and be tied to the market with fast turnaround time. This is really crucial. And what is interesting is that digital can be a true solution both for customers really converting and coming from an analog printing situation. We also sell rotary printers still. And we are really in touch with customers and the hot topic of competitive TCOs and cost per meter. This is a very important topic. What is interesting is that today, thanks to the single pass technologies in digital, we are also really able to bridge the gap between high production need, competitive TCO, and also the need to react fast and quickly to trends changes and to fashion and brands requests. And in the second area, digital is also a great opportunity for new businesses entering textile for the first time. Smaller solutions, in fact, can really help new and rising brands really address the needs of their customers, and the push of e-commerce, web-to-print, digitalization can really help this new business also enter this market with a technology that is really in the right size for them. So the number of technologies available today is really enabling any size of company to print digitally effectively and efficiently. Yeah. And this is really possible since digital can really lower cost with reduced setup time, linear inventory management, thanks to the possibility of efficient print-on-demand capabilities, all while delivering products with better and richer color palettes and more detailed designs, of course.
Yeah, because that also sort of transfers nicely into my next question in the next topic, is that we see that there's an often heard change in the industry, which we would all call backshoring or nearshoring. So in other words, getting production closer to local markets. Augusta, do you think this will become a reality? Is it already a reality, and will it be competitive, do you think?
It's a reality at the moment. nearshoring is a reality, and for special applications, for special markets, it's could be real profitable, and in Portugal, it's in case of Portugal, we have already reshoring and nearshoring production in this moment, and of course the nearshoring, the quantity and the type of the printing solutions that are being done in the nearshoring and the closed market, the brands need to be more informed about the quality of the final product, because don't have time enough to see the products, the final product, because they are produced and they go already to the market. And it's important to believe in the producer and the quality that is produced. But I believe that it's a reality in Portugal and Europe as well. A lot of companies invest in this kind of technology, direct to garment and roll to roll as well, to get a faster production, easier production, and go to the market very fast, because it's the trend, of course.
Yeah.
And the nearshoring, I think it's a reality, and for small renlands, I believe that we still remain in Europe.
Okay.
But for the bigger renlands, probably no.
Okay.
After the pandemic crisis, probably because the price, the labor costs in Europe, it's higher, it's bigger, and probably the bigger renlands, because we have or still have big renlands. The trend is shorter, but we still have big renlands. And I believe that in the near years, after the pandemic situation, probably they won't remain in Europe.
Right, right. So, Jonathan, you operate across many different industries. So do you have some insights into, let's say, the trends in different segments, if they are nearshoring and backshoring in the same manner as what we would like to see in digital textile?
For sure. The pandemic showed us one thing: that supply chains were massively disrupted. The ability to bring in pharmaceutical goods from Asia, the ability to bring in almost anything came to a halt. So we've seen over the last 9 months, the bigger companies in different industries all looking at digital technologies and how they can bring that to onshore, nearshore, so they can have localized production capabilities. But I think we're all aware now that this thing could happen again. In fact, we're probably not even through it. So the ability for brands, supply chains to synchronize and produce locally is far more important. We see that in pharmaceutical, we see that in digital textile, we see that in all sorts of other industries that are adopting the digital technologies that inkjet can drive. So absolutely, that's taking place now. From 3D printing to direct to garment printing, ceramics, we see the reshoring, smaller facilities, but the ability to produce, so that when situations like this occur, the disruption is not as peaked as it was as we saw at the beginning of the pandemic. Yes.
Yeah. I think that the pandemic in itself has laid barren, let's say, the weak points in the supply chain. So if I may ask, Nicole, is that also what you're seeing, because you also deliver globally?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And really looking at the major impacts of the pandemics, what we have observed is really a diversification along the supply chain. And this is really based on the experience of last year and to the willingness to mitigate against future supply chain challenges that are, and the challenge here is focused on localization. In the future, after the disruption of other existing procurement paths, as they experienced last year, brands probably will be more and more willing to have some backups around the globe, with the concept of regional hubs to ensure an exclusive stream of supply is not anymore stopping and is not stopped by an event that is occurring in a specific geography. So the idea of regional hubs that can be backups one for the other and continue to ensure supply chain continuity is probably what we will be observing more and more. This will lead for sure to nearshoring and reshoring, driven by the objectives of cost effectiveness, but also supply chain continuity. And something that is really connected to diversification, big brands probably and textile groups will increasingly look into transparency along the supply chain that will be diversified. They will want more and more to know what's happening, where the product is manufactured, how it's manufactured, in order to ensure its traceability along the path with a more diversified supply chain. And also what chemicals are used and so on. So be able to ensure transparency along this supply chain. And this will be probably helped a lot by blockchain. That will be the technology to make transparency really a reality along such a diversified supply chain.
Right. So actually, we're already sort of sliding into the next topic, and the next question then is Industry 4.0 then solving, well, all of our problems maybe is a little bit too big, but will that solve stuff? So Jonathan, you have a lot of connections with different components in different machinery. So that's a lot of data flying around. Can you say something about your view on Industry 4.0?
I think in terms of textile specific, it will get there. I don't believe it's there today. I think it's still a very fragmented industry from a digital perspective. If you look at other industries like ceramics or decor, they are far more integrated in the manufacturing process, and the technology for 4.0 is pervasive there. I think as textile moves more digital, we will see that technology taking shape. And a few of my peers here have already suggested about web delivery. All of those pieces will play into just-in-time production. I don't think it's quite there yet for digital textile.
Right. Yeah, we've seen a lot of complexity in the entire textile supply chain, of course. The major question then is if software is going to change all of that, if that's sort of the central hub. So Sebastian, you are of course in the middle of this, being the connection between design and data and production. What is your take on this?
So you're absolutely right. Being the software component, we're the link between the design and the production. The good thing that is happening in the industry in 4.0 is the data, and using that data to be able to do the tracking, but also using that data to understand the production cycle. So what we're seeing in the trend is people making the decisions, managing the production, managing also the supply chain. They need that data to be more efficient, to be more sustainable. That's changing in the industry. So they're using the software as that hub to connect all the dots and to connect all the machinery.
Yeah. If I then connect, let's say, from software being that central hub, of course, Nicole, if I look at the hardware in the machinery, do you see any new technologies or new trends towards machinery, or how you would set that up?
Yeah, absolutely. And as Jonathan was mentioning, it's true. Textile is still young as far as digital manufacturing is concerned. This is a reality. But I think that last year, at least for us, was an important year to think about this Industry 4.0 development. In fact, digital is really the perfect match to data analysis and management in order to ensure increased efficiency for the overall workflow, to make processes more effective. And here, our perspective is really that Industry 4.0 is an area of serious development and where there are a lot of brains in our R&D team working on. In fact, this is really one of the main goals of Industry 4.0, the ability to handle all the data that the printer, that the printing software can collect in order to streamline processes, optimize the use of the printer to improve the overall efficiency and also sustainability of the entire process. And all these data available, big data management, will be really crucial to go to the next level, also in terms of printer uptime and performances. In fact, this is truly the infrastructure necessary for remote assistance, predictive maintenance, augmented reality, also in terms of printer maintenance and printer usability. These are really the areas where the digital textile industry has been looking at more and more. And really, I think that we'll see a lot of progresses in this direction, also on printers and on new technologies coming over.
Yeah. And Augusta, is there anything from your side that you think is worth mentioning towards this Industry 4.0?
I agree with our colleagues, but I can highlight some topics. I think Industry 4.0, digital printing is itself Industry 4.0, and with this technology, we can create and control, create some networks to control the value chain and to make more sustainable production and process and more efficiency. Regarding the sustainability, the Industry 4.0 is very important, will play a very important role because we need to know where and how the products have been done. And with Industry 4.0, we can get the data with all information on real time, and data regarding the consumption of water, of inks, for instance, for inks. And we can get more transparency of the process and more traceability. And we can achieve in real time the consumption of the products that I already mentioned. And with this technology, we can decrease the resources. For instance, we can create samples, virtual samples. We can create a catwalk virtual. We can have different experience with this industry before the production. So it's very important for the value chain, the Industry 4.0, and the digital printing fit very well with this technology.
Yeah.
I think that's all. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and the identity of the product regarding the sustainable issues is very important for the brands and for the consumer. And this concept, the Industry 4.0, will play a very, very important role.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's also leading us right into, let's say, the last topic to cover, and that's what the future will bring. So questions: where are we heading? Do we have an outlook on the next decade? If I then have a look at what we've been writing. We recently published an ESMA application paper, and in it I touch a couple of industry facts and figures. And I also asked the question of where we're heading. By the way, The paper can be downloaded from the ESMA website, I will not spoil too much of what's in it. I think you better read it yourself. But the main point is the growing awareness that we as an industry need to do better. So sustainability is a key word here. And for instance, the fashion industry, for instance, has to cope with the growing awareness that almost 60% of what's being produced is ending up at landfills within a year after it leaves the production line. And if you then look at that, since the mid-90s, the relative price of clothing in the EU has decreased by over 1/3. And at the same time, collection changes increased from seasonal to as much as maybe 15 or more times a year, which would then result in a, let's say, throwaway industry where items are worn less than 10 times. It only leads to that we as producers and consumers, brands, we talked about it in these minutes, we all have been part of this. And like we just said, we see a trend towards more local production for local markets, driven by Industry 4.0. And we also think that now the digital quality seems to get right. And that makes for the title of this panel session, Transition in Digital Textile. So go to the ESMA website, look at the download of the paper, and then think about what's in there. For now, for the panelists, what about the future? So this is basically the last question for everyone. Let me start with Sebastian. What do you think about what the future holds for us?
I think we need to be positive. We've learned a lot from the COVID situation, and I think as we transition, we're going to have a hard look at the industry and a hard look at ourselves, and not be the kind of people that wear things 10 times and throw it away. And I think this is where the people on this panel, we're working together to change that industry, to make it more keen on all those factors, the customization, the sustainability, delivering the industrial know-how so that the brands can exactly do that. I mean, make small runs close to home, not having those t-shirts and that clothing and that fashion in trucks or on ships. I mean, just everything today proved where the supply chain is screwing up. I mean, once you're blocked in your country, you can't get t-shirts, you can't get fashion, you can't get your labels, your packaging. And then there was the boat that was stuck in the channel, and then you can't get anything delivered. So I think our industry is also helping to make new entrepreneurs and new companies, because as we deliver printers and inks and technologies, maybe the young generation will say, hey, I want to start a new business where I'm going to print and I'm going to be good in those applications, just like the trend that we had 20 years ago in large format printing, where in that builds the bridge between the data. I mean, if you look at the industry today, people like that are 40, 50, they started businesses 20 years ago because of these new technologies. And as they were the guys behind the printers doing the stuff, they've become shop owners or company owners with 50 people. And they need the data because they need to manage those companies and to keep all the people working for them safe.
Yeah.
So that's where we play.
Yeah, Jonathan, what do you think about the future? What will it hold for us?
I completely agree with what Sebastian said. Where we sit as Meteor, we are helping people on the beginning of the journey to inkjet. So we see lots of people that are now building small to medium direct-to-garment machines. Now, I recently bought a T-shirt. I know the T-shirt was digitally printed. I know it was produced in the UK from Amazon. So a lot of these would-be OEMs that are growing up today, building these small direct-to-garment machines, are going to enhance this change to digital. And I think as we become aware of what we can buy as consumers, the one-off T-shirts to bespoke jackets, that will drive this change fully. And I definitely see the complete digitization of textile happening now, not just because of the technology, but because of the awareness of the climate, the supply chain disruption. It's going to happen, and I see it happening at the grassroots level today.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right about that. You see so many people just demanding change in that effect, and I think that our industry has so many experts, so many companies that are really strong on it. Nicole, you're one of the companies that is also leading that kind of change. What do you see in the future?
Looking at the future, honestly, I think that we should look at new consumers that are really new generation. If you think about Generation Z, for instance, what researchers are really outlining is their attention to sustainability. That is no more just a slogan, but is a real commitment they are asking to the industry as a whole. So if I should look to 2021 and beyond, I think that the main trends that we will see in the digital printing textile market are really related to sustainability. This has been touched. That means for sure greener production processes. So it's related to machinery, but also to workflows and also textiles processes as they are. So processes like direct to fabric sublimation or pigment will rise more and more, since they request less water, less energy, and less chemical consumption. And also the use of sustainable and recycled fabrics and fibers till the aspirational vision of a circular economy will be one of the big trends that we will see in the next few years. The second big point is the one that we've already touched. Supply chain transparency and traceability are really crucial aspects. Also, Augusta mentioned that earlier on. Since consumers, besides brands, really need and ask the assurance that what they are wearing has been produced according to ethical standards and also environmental standards. This will be the other big challenge for us as players of this industry. The big data management and artificial intelligence will be the third area of development. We've mentioned Industry 4.0, and really the world is pushing and will continue to push technology development toward preventive maintenance, machine learning, in order to really ensure smoother and more efficient and effective workflows and processes. And last but not least, that is really connected to consumers, is really consumer centrality and on-demand manufacturing. The willingness to avoid fabric waste or clothes wastage that has been really pushed also by fast fashion in the last few years is something that probably will be more and more questioned. And the ability to really reply to this personalization and also reduction of waste is really finding digital printing a huge partner to make this industry really better and more aligned to the values that next generations are and will be asking more and more to us to respect.
Yeah, that leaves me with the very last words by Augusta on this topic. So any outlook on the future from your side?
Okay, I agree with Nicole. I think Nicole said everything. I believe in digital printing. The future will be digital printing, production on demand, greener process, a more sustainable process. I believe in pigments because it's a more sustainable process, and we need to make more improvements, but I believe in the process with the consumer of water will be less and energy, and the local production is very important because the carbon footprint, we need to reduce the carbon footprint, and we need the brands and customers need to change their mindset as well, because we believe in, all of us believe in the sustainability and greener process, but in the moment when we are produce I already mentioned the price, still be a big issue, and we need to accept the quality that we can achieve with this technology and accept as well the price to reduce the consumption of energy, water, materials. And Nicole mentioned the circular economy and sustainability and the recycled fibers. I think we will have a very big challenge regarding the recycled fibers, because we don't know yet the behavior. We are facing now a new challenge with these new materials, because the behavior won't be the same. We have done just some simple tests and simple trials, and we saw that the result is not the same that we have with the natural the materials, the normal raw materials. So I think the digital printing will play a very, very important role, and the mindset of the brands and consumer will be very, very important to go further with this technology.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that that sort of wraps it up nicely, because we started off by saying that it's the consumers and the brands that have to lead the way. And we conclude with that as well. So with that, almost in time for the session, we come to the end of this panel session. So thank you very much, everybody participating. Thank you, Drupa, for having us, of course, and ESMA for the Touchpoint Textile opportunity. I hope to see all of you live again soon, and we will shift from this session into the next, I think.
Thank you very much, Roland, for holding that together and for guiding us through the session. And also a virtual big round of applause, of course, to our guests, our experts, including Miko, Augusta, Sebastian, and Jonathan. Thank you very much. Stay safe, everybody, and enjoy the rest of Virtual Drupa.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on, like Roland just said, with the next session. This is called the wrap-up session. And independent industry experts present the major key takeaways from all ESMA sessions dedicated to textile printing. Why don't we bring in the host of the session right away? He is the CEO of ESMA, Peter Bottins. Peter, are you with us? So we can't hear you right now, Peter. Maybe you need to unmute.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Chris, and welcome to all the viewers.
Great to see you again. We saw each other already during this week. So what's in store for us now in this wrap-up session?
Well, for those who missed maybe the previous sessions, we want to make a condensed conclusion together with Roland and Thomas, because we all have been working closely together in the last weeks and last years even. And I think we can give, in a nutshell, hopefully, the key points, what has happened also during the virtual Drupa for the Touchpoint Textile.
All right, well, then make the most of it, and I'll be back for the Q&A later on.
Okay, thank you. Roland, you will continue?
Yeah, so where I left off a moment ago, I will start again by saying that we have published the ESMA application paper for textile printing. And in it, there are two portions. One is more the outlook that we just spoke about with the previous panel, where we discussed, let's say, the sustainability and economy behind textile. And the second portion is more an explanation of what the technical side of digital textile printing is. So in our last panel, for those that didn't quite catch everything, I was joined by 4 experts, EFI, Caldera, Meteor. We spoke about Industry 4.0. We spoke about the quality of digital textile printing. And of course, over the last couple of days, we've had a lot of presentations where Thomas and you have already participated and looked at. So what was your take on what we have seen so far? Thomas, anything that caught your eye?
Well, I think, and maybe I repeat just a few things now, what you just did, but I think, we could see clearly that sustainability is the second driving factor now in this industry. One driving factor in the last 20 years was the technology, the digital technology, to develop inkjet printers and to develop a system that can print on textiles with all the ink, with all the print heads, with all the software and all color management and all this. This is going on, but now the even stronger factor, so to say, is speeding up this process, is the issue of sustainability. And I think this is what we clearly have seen over the last few days here at the virtual Drupa, that the sustainability factor is a general issue, especially because there is such potential to change. It's this huge potential in the textile industry, what we have here. When you think about saving of 760 billion liters of water each year, and energy in unbelievable numbers. So this is, this textile industry is so huge and so heavy, and there is such a huge potential that we need, a kind of, I would say, governmental support that we can realize how we can manage that and guide it through this over the next 20 years.
Yeah.
And we should really do something here very soon.
Yeah, is that also the same that what you have seen, Peter?
Actually, yes, and actually I compare it a little bit. All these different presentations and topics are like harmonics, and they are all trying to tune in to get a massive effect or a good sound in this textile world. We heard a lot about nearshoring, the automatization, the Industrial 4.0, but also drivers like sustainability, circular economy, which are so important seen today for the next decades for the textile industry, bring everything together actually into this one potential solution based around digital textile printing. And then the next step is these micro factories, getting them, like Thomas said, with the support from governments, getting really good started in the Western Europe part of the world and the rest of the world, that the nearshoring is becoming the benefit of the textile industry, and personalization, which has been a big topic in the past, but now more like order or demand, order and produce in a good short cycle, and save a lot of energy and reduce the carbon footprint overall from such products.
Yeah. Yeah, if I look at the industry as a whole, of course, we already have looked at that economy and ecology go hand in hand, of course, and that drive towards local production for local markets is getting more attention now because of a ship being stuck in the Suez Channel. With a pandemic that shows that large brands with just a simple email canceling out on production that was already made in the Far East, that you then see that the public demands that these kinds of things would change, because if we throw away more than half of what we produce, and if we just ship around goods that actually no one is waiting for, if jeans are being dumped in Africa, so that even the local African entrepreneur cannot make a business or not make a living even, because we make so much that we don't use, then the micro factories help doing the nearshoring, will help producing what we actually need on local level. And that also demands then that our supply chain is changing, inclusive of Industry 4.0, inclusive of sort of a conscience in the industry, where we as an industry band together. And of course, that's what we try to do at ESMA. It's not for nothing that it's the pan-European organization for specialist printing manufacturers. I think that there's a need for us to look at what we've written in the application paper and then turn it around into the positivity that we all think can happen and we all believe should happen.
I like to add maybe one important point that we talk a lot about also sustainability and circular economy, and we have followed a huge study in Europe about circular economy already this year and past year. And we see that on that level, we are just starting. Yeah, you mentioned some failures from the supply chain, let's call it this way, that they overproduce. I even heard stories about destroying valuable clothing because, it's a bigger benefit economical as recycling. So what we have seen in this circular economy is that it is an opportunity, but it's also a very big bottleneck. It is not so easy, maybe like in other materials like plastic and paper and so on and glass, because fibers are much more complex, very often dyed. It is more into the fiber instead of on the fiber. So we have seen that recycling is there, but not always ending up back in the supply chain, back for clothing, for the typical use from where it comes. Yeah. And this is, of course, playing an important role. On the other hand, we see, let's call it more commercial and marketing, new roads like fast fashion, which is also not helping the circular economy, because they are, it's like every week there is another fashion line, and it is also meant to be used in a short time. Fast fashion is fast buying, fast wearing, and fast to the next one. So they use low prices, low quality fibers, and that means the recycle of it is hard. And I think you yourself, Roland, looked a little bit deeper in the second-hand market of clothing, and it has an opportunity. There are many different websites, but with these type of fast fashion items, it is not the perfect fit for the second-hand market.
Yeah, no, the mentality change has to come, I think, from if you look at platforms like Vinted, where you can sell your clothes as secondhand. It does mean that then the quality of the goods that you're trying to sell is actually higher and not lower. So the value of if you talk about fashion as textile, then the fashion industry, instead of going in a downward spiral in making it cheaper, and you have to make it last longer so that it can get a second life. The obvious fact then is that the choice of raw material, like Augusta said in the last panel, is that if you look at the raw material and how you would make those blends, the more you downcycle or recycle, the shorter the yarns will become, or the less quality it's in there. So I would appeal to the entire industry then to just rethink how that recycling would work, because if only for the sake of being able to say that you use recycled PET bottles as a basis for your raw material, but then it's not even recycled PET bottles, but it's virgin PET bottles being produced only for the sake of then immediately turned into polyester fibers, then the story is great, but the actuality of it is far from desirable, I would say. But have you seen, because this is sort of the wrap up, have you seen or listened to discussions during the last couple of days where something really stood out, where you were really impressed by what was said? Or do you think that this all was a general trend towards what we're also saying today?
Well, if I can take that, what I have seen and during the sessions is that we could see that there is this networking going on from the different machine manufacturers and the different technology manufacturers that try to get together. They try, looking at this micro factory presented by the Institut Denkendorf that shows the idea of the different companies come together and that make it happen, that this digital workflow can really, coming to life, so to say. And I think this is clearly, and there's more to come on that side. What I'm missing is that we, if new technology is coming up, like a technical, this technical workflow process and nearshoring, what we clearly need is new business models.
Right.
It's completely clear. If we have this technology change, that we're going to have a complete business change as well. But at the moment, I'm afraid nobody's really talking about this. This is something I'm missing personally in that discussion. Maybe we can do it over the next years to make sure that we are in contact with the universities to make clear, besides the technology change, there is a business change coming up. And I'm afraid that the textile industry is kind of ignoring that, or kind of not aware of what's going on. Because
I don't know if it's that they are unaware. I think they are aware, but the complexity is, of course, not helping.
Yes, indeed, it is not helping. But you can start in thinking about a new concepts in the way that you start project where really, the textile industry, people coming from the outside, they think about new concepts in this because they understand the technical workflow and they understand the potential of digital technology in this kind here.
Yeah.
And I see these companies from the outside coming and creating this because they see this as a huge opportunity.
I totally agree. I've been in a lot of conversations in the last couple of months and has helped that sort of conversations, because normal operations sort of were a little bit different, of course. And then I had a very nice conversation with Marije Hester and Julie Bijlstra. And together we've looked at a, let's say, landscape mapping of what is happening around us, what kind of materials exist, what kind of print processes exist, but also how many initiatives there are to actually try to improve on what we're doing. And if I see one thing is that grassroots, like Jonathan said in the last session, that sort of grassroots movement from the bottom up demanding stuff is already gaining a lot of traction. So that could push brands towards, let's say, making it happen, so that then the brands will say to the production houses, you have to change, because either it's legislation or it's the financial incentive. But I think that the most probable way is to have the grassroots way of looking at it and just naming facts of it and trying to get people to, again, read the application paper, of course, because that then triggers the question, what do you want as a company owner, as a brand owner, as a designer, as an end customer? What do you see in the future as being the best way to go forward? And I think that, maybe Drupa, for sure ESMA, but in our larger industry, we should be looking at bending that together, making sure that we all work together on that.
I think we can conclude definitely that it's not only coming from top to bottom in the supply chain, but also from bottom up to top, that it's a two-way approach that needs to be much better in the future and using the technology. I think that's a nice conclusion if we can leave it there maybe and see in another few years where we are.
Yeah. So that sort of makes the conclusion of both the previous session and this wrap-up. Chris, I'm not sure if there's any questions for us, or if there's something you would like us to say.
Basically, no, you said it all, and you're right on time. It's 12 o'clock. That means we're going to send our viewers into a quick break. But first of all, thank you for this wrap-up session. And like you said before, we'll talk about it in a few years again. Latest 2024, hopefully here live at Drupa. That'd be great, or?
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
all
thanks,
right.
Chris.
Have a great day and enjoy the rest
day.
of virtual Drupa. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a quick break. Like I said, 30 minutes to be exact. Your chance to take a look at our exhibition area. Once again, you're in the conference area right now. Scroll around the virtual Drupa website, find the exhibition area, and check out the live web sessions where our exhibitors will present their latest products, technologies, and services in some very informative sessions. Besides that, grab yourself another cup of coffee, some popcorn, some chocolate, some fresh air, whatever you need to do. And at 12:30, we'll be back here again with the next topic on key trends and opportunities in the African packaging markets. Looking forward to that. See you again then.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagements and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
To Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. Hey, we embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies. Drupa stands for Innovation, Key Technology Trends, and Orientation.
Embrace the future. The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Embrace the future.
Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go.
Embrace the future.
Oh, can I listen to you one more time?
Embrace the future. We embrace the future with the passion for print. We
Yes, Embrace the Future, the official song for Virtual Drupa 2021. And embracing the future also means embracing what lies ahead of us here today. And we have a fantastic agenda prepared here for you. Welcome, everybody. If this is your first so to say, contact with Virtual Drupa, if you've just registered, if you just logged on, welcome to Stream 2. Today, everything here is about the platform economy. And our next session concentrates on the key trends and opportunities in the African packaging markets. And this presentation will highlight key trends in the African packaging market and elaborate innovative solutions to specific problems. It will also look at the effects of the pandemic on the packaging markets. And we are joined here by the business analyst and head of marketing from African, Jean Van Diemen, and the managing partner and CEO of African, Mark Tsanda. Welcome, first of all, Jean and Mark. How are you doing today? Can you hear me?
Chris, thank you very much for the introduction. We're doing great. Looking forward to sharing some insights from the African markets.
So tell us, why is the African continent so important for the packaging industry?
Chris, that's exactly what we are going to cover today. I'm happy to have Jean here dialing in from Kenya, obviously speaking about a huge and growing market, which is playing a more important role. And we are definitely going to cover that in the presentation. So thanks for the introduction.
All right, go for it. I'll see you again later.
Thank you. Yeah, so if we're gonna just go to the presentation, as you heard, my name is Jean Van Diemen from Kenya. I'm from a company called African, and also my colleague, Mark Tsanda, is here as well. He's the CEO and managing partner of African. So today we're gonna be talking about the packaging markets of Africa, opportunities and trends in the packaging market. So when it comes to the image of Africa, before we go to that, I'd like to first introduce African and what we do. Yes, so African, we're a consulting company who focus on Africa, and we consult on the management of companies on their Africa strategy. So Mark, maybe if you could move to that slide. Yeah, that's the slide. Yeah, so we focus on companies who are trying to develop their Africa strategies. We've been established in the market since 2011. In fact, we just celebrated our 10-year anniversary last month. So this comes at a good time. And also, if you can see our work in the continent, we have really covered the continent a lot when it comes to different sectors. And some of the sectors that we cover are chemicals, mechanical engineering, automotive, building materials, and all that. And we've been covering all regions in Africa. And then our key benefits are reduction of cost, time, and risk when you're doing business in the continent. So we also recently completed 100 projects in the continent, which I think is such a big milestone. Of 100 successful projects, and we have representatives all over the continent, but we have offices in Nigeria, Kenya, and Ghana, and we also have staff in Tanzania and also around the continent. So you're getting a lot of experience, you're getting a lot of hands-on kind of work from all our team members in the country. And then when we come to looking at the packaging markets, most people have been a bit skeptical about the continent and about talking about Africa because maybe they don't have the information. So I want to just show you a map here that shows the view of how people really view the continent. And you can take just a few seconds to go through this and just to read. Unfortunately, this is the view that most people in the world, not only in Germany, but people in the world have on Africa. When people think about Africa, this is what they see. I would say one reason is because of lack of information or even just a negative kind of stereotype of the continent. However, in every part of the world, there are problems. And it's not only in Africa where there are problems. And while this is also true, for example, most people think in Africa, all we have is slums and, derelict places. But I want to just tell you that while we also have these slums, or we have all these kind of quote unquote problems, as we do have in other parts of the world, we also have other positives that people fail to highlight. Even when Africa is on the news, it's on the news for the wrong reasons. So people fail to highlight our metropolitan cities. I know, like, sometimes people fail to understand, or they don't believe that this is actually Africa. These are vibrant cities, urban areas, sprawling with amazing buildings and a lot of activity happening. And you can just see for yourself. So we are here today to just tell you that there's a lot that is happening in the continent, and we want to actually take you through the packaging and the printing markets in the continent. When it comes to Africa and the continent, one thing that you really don't know, or probably, is that in 2050, the global population in Africa will increase by 1.3 billion. That's such a huge, huge potential that most people don't see. So Africa is leading, and it will represent more than half of the global population by 2050. So this is a large kind of population to ignore. You cannot actually ignore. In fact, Africa will be the next frontier for growth. And you can even see, when it comes to the share of the working age, Africa is leading by the next few years. By 2050, Africa will be leading and will also pass Asia and Europe. So they will get to a time where you will notice that it's the new frontier, and you actually have to look at it and see what you can do. And you can also get to see that while the whole world global population will increase by 2.2 billion, Africa actually takes a huge share of that, and it's 1.3 billion. So that's very huge. And then when it comes to the packaging and printing markets, we'd like to look at how are they growing, or why are they growing? What is actually driving this huge growth, and why should companies look at this in the future, and even now, actually? So mostly we have noticed that the printing market is driven by 5 main drivers, and one of them is the retail development. If you're keen on what is actually happening on urban cities in Africa, you will notice that there's a huge retail development. Malls are opening. There are big companies setting up their shops in all these cities. And what that does is that retail development will actually change how people shop. And the fact that these clusters of shops are opening up in malls, it means that people are also desiring for more packaged material. It's more space for people to showcase their packaged product. And this means that companies actually have to look for more ways to showcase their products. And then also, when it comes to the middle class, the disposable income has been growing in African cities. I can speak about Nairobi because that's where I'm from in Kenya. There has been a huge growth of the middle class, and people are actually desiring for more consumer goods. People are shopping, and this has prompted printing companies to look at other ways of printing their products. Packaging companies are looking at ways to, for example, do flexible packaging and to showcase their products. And because there are also many products in the market, companies are also competing in how they're packaging their products, because when it comes to the middle class, they are consuming what they know is the best or best packaged products. So with this growing middle class, the packaging is also kind of increasing. And then also when it comes to urbanization, we're going to look at another slide later on urbanization. As I've just told you, so many cities are growing every day. And with urbanization also, the middle class is growing, and there's also a huge desire for packaging solutions. Then another main driver for packaging and printing market is the booming food and beverage industry. Nowadays, companies have looked at ways on how they can package foods and beverages, whether it's through flexible packaging. I know Mr. Zander is gonna also touch on a new kind of way that people are packaging products here. with that, it's also increasing the desire and the need for better packaged products. And then when it comes to government policy, that's another main driver. Governments are looking for ways in which they can encourage local production and discourage more of imports from other countries. So the industries, when it comes to plastics, when it comes to packaging and printing, is also really growing. And also you might have heard about the plastic bans that are being implemented by governments and in most African countries. For example, in Kenya, we have like a plastic ban of single-use, like paper bags. So that also has affected how people consume these packaging products. Yeah, let me put the next slide. Yes, when it comes to urbanization, Africa is really, really growing, as I mentioned. And as you can see, the urban population has been increasing over the last few years, and it's also going to increase even more by 2025. So I would just like you to look at this slide, whereby you've seen that cities with more than 1 million inhabitants in 2010 in Africa were only 50. So we only had 50 cities with more than 1 million inhabitants. But in 2025, they're going to be 93. So urbanization has really increased. And actually, a quarter of that will be from Nigeria, a quarter of the 93 cities. So as I mentioned, this is actually something that is happening, and that you can no longer like ignore this market. And then when it comes to the middle class in Nigeria, I had already mentioned about the middle class in Kenya. I'd like for us to look at the middle class and how they are, performing. So when it comes to Nigeria, there was an estimate by Africa Development Bank that in 2012, there was 60 billion estimated per capita income. And by 2030, the figure is also expected to raise by far. So as you can see, by 2030, the figure is expected to raise by up to 256 billion per capita income. So in 2030, Nigeria's middle class will have 256 billion per capita income. And I think that's actually a new market to really, really look at. And then when I was talking about the retail development in different countries in Africa, there was a study that was done by A.T. Kearney in 2019. It's called the Global Retail Development Index. So most of you probably have heard of it. It looks at the most attractive retail industries in Africa. So you can see that there were so many countries in Africa that made the top 30 global retail development index. These are countries who are really developing their retail ecosystem. For example, we do have one that was in the top 10 was Ghana, was number 4. And also we have Senegal and also Tanzania, Nigeria, and Tunisia. So these are countries that are offering unique retail solutions and are also developing in terms of their retail value. Yeah, so that is all about how Africa is growing and how it's becoming the next frontier when it comes to printing and packaging. And I'm going to talk to my colleague to take over, Mr. Zander, and he will take you through the figures and the data so that you can actually see for yourself why we are talking about the continent. Yeah, so Mr. Zander.
Thank you very much for your part. I will use the remaining 5-6 minutes to give you an understanding on where Africa and where the trends are. Before I really start, I want you to have a look at this particular graph, already showing that all of the multinationals are doing very strong sales in the African region already. And there is a number I keep on highlighting when speaking about Africa, and that's the number of Maggi cubes consumed in Nigeria per day, produced by Nestle, which is 80 million. So just keep in mind that a market like Nigeria consumes 80 million Maggi cubes per day, leading a strong global export of machinery already to the market. And we can see that some of the markets are Algeria, Egypt, South Africa, the typical suspects, but we can see that over the past even 10, 15 years, markets have strongly been growing, served obviously by Italian companies who have a very strong footprint on the African market, Germany as well, obviously China, but we still see that European solutions play a dominant role in the African markets. And we've been speaking to a lot of packaging companies locally and internationally, and they confirm that in some markets, the Italian, German, or other machines still play more than 50 to 60% of the overall market. The German exports of machinery have been on a normal, steady number around between 350 to 400 million euro in German exports of the machinery. And we do see that this is something which has been appreciated a lot. However, we can already see that 2020, 2021, we might see a decline of Corona effects, and I'm coming to that in a minute. To also give you an understanding, the printing machinery obviously has been growing. We do see sales in some of the regions over 100 million in terms of US dollar numbers. To give you an example, a market like Nigeria is more and more also importing printing machines, still on a low level, but we do see that especially machinery on the packaging markets play a dominant role, driven by a strongly increasing production of plastic end products, but also packaging products, which we could strongly see growing in a key market, for example, like Nigeria. And I want to speak briefly on why this is the case. We've seen that packaging in Africa is different than it might be globally, especially small sachets, small consumer goods products are printed and produced locally. This, for example, is a small peak evaporated milk sachet being sold in Nigeria of numbers over 100 million per day. So we do see a very strong need for smaller packages where the bottom of the pyramid consumes small packs, leading to a strong increase of sales in packaging and other machinery. Another example from South Africa, very simple pack, very easily glued on with a small sticker, but we can see that these are the trends people are following: special bags, special local production. And I think one of the observations we have seen is that a local trend is important. Maybe to briefly go on Corona, we will see that 2021 is growing again. We will see that Africa is growing. And I think recommendations for the African markets is that countries and market potential needs to be identified. We want to see dedicated resources and responsibilities within companies for the African region. We strongly recommend to put efforts into finding the right partners, finding the right people who can manage such a region by training, marketing, and local staff, local partners, trying to educate clients locally. To summarize, we believe culture is a very important factor. You can see a picture here from the US delegation visiting Kenya. On the left-hand side, you can see the Americans coming with a lot of paper, with a lot of documents. The Kenyan side didn't do so because they were all meeting for tea. And if you now believe, maybe the US guys don't really understand on how culture is done, I can tell you, we, Germany, also come with a lot of documents and a lot of contracts, whereas the African delegation is rather interested in that. So we recommend to keep culture as one of the main facts. Thank you, Chris. Thank you to the Drupa team. And we hope we could shed a bit more light on the African region.
Thank you both. You sure did. We don't really have much time left, but I would have one question maybe. Maybe you could tell us which markets are the key growth markets in Africa for packaging products, just to learn a bit more about the continent.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen South Africa being a very constant market for the past 10 to 15 years. However, some people might agree to that, currently struggling. But we do see upcoming new markets like Nigeria with a population over 200 million, where a consumer class has already been developing. So every company in the packaging industry must have Nigeria on their radar, even though it's difficult to navigate, but it needs to be there. Thirdly, we believe that markets like Kenya are interesting, Ethiopia being one of the markets over 100 million of population, still at an infant stage, but definitely developing very strongly as well. So if you ask me, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia need to be on the map of every company dealing in the packaging industry.
All right, thank you very much for that answer. Wishing you continued success, and interested to see what happens in the future. And maybe we could talk again at the next Drupa then in person. That'd be fantastic.
Same here. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks, Chris, and regards to Düsseldorf and the world.
All right, we're highly appreciated. See you soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next topic, and this is a panel discussion on the necessary mind shift of the graphic art industry. And this panel discussion shows which mind shifts are necessary to fulfill the numerous requirements around multi-channel publishing in such a way that the communication solutions for the clients result in a meaningful and, of course, a successful combination of print and online, both worlds. So to achieve this, it's not enough to just promote techniques, but new consulting approaches are also needed. And for this, we are joined by the Managing Director of the Fachverband Medienproduktion, that is, so to say, the Professional Association of Media Production, Rüdiger Maas. And we're also joined by Thorsten Hamann from Laudat. So, gentlemen, great to have you with us. I heard, I think it's Rüdiger. Are you from the Mosel? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm from the Mosel. I'm still working there where other people make holiday.
That is funny because my mom lives on the Mosel, not far from you, actually, in Enkirch. You probably heard of
it's great.
So enough of that, but we're going to get right into the topic. Very interesting. I'll be back afterwards for the Q&A, and then we'll see each other again.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome to our panel discussion. I'm still introduced, Rüdiger Maas, CEO from Fachverband Medienproduktion, and I'm still about 25 years working in the graphic arts industry. And with me is Thorsten Hamann. Thorsten, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Thorsten Hamann. I am working in the graphical industry and print industry for only a bit over 20 years, and I've been optimizing everything which has to do with media production and getting things properly into print. So
yeah, thank
you. Here we are.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Today we talk about the necessary mind shift in the graphic arts industry, and it's a very hard job to discuss this in 20 minutes. But we collected some challenges and approaches for you, and one of the main challenge is the fundamental challenge is to reposition print in the multi-channel environment. That means that print is not another parallel media channel. It is an integrated performance channel for successful communication, but in combination with other media. This challenge is not new, but it is still not solved. And since 1 year, we have another additional COVID challenges. The growth of digital communication through COVID reduces interaction with physical brand touch points. And this has the consequence that the brand experience is extremely reduced. This significantly reduces brand loyalty and forces brand hopping. And for the brand owners, this is a very big problem. So the result is that brand owners are looking for solutions and effective, sustainable communication. And for us and for our industry, I think this is the next chance. We now know at least one problem of our customers. So the question is, what are the necessary approaches for the graphic arts industry? The answer is very easy. It's a fundamental mind shift in our industry. So let's start our discussion. Let's start with the mind shift for printers. The first mind shift is rethink the print production into services that print provides. Torsten, what's behind it?
Yeah, the idea behind that is that most printers are looking at themselves and say, hey, we are giving out a product, we are producing a product, and this product gets bought. But basically, the reason to do print is that it is part of a media mix that has to be integrated. So the point is that don't look at it as a product, look at it as something that has been. If we look at the next point, which is product engineering, basically you have to view print as part of the whole marketing mix and do things like programmatic printing or do things like dynamic pricing, and basically taking the new technologies, or they're not really new. Printers are always talking about new media. I still know people talking about new media. They're not that new anymore. You have to combine the things of the new media with the strengths of the old media. So even if Rüdiger, this is more your expertise than mine, but if we are looking at haptics and surprise print and things like that.
Yeah. Yes, it's true. We have a key of advantages with multisensory marketing. For example, it's surprise print, it's interactive print, it's individual print, and many levels more. And there's a lot of impact here. And I think we have to sell that. And the problem is what you said: don't sell products, sell solutions. But for this new way, you have to change your mind, not only ours, but from the complete industry. And you mentioned product engineering, for example, translating marketing mechanisms from digital channels into print. But normally printers are used to receive requests in order to process print products. Are printing companies in a position to carry out this kind of, let's say, development work and great involvement the customer's communication process?
Well, they have to if they want to retain the customers, because the customers are not looking at the print industry as somebody providing a product. They are basically looking for somebody to solve their problems. So if the printers are not changing the way they look at the market, they will be having a hard time, because then print is only being bought as a commodity, which goes by price. There's not much going on with the steady customer approach that many printers have. For example, I have been, just a few years ago, I have been the head of Premedia in Europe's most environmentally friendly printing house. And the attitude was, yeah, we have our steady customers, they know us and they will bring us business. And while this is true, because many of the customers with which you have a long relationship, these are not the new customers that are coming up from the people who are handing out the marketing budgets today. The marketing budgets of today are being handed out by digital natives, and to them, print is this pesky stuff they still have to deal with, even though they don't want to, because they don't understand the channel. And if the printers don't help these kinds of people, these kinds of decision makers, that they are really providing a really valuable service, and they are really playing into a high retention, high conversion rate with using print products. If the printers are not telling them, who will?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But is it easy to do that new way alone? Because we discussed before, it is necessary to have an interdisciplinary cooperation. But Thorsten, do you have a sample for this? To combine a printing house or printing company with an advertising agency, made together also with an IT company? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it depends on how the printing house wants to work. It's also the question of the philosophy. It's really important to keep in mind that the printer doesn't have to have all this know-how in-house. That's really, really important, because that is probably impossible to do. You have to have the people. If you want to do it all by yourself, then you have to have the people. And how do you motivate a digital native to work in a printing house? That's nigh impossible to do.
Yeah.
I would think that a combination of with other companies. If you look at the process at all, the printer very often is the very end of some process, or almost the end, producing something which will then be distributed. But basically the printer is near the end of the process. But the printer has to go more upstream to pick up the customer a lot earlier. And there's also the conceptual thing. A printer can give really valuable feedback on how to create print products that have really good conversion. You have the creative people, you have the IT people who can provide the information to do, for example, programmatic printing, as in delivering selections of customers, as in delivering product information to incorporate into interesting print products. And also the media production must be included. So I would say a combination of getting people on board at the printing company who understand the market and who are at least curious about what is going on, and then going and finding partners you can trust, you can work with, to basically pick up the customer together more upstream before the job ends up at the printer. That's the way to still generate new income, because at the end of the day, just saying, hey, I have my steady customers and I have these great printing machines, this is not going to work in the future.
Okay. So with the cooperation, you get more professional, I think so.
Yes.
So we have two other mind shifts. One is to identify what online can't do and argue it for print. Is here the banner blindness meant here, or what do you have another example?
Yeah, that's part of it. The one thing is I have been doing also online marketing and building websites and writing content management systems and so on in the past, like in the end of the 90s, early zeros, when all this was taking off. And even back then in the day when internet usage was maybe a few million in all of Germany, you already had this banner blindness thing going on, and people are not very interested in being pestered with online marketing. So one thing is that a lot of the online marketing is not working all that well if you look at the conversion rates. If you're looking at conversion rates of print products, yes, print products are slower to make. If you make them the old way, if you make them the new way, they are quicker. But the conversion rates are much higher.
The new way is, for example, high-speed inkjet, or what do you mean?
Yes, for example, if you basically bring together the classical strengths of print, which is you have something in your hands, it's emotional, and if you get some brochure in the mail, even if you throw it away right immediately, you still glance at it and you still perceive the brand. This is something that doesn't work in the online marketing. But it also gives brand loyalty. It also gives more of a meaning of being high value. That's the strength of print, but the strength of the online media is that you know exactly whom you're talking to. You know exactly the context. You maybe have a history if it's a returning customer. So if you take information that you already have from your online marketing, such as these are my customer segments, these are the things that are going to work with these kinds of customer segments, then it's an absolute must for a good media mix to actually build some print from the online information. This is something that really, really works well.
So again, it's a strategic combination from different channels, and print is sometimes one of the most important, and sometimes one of the following media channel. I think that's it's no problem. Yeah. So we have the next one, the next statement. The statement is the heavy metal approach is dead. The customers don't care about your machines. So this statement is, I think, as old as Methuselah, but it still has validity. Do you have a sample for this?
Yeah, I have a sample of this. That printing house where I was the head of Premedia, for example, they were coming from the heavy metal approach, as in, hey, we have these nice Heidelberg machines and look how great they are. And they noticed, okay, nobody cares. Mm-hmm. This is not working anymore. So they said, hey, we have to do something digital. We have to move into other things. So which is why I got into the company, because back then in my professional training, when I studied, then print was part of my studies. And I still have deep love for print, but I'm a data guy and I'm a process guy. So why did they hire me? Exactly because of this. People don't care. And you have to give them something that they care about. Mm-hmm. And if you want to have them trust you, if you want to have them come back, then you need to build a relationship that isn't based on, hey, you have been printing with us for 5, 10, or 20 years, and that's why you come back. You have to build a relationship with them that goes, hey, I understand your challenges. I know that you try to get out as much as possible. For example, also in analytics, and if you do programmatic printing right, or web to publish or whatever, then you can do it in a way that is really measurable and gives print also, can integrate all the data from print right into their online measurements and right into the performance measurements and so on. So that's what they did, and they also focused on doing really the complex, high quality things. They have had one of the best printing qualities I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot. But they were specializing on these things like the business reports, which really had stamping, had foils, so they were at the both time doing more diverse things, and they were focusing.
Okay. So you need, or the companies also need IT competence and some competence in analytics and so on. So we only have, I think, 4 minutes. We have to hurry up a little bit. Let's jump one slide over, because I think we have 2 very important points at last. And for example, we have to organize proactive consulting and innovation transfer. For example, innovation transfer is a very big thing. Does this approach require new sales staff, or is it possible the existing staff be emigrated for this approach?
It depends on what kind of salespeople you have, because I wrote, nobody makes time for a salesman, but depending on how he is, nobody likes a salesman. So if you have the classic guy putting the foot in the door and saying, hey, I have these 10 different samples of paper, which one would you like? This is not how you are selling it anymore. And the modern marketeers don't have time for that. But if you engage in a conversation with them, if you say, hey, I was at an exhibition and I saw printed electronics, and isn't that something for your new campaign for your music service that you are trying to push? Mm-hmm. And this is the kind of things that you have, because good selling always is consulting. Mm-hmm. Basically, if you're not trying to just sell some lemons, but if you are a good salesman, then you will be a consultant more than a salesman, and try to understand the challenges that a customer has and that the decision makers you're talking to have. And this is what you need to get. You need to have the relationship and look at solving their problems and not at selling products.
Yeah. so there's hope to work with the existing salesman, and
Yes.
for example, sometimes you need fresh blood in the company. So last but not least, we have one statement. I think it's very interesting because market observation should also include other industries, including the digital ones. This is a completely new approach for many printers. Is that realistic, that a printing company make observation for other markets?
That is not only realistic, it is essential, because you have to realize that this is not all rocket science. Other people have learned it too, and you have to understand the environment that you're working in. So this is really essential, and just assign somebody who has an interest in these things and give them enough time to understand, and then they will.
Yeah, thank you. So we had some very important mind shifts for 20 minutes, and for example, 2 or 3 solutions for this. But this area of working is more complex to solve it in 20 minutes. But I think it's okay if we finish here, because we end our 20 minutes. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact us. Here are our contact information is about email. And if you have any questions, then I will give to our moderator. And if there are any questions, we will answer this now. So
am I on? There we go. Now I'm on. So thank you very much, Rüdiger and Thorsten. Thank you. And once again, if you do have any questions, we just saw the email address. We'll send them to you. And continued success with what you're doing on the one side, and to stay safe and stay healthy, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's continue in about 10 minutes. So we're going to take a quick break. Once again, check out the live web sessions, ladies and gentlemen. Our exhibitors there with their newest technologies, their newest services and innovations. Definitely worth checking out in the exhibition area. And then at 20 after 1, we'll be back with delivering value through a connected consumer experience. See you then.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
Embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
Welcome to Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing through the town. Hey, we embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies. Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go.
Okay, now listen to you one more time. We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town.
So there's something she can do that I can't, and that is singing, that is for sure. BB Thomas here with the official Drupa song for Virtual Drupa 2021. So, ladies and gentlemen, today it's all about platform economy, and our next session focuses on delivering value through a connected consumer experience. And brands are seeing benefits in delivering connected products to the marketplace. And these products, when personalized and or unique, are enabling a meaningful one-to-one interaction between the brand and the consumer. And they deliver a much richer, a much more informative and value-added level of engagement with the brand's products and their customers. So we're gonna learn now from print, from Micro Focus, and from HP, how such interconnectivity can be made in a simple way, and what more each of these companies can offer within this dynamic environment. So I'm happy to welcome the Worldwide Business Development Manager, Christian Ménégan, to take the lead. Christian, welcome. How are you doing today?
Thank you. Well, it was a fantastic introduction. Actually, you just set the scene properly because you did a fantastic resume of what we will be talking about. Both Pierre, Peter, and myself will be clearly elaborating on the possibilities that the three technologies combined together bring to the consumer, and through the consumer to everybody through the value chain.
Looking
so as you
forward to
rightly
this.
say, my name is Christian Ménégan. I'm working for HP, and I'm business development manager for labels and packaging. As you know, HP Indigo is selling digital printing presses, and a printing press is nothing more than printing, turning ink onto the material, but what is the ink representing is what will be counting very much in the process we will be showing. So the idea behind this session is to show that through a certain connectivity that we have between the three companies as partners, basically, we will be doing things that conventional cannot do. Digital printing is complementary to conventional, but the fact that it's digital brings the whole of a difference. And we all know that digital printing is good for short runs. Yeah, but what means short? Short can be short, shorter, 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 short. Well, down to one. One? Who wants to print one? Who wants to produce one? Why? Well, what's behind it? Who needs it? Well, we'll find a reason. In a few minutes, you will understand this. But the point is that in order to be able to print one, as you probably understand, you need some information, some data, which clearly create the file to be able to print one. And this is the flow that you see on the screen there, starting from the database of a brand owner, which can be composed of a multitude of things. And this data can be sorted, filtered, tweaked in a way that it will influence the artwork in order to be printed. And by the way, on the way, why not to add other type of uniqueness to the print by means of serialization, coding, and all these will be printed as unique packages, unique labels, which will allow the consumer to enjoy something that he will feel personal, but eventually to link back through the print to the brand owner organization. So let's do this step by step, and it will be clearer for you. So the first step that you need to have a bit of clarity on will be presented to you by Pierre, the CEO of the company Print, and he will tell you what it is about in terms of data management and data sorting. Pierre, it's yours.
Many thanks for the introduction, Christian. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Pierre Saint-Michel. I am the CEO of Print France, subsidiary of the Print Group based in Duisburg, Germany. We are a worldwide technology provider that proposes print automation software, print expertise, and have extensive experience in product data management. Over the years, we've helped hundreds of customers optimize and automate the creation of all types of print materials, from catalogs to brochures, product sheets, price lists, product labels, and of course, packaging. Anything print, really. That's the correct slide. Yes, thank you, Christian. Today, product consumer data resides in a large number of systems. Quickly explain and to simplify and to mention just a few. As you can see on screen, PIM systems will allow to manage product information of all sorts. They will allow to document the benefits of using a product, its usage, sizes, colors, etc. An ERP system, of course, will manage administrative, logistical, pricing information. And of course, a CRM will allow to manage customer information of all kinds. And finally, a DAM system will allow to manage product and packaging, images, graphics, and logos. So today, when it comes to modern packaging, accurate product information will be essential to all companies and brands. Next slide, please. So in order to manage the creation of print material in general and packaging, of course, in automated, sometimes personalized ways, and draw information from the many different systems, some powerful systems, software and logic is required. Looking at it from a high level view, what will be required is to fetch data from these multiple sources and bring all of this together. For example, fetch product information from a PIM, MDM, or CMS system. Get images and illustrations from a DAM. Fetch consumer animation from a CRM. Product packaging many times must be multilingual and may use different measurement systems. When and if prices are needed or displayed, multiple currencies may need to be managed. And finally, targeting multiple markets requires additional market-specific information. This is what we do for our customers at Print Group. If you want to click, our Print Suite solution proposes standard connectors to more than 40 different content and product management solutions. Thanks to our Print Suite solution, our customers are able to bring data together from dozens of data sources, bring all this data together in our server solution, manipulate this data, and then automate the creation of InDesign files, Illustrator files, generate on-the-fly PDF files, as well as generate HTML format for web preview. Again, in a nutshell, this is what we do at Print Group: automate, simplify, and integrate print processes. Just like we integrated into the scenario with our friends and partners from HP and Micro Focus. So to sum it up, if you want to find out more about our Print Suite solution, please visit us at our virtual booth. It will be a pleasure for us to speak with you. Thank you very much for your attention for my short presentation. Stay healthy, everyone. Christian, back to you.
Thank you, Pierre. So now that you understood that actually there is a tool existing to filter and really take out from huge sources, huge database sources, exactly the information that would be needed for a reduced profile of customers or people. What if just before printing on the way, we also add some of the functionalities, some of the uniqueness capabilities by means of serialization, coding, and so. To do that, we have with us Peter Gadd, who is the general manager of the Micro Focus, and he will tell you what it is about. Peter, it's yours.
Super. Thanks very much, Christian. Hello, everybody. As Christian said, I'm the general manager of Micro Focus's Strategic Business Services division. It's where our GPAS service resides. It's a pleasure to talk to you today, and hopefully you'll learn a little bit about what GPAS can deliver. GPAS was created by Hewlett-Packard to solve three key issues. It was trying to solve the brand protection problem of lost and counterfeit product. It was trying to understand the supply chain much more effectively, but really it was also trying to engage with consumers. And this was all back in 2010 when it was created. So at its very core, GPAS has the ability to serialize individual products using individual serial numbers. They're cryptographically secure, so counterfeiters can't copy them. And typically the serial number is going to be applied in a QR code, and that's going to be printed on a label or directly onto the packaging. And we've got a great relationship with HP Indigo that allows us to integrate directly using SmartStream into the printer. Within the QR code is also a URL. So really it's that URL and serial number that allows the smartphone to scan. It'll open up a web page on the scanning device. Now, that's not rocket science, but what really is that ability to add value to that interaction. We can add metadata, so data about that individual product from a whole range of sources to each individual product. And that allows you to do a number of things, and it allows you to truly manage the consumer experience in real time. So we can tell a consumer whether that product is genuine or fake. If it's an item of foodstuff, we can give them ideas about recipes, for example, or details of the manufacturing growing process. You know, which wines, which grapes have been used to create that particular wine, and what process has it gone through. Everything from the material construct of a garment. So there's a whole range of value add capabilities that you can put within the metadata aspects that the consumer can then see. And of course, if you add value to that engagement, then the consumer's going to come back time and time again. It's also, as I said, really important to be able to integrate seamlessly into the printing process and the manufacturing process. And that's one of the great capabilities of GPAS. And as you can see on this diagram, the ability to aggregate, so take individual products, put them into units, cartons and pallets, and then add additional data as it moves, the products move through the supply chain. I think the value is significant. One of our customers regularly generates 100,000 hits a day on Father's Day, as one example. And that 100,000 hits a day means they're going to get 100,000 email addresses, because one of the things this customer does is send out sticker packs to the people that register. It also has the significant value of adding additional product sales. They, on one Father's Day alone, estimated an additional $6 million in sales from somebody registering their products on the system and then going in to buy an additional product from their web. So Christian, if we can move on to the next slide, please. So from a challenge perspective, there are other values that we can add around grey market. So we know, because when an item is scanned, we know the location. We know if products destined for India, for example, have ended up in Spain. If there's a problem with the product itself, a batch is faulty, how about having that ability to change and message and say, don't buy the product that you've just scanned, there's a problem with it. There's a whole range of value add, if you like, business value that you can add to the GPAS service. If you've got any further questions, then please feel free to contact me, peter.gadd@microfocus.com. And with that, I'll hand back to Christian.
Thank you, Peter. So the next step in this chain, now that we have really filtered the data, we have added this uniqueness via the code, and we combine all this together on the artwork. The obvious next step is to print, and print, well, that's my part. So if you don't mind, I'll cover this. So basically a printing press, you have an example, a cut view on the screen. I took a roll-fed printing press, digital printing press, but it could be sheet-fed. So sheet-fed, roll-fed, why? Well, because it depends on the application. Sheet-fed is more folding carton, roll-fed is more flexible packaging or pressure-sensitive labels. So in any case, the print engine is the same. It remains a digital print engine. And that's the point. We can have as a solution, we can have raw material coming in and printed material on the way out, almost finished. We can finish inline or offline. All this is really in the hands of the print service provider to play with that. The core of it is that the digital print engine is a 7-color offset quality digital print engine, and that's what makes the whole difference, because this is the print engine that can print one. Now, to buy a machine like this to print only one doesn't make sense, but to print a series of one based on what Print and Micro Focus are supplying as data, this is making a lot of sense. Why? Because this is where the value for the consumer comes into the play. Basically, it could be a very practical benefit, which is like the top one, which is the safety, the security, the authentication, the tracking, which Peter just explained. But it could also be something very personal, which has been filtered from the information that the brand has, to serve the wish, the need, and the hopes of this specific customer. It can go to the person level, which is amazing. It can also be kind of artistic, emotional, like on the top right there, full graphic, full color, something beautiful, appealing, and unique. A consumer buys this, he buys a single product. I mean, there is no other one like this on the planet, which is just phenomenal. So these are the value for the consumer. Now, the consumer gets this, of course, but indirectly, the brand gets it as well. And actually, the whole chain, the whole value chain, get some benefits out of it somehow. But the winner on this is certainly the consumer at the end. So for the brand, clearly, what it means is that they can put on the market the quantity needed when needed. So the key message there is that you print the quantity needed when needed, in the version needed, where needed, without any compromise. For the brand owner, fantastic benefits in efficiency and supply chain agility, in waste reduction, you name it. It's almost endless, but it's really phenomenal. For the print service supplier serving the brand, similarly, it has similar benefits, but also indirectly, it gains a market presence which is unique, driven by digital. And when you combine the two together, who wins the most? Well, the consumer, because then he gets the service, he gets delivered what he wants when he wants. So you can talk about industrial benefits, which you can quantify in time, in money, in waste, or so. But for the consumer, it's something much more personal, much more emotional, which is probably less tangible, but so important. So to clarify, basically, digital printing is not only a printing technology, it's more a business enhancement tool for the printer, because it's a printing press, but also for the brand owner organization, not only for the buyer who buys a short run of variable data. No, it's the whole organization. Waste, agility, all these have an impact somewhere in the organization. But all these together, don't forget that what is extremely important is that it is also a connection tool between the brand and the consumer at the one-to-one level, if obviously the whole chain uses appropriate data, which Print and Micro Focus can supply. So now this chart, back to this chart, which is basically the summary, I guess it's clearer to you, the flow, how it goes from one to the other. What I didn't cover is what happens after the print, which is the finishing, the converting, because somehow it's the same than conventional packages. That, except that now it's very short run, eventually unique. But then through the print, the consumer gets the value. Should it be just a visual value because it's personal, or through a link that allows him to talk to the brand? I think I can stop there, but just to remind you who was talking, I put our names there. I'm Christian from HP, you have Peter from Micro Focus, and Pierre from Print, and we can take any question you want now. And thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you also, Christian. Nice to see when people are so passionate about what they do. That came across for sure.
That's because it's great. That's
simple.
It's great.
But I mean, that's a nice thing. It's really, you really see how engaged you are. That's great. And we have a question here. Good morning for all. What is the widest possible width, and what is the greatest speed of this process today?
I like the last word, which is today, because technology keeps on evolving. So today the largest web width or printed sheet that we can print today digitally is around 750 millimeters, 75 centimeters, and the speed, depending on the number of colors, can be something like 30 to 40 meters per minute. That's where we are today.
All right. Great answer. Thank you, Mitch. How complex is it to have a working solution from several independent companies?
That's a bit challenging, but I'll take the first answer on this one. It would be amazing that you can get the whole of this solution under one roof. Really amazing, because then it means that this specific supplier is really multitasking. So it's better to have some experts working together. So the complexity is just the interconnectivity. And for the consumer, for whoever wants this to work, basically the brand owner at the end of the day, is just to talk to the three of us and make sure that there is this compatibility. We are testing, we are using platforms which are similar in terms of connectivity, in terms of interaction. So conceptually, there shouldn't be any issue, but sometimes when you want a specific feature, maybe we want to talk to whoever is more appropriate. Maybe Pierre or Peter, you want to add on this?
Well, if I may, obviously today, technology-wise, there are some standard that allows applications to communicate to each other. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. This has been quite important for the last few years. So therefore, we have some standard web services that allows the different applications to exchange. We have XML capability of coding text and data and information. So this is all behind us, and really implementing all that is not so complex. It's a question of getting together, agreeing on a standard, and then implementing it.
Yeah,
Peter?
And certainly from GPAS's perspective, one of our key capabilities is the ability to integrate with other systems. We have a range of APIs. We've never failed to integrate and get data from a system before. The latest was with a Fortran system, which goes back 35 years. You know, it's just one of those things. We can do that.
Thank you very much for the answer to that. We have time for one more question. You talk about building databases. Who owns and hosts this?
That's more Pierre than me.
Yes, I will answer that. Well, who owns the data? It will be you, the customer, of course. Where is this hosted? Well, as we all know today, there's a huge move to go towards cloud hosting. But still, in Europe, even in the US and Canada, we have some ownership proprietary of the data. So that is not an issue. And who hosts? That will depend on the applications, but at Print Group, we can do cloud hosting and we can do on-premise hosting. So that can be very flexible. I'm not sure, Peter, about on your side for Micro Focus, but
yeah, GPAS stores event data. We certainly don't store any personally identifiable data. So we look to the likes of yourselves, Pierre, to provide that data storage in effect. GPAS is a cloud-based service as well.
All right. Anything else to add, Christian, or?
No, well, in the case of digital printing, obviously, once the graphical file to be printed is set, means it includes a variable, and so, well, it's on the machine. But since it's variable, basically, it's refreshed each and every revolution. So actually, there is a kind of storage there, but it doesn't belong to the printer. The printer is just the execution arm of the merge of the data with the graphical part of the artwork, and then it prints. So for me, then it's a bit less relevant than for Pierre and Peter.
Yeah, and I will just hasten to add that from a metadata perspective, of course, we do host all of the relevant metadata associated with a brand and a product, etc.
All right, so we're going to wrap it up here. Obviously, a very interesting topic. We can't get all questions answered at this point, but once again, thank you very much for this engaging and valuable presentation. Continued success and stay healthy, everybody.
Thank you.
And
thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So let's move on to our next one, digital packaging production. Increase profitability with ink and channel saving technology. Now, digital print works with a fixed color set, and colors such as orange, green, and purple are added to the traditional CMYK. Now, conventional printers are also familiar with ECG printing. However, do we always need all colors? Do we always require all colors? Especially in digital printing, the number of color channels as well as the ink consumption have a major impact on costs. Now, what are the possibilities for saving ink and reducing the number of separation channels while keeping the same print quality? And how can the right data preparation ensure maximum efficiency and significantly reduced costs? So I'm pretty sure this is something for all of you out there. We're going to welcome the Senior Product Manager of GMG Color, Victor Acesiero. So Victor, nice to have you.
Hi, Chris. Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello to everyone.
All right, you can start right off, and I'll be back for the Q&A then afterwards.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, as Chris already mentioned, we are looking into the packaging production, specifically with extended color inks, and how we can increase the profitability with these technologies. I think if we look at the market today, which is very diverse, right? So we have a very new technology with high-speed inkjet single pass, predominantly now in the corrugated space, but we have the same in the label space, which have been mature technology as well, just on a smaller scale, right? And then we have other technologies which do use dry toner or liquid toner to print. Generally, I think when we look into packaging, it's about reproducing brand colors as best as possible with a very high accuracy and stable way. If history is any indication, I think then we're gonna see the same aspects in packaging production that we had in analog. That really means it's about shorter runs, faster turnover times, and keeping, let's say, the printer utilization up. So we are basically looking at the OEE, and now all in that we want to save ink or to save channels to have other effects. So if we talk about multicolor, there are many expressions for it. So you can call it expanded gamut printing, ECG, N-color printing, fixed palette. But basically, these technologies try to fulfill the same aim. As we don't have CMYK inks and spot colors that we can plug into the machine, we basically have a fixed ink set to reproduce spot colors as good as possible. And we have all sorts of variations. We have machines that are only CMYK, but have very high pigmented ink. So they have a very good Pantone coverage as well. And then we have, depending on the technology, whether it's UV or UV LED or it's water-based, we then have CMYK orange and violet, orange, green and violet, all these different flavors, which basically puts all the machines out there to a bespoke system, right? They're all slightly different. There's no standard per se. So it's a very challenging environment. But what we want to achieve is really accurate, repeatably, a good match to the actual target at minimal cost and high productivity. And if we take that, then we have to also look at how do we manage that technology in terms of the ink set, right? So everyone knows how to compensate a CMYK print. But if you press match, if you do color management, also from a technology stack and from the calculation side, it's much more challenging. So color matching something on 7 channels, it's definitely bringing it to another level for the operator. But it's the same for the technology stack, right? Computations in 4 colors is way easier and have been for decades in the print industry. But 7 colors, I mean, there is a reason, right, why it took basically 20 years that fixed color printing or hi-fi color ECG got established. So we needed technology to deal with that. And that plays into how do we manage ECG and how can we save ink or remove channels? That is an additional task which we need to focus. So we have a very big printer that took on our product, and that basically they tested it very thoroughly and came to the numbers that we see here. And some of you might resonate with these numbers, say, okay, the engine utilization is 89%, we're going to do that as well. But there might be others that don't achieve that. And there are reasons for that. And also cutting the make ready time at press by 50% or higher, that's like a huge target. It's just if we take that, the print capacity that we get additionally is just mind-boggling, right? So what I want to say here is that it's not only the ink saving piece or the channel reduction piece which contributes to that, to these numbers. It's like the color management system where these functions are embedded and how you can spread the utility of it to optimize the production stream, let's call it. So what do we want to achieve? As said, it's not the only thing that we need ink saving or channel reductions. We need accuracy and repeatability on the engine side. And that might be done with the tools that the manufacturer of the engine provides, right? You can make a linearization and you can set it up, you make a calibration. Sometimes these calibrations and procedures are not that good. So you basically come back, we have tools to calibrate engines, 4-color, 6-color, 7-color, through a device link, which is way more accurate than having one-dimensional curves. Then there's the centralized color server, which has all the profiles to take PDFs, convert them into the destination space, whether it's 4 to 7 colors, provides as well the intelligence for ink saving and channel reduction, and runs the profile also for proofing. So you have a handshake basically that you don't need press time to actually make a press proof. And all of that together combined in the right way leads you to the savings that you want to achieve. So if we look at the presses, and I think conventional is clear, but you want consistency across. Sometimes it's often the case that say, well, I have one press, that's fine, I just need to match that. But at the end, if you leap forward like 4 or 5 years, you're going to have different technologies because you have maybe different applications and you have an inkjet and you have a toner device. So you still want to have a matching, whatever came in, Gracol, PSO, and so on, to be matched independently on an inkjet or on a toner device. And here we already see that we need to treat these engine or print engines differently, just due to the technology, right? So if we take engines which are operated by a click model, it's really not relevant how much ink or toner or liquid toner I use. The relevant piece is really how many channels do I have? And if I reduce channels, then I save click costs. And in some models, I actually have a better print productivity because it reduces the overall time to print one sheet. If I go into inkjet, then it's really the other way around. I don't care about the amount of channels. I just care that I have the least amount of ink. And it's not the same, let's say, challenge as with 4 colors. I have now 7. So the typical GCR type ink saving approach doesn't really work. Specifically also, if you look at the engines, often from a screening piece, black is not really the best screening very often. Sometimes they have very big dots in the 3/4 tones. So that needs to be, let's say, leveled out. We have consulting services for that as well. But at the end, it's the amount of ink per channel that still matches the intent. We don't want to reduce print quality. The only thing that you can sell is the product, the printed product. And that needs to be either matching a reference, which could be a proof, or an analog print as well. That could be in corrugated or flexible packaging or whatever else. So you really want to match the reference and save ink without quality compromises. So if we let's say take the journey of industry segments along the analog to digital transformation, we have some segments like corrugated. They are pretty new to digital. If we take the label space, they're pretty far ahead. So there's a different mentality and also, let's say, maturity model when it comes to printing. And how do we manage the data? So this basically describes a very easy, cumbersome workflow, which we find pretty often as well. So the data comes in, it contains obviously spot colors. It's either G7 or Grackle or ISO-coded. Let's get edited, prepared. We get to the press. We take the press as a proofer because, yeah, you don't need proof. You can use the press. That's the normal talk. And then you realize, oh, the spot color is not matching. So that thing gets back to pre-press. They put in the spot color. Then they have to tweak the spot color. It all takes press time. Then you print and then, oh, do I get an approval? Is that fine? It gets sent out. Adjustments have to be done. I mean, you see, you get the gist of it, right? So it can be very cumbersome. Now you might think, well, it actually doesn't happen like in that consecutive order. And that's totally right. But often with EGG, it's you need to maintain your spot colors, right? So a new spot color get added, you get to the press, you have to iterate it, you have to match it, you have to approve it. Sometimes you take whole libraries and then the iterative piece comes into play. So you iterate spot color libraries to the best match. All that takes press time. Now it's scattered through different time zones, but still it's press time and you can't use the presses for the actual print. And now if you take the, okay, now I want to save channels or I want to save things, it just makes it complicated if you not even can calculate a spot color without iteration. So how should you save ink? So is there an iteration cycle as well? I mean, why should ink saving work without iteration and spot colors? You need some. So it's the technology needs to be very good, and very often ICC just doesn't cut it, right? The technology is not there. So if we go now, let's say on a analog to digital journey a little bit far advanced, they have already digital prints since a couple of years. So they have a workflow system. They have a central color management system, which uses device link profiles. They have the proof set up. They don't do press proofing anymore. They don't fiddle around in the press stage. So then you basically get the data in, the workflow picks it up, it prepares the files, it gets converted. Based on pre-settings, you basically decide whether you want to save ink or you want to save channels, depending on the output device. And then you can set specific thresholds as far how much do you want to reduce ink to not compromise quality. You send out the approval proof, that gets approved, you print, job is done. So now you have these gains with the print utilization, with the make ready reduction, and that all combined with ink saving or channel saving brings you to the savings. And that is now a very easy piece. You get the data, there's spot colors. You would print it in ECG. It could be a single pass inkjet machine. It could be something else. And then it also depends, what does the customer want to pay? Sometimes they just want to pay for CMYK. So you need to have options to actually just calculate CMYK, take the spot colors, convert it into CMYK, print it. That's what he gets. The other one pays for 7 colors. And now you can apply channel reduction algorithms to save a channel, print faster, but still have the same matching quality. So if we take that all together and these numbers, I mean, you can move them up and down. That's just a very easy way. If you take the channel reduction, if you take away a channel on the print, you have less impressions to run, so your job will be done faster. So 25% is like you get from 7 to 5 channels in average. We can be more conservative, but at the end you have a specific print capacity per month, which you have because it's just by the reduction of channels you have that. Now you take that by the impressions, cost per click, and uptime, and then you get to an amount per month that you can sell. Now you can take the same with just make ready reduction. That's a different ROI, but it's an impressive ROI if you think about it, that you have a piece of software that just does. So,
just a quick reminder that you need to come to an end soon, just to let you know.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
So if you stack them up, it's a very high ROI, but there are tangible pieces and less tangible pieces. So you have less complaints, reduced times, and less waste. So it's a very compelling value that you can provide. So here are a little bit of the options. So you see the Pantones, you can decide which strategies do you want to use, how many output inks you want to allow, and what is the strategy to reduce it. Now you have the flexibility to say, okay, take out contaminants, I don't want these inks, and the system automatically in the background calculates the next offer. Also for the tints, it basically matches analog. You can match it with corrugated or flexo or whatever else, or you say just match SCTV, that's fine. So that's done. Everything together really comes to the point, accurate repeatedly, a good match to the reference with minimal cost and high productivity. But it's not only ink saving and channel reduction, it's the overall color management workflow that's integrated in other systems. So that's just another one. We have some upcoming events, just interesting. They are free. You can just join. Happy to take questions now.
All right. Thank you very much, Victor. And we have time for exactly one question and a quick answer. What is the most cost-effective and accurate color management system available at the moment?
There are various systems, right? So we are one that have a color server solution running on device links, but there are 4 or 5 other systems on the market that also operate on a device link level, which have also a very good solution. And from an pricing, it really depends what you want. There are different price ranges from 10 to 30K or more. That depends on the environment.
So obviously, this is also isn't a question that can be answered so simply. Maybe to get in contact with you is the best way, probably, to to learn more about this. And we'd like to thank you once again for joining us, Victor.
Well, welcome. Thank you as well.
And see you again soon.
Thank you. Bye bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you want to know more, get in contact with Victor Aceciero. So let's move on to our next one, making sustainability in packaging a reality today. And there are many ways to reduce waste across the entire supply chain to lessen the environmental impact of packaging. In labels, in flexible packaging, folding, carton, and corrugated, BOPST offers a host of new solutions that can have a positive impact on sustainability. So you can discover now how BOPST on the one side reduces waste significantly and increases recyclability. And these aren't topics for tomorrow, okay? Now, BOPST has many innovative solutions that can make a positive impact already today without changing the current workflow. Let's hear more about it with the help of the Marketing and Communication Manager at BOPST, François Martin. François, nice to have you.
So thank you for the introduction. And I am keen at presenting to you what you said, solutions that are available today. So I will be sharing my screen and presenting right now. So thank you very much for all of you joining that session. What you see is a very short presentation of 20 minutes. And of course, we are available to answer all your questions after and in separated discussions. So making sustainability in packaging a reality today. My name is François Martin, so working for Bobst. And what are we going to talk about? We are going to talk about a very important topic because packaging production needs to be more sustainable. I mean, over the last few days during the virtual Drupa, many presenters talked about sustainability and the importance. Yesterday, we had a speaker that made even a dramatic presentation telling us that if we don't change the way we produce goods, we are going to be in a pretty big, pretty complicated situation, and we need to make changes. And of course, there will be new innovations coming in the future, for sure, but existing solutions of today can make a big difference. And what I want you listening, if you are brand owners, converters, or even consumers, you don't have any conflicting interests. You need to talk more together, and you need to start to think in collaborative solutions. So let's go into the presentation. The planet awareness, the waste reduction, I don't want to talk about it because you know, and it's very sensitive. Plastic, it's 40% produced in packaging. From all the plastics produced every year, 40% comes from packaging, and this is a lot. E-commerce, this is going to continue to grow massively, and this is also generating waste in bracket if not managed properly. At the bottom, you see a lot of big brands having made claims that they will want to improve the recyclability. They have made claims, but now we need to help them to make it happen. And this is something that everyone has to work on together. So what are the trends shaping the future of packaging productions? Everyone is talking about having a more agile supply chain, and that makes sense. E-commerce, I just mentioned it, 14% growth almost every year. 14 is quite a lot. Safety and security, track and trace. This is even more important in the current circumstances, and this is growing. Automation, artificial intelligence to make things better with fact-based decisions. This is also part of the future of packaging production. New regulations, and I expect personally many more very tough decisions to be made by governments to be banning some products. And then finally, sustainability. But all these things, what do they have in common? It is to generate less waste. This is really the most important point that everyone has in mind, because we need to be honest with ourselves. Packaging, if not done properly, is generating too much waste. And we have ways to make packaging better. And I want now to talk to you through 4 solutions that you can deploy today. Recyclable substrates, that's probably the most obvious one in everyone's mind. It's very popular these days. Water-based inks and how to use ink in a better way. It was mentioned by the previous speaker from GMG. And you have really solutions there. And then last, quality control. Quality control, in my view, is underused, and it is a fantastic way to deploy to reduce waste. So let's go through the first one, recyclable substrates. What are we talking about? We have now, to address the flexible packaging challenges, we have 3 options. To go to monomaterial, to move plastic to paper, but not everything can be moved to paper, and then to move plastic to bio-compostable, biodegradable substrates. But again, not everything will move to bio in the coming 5 years. After, probably, but in the meantime, we need to work on monomaterial. So monomaterial, it is important to look at them. BOBST is part of the Circular Economy for Flexible Packaging, the CFLEX Association. And we want to provide solutions that you can buy today. We have developed them with partners, and I want to present them to you super quickly. So what are we talking about with recyclable substrates? We are talking about replacing existing materials using 3 layers of mixed material by only 2 of the same material. That's what we call monomaterial. And depending on what you want to achieve, if you want to do a metallized polyester replacement, or if you want to do a foil replacement, we have different solutions, but this is possible. So here what you have, it is 3 different substrates, a PE, a PET, another PET with metallization in the middle. What we can do now is to move from 3 layers to 2 monomaterials with a BOPP on both sides with a barrier adhesive and an aluminum metallization. And this is making your package to be recyclable. So this is for metallized polyester replacement. If you want to go for foil replacement, because foil are creating waste and they are also requiring 2 different substrates, a PE at the bottom, a PET on the top. So you can move to a BOPP again, and then you will put an aluminum oxide as a barrier and then an adhesive. And that will make that type of 2 layers monomaterial, that type of flexible packaging recyclable. So that's in short what can be done, and this is available today. So monomaterial is not for tomorrow. Moving to paper fiber-based packaging, some brands have already started, like the Nesquik and Yes from Nestle. And this is going to accelerate. And this is also where some decisions can be made. Today, you have flexible packages that are used simply because it is cheap and convenient, but it is absolutely possible to move away from plastic. So for the ones listening, some brand owners, some retailers, you need to make decisions with sustainability in mind. Some of the goods, the way they are packed today, is a nonsense. I'm sorry to say that, but this is the reality. And as citizens of planet Earth, we need to make decisions to be less polluting. And then finally, biodegradable substrates. A lot is possible. Of course, in some cases, it is a little bit more expensive, but a lot of consumers will not mind to pay 2 cents, 3 cents more on a $1 or €1 product just to have it better packed. So that's solutions that we can deploy, and we can do it with partners. This is not something that BOBST is working on solo. We are working with many, many partners, and you can recognize some of their logos on that page. We have solutions. You can contact us. We can make it happen. And this is a question of making decisions and being committed. So another way to reduce waste is water-based inks and ink management. So extended color gamut, I hope you know what it is, because this is fundamental to reduce waste, because you don't need to mix inks anymore. You don't need to have ink stored, different type of colors for your different clients. You can take the 4 based colors, CMYK, and you can already achieve 65% of the Pantone. If you go to additional 3 colors, 7 in total, you can go to more than 90% of all the Pantone colors. And it can be done in digital printing, in inline flexo, CI flexo, it can be done in gravure, and it can be done in flexo post-print for corrugated production, as an example. And by doing that, you are going to reduce waste, reduce cost, you will remove errors, you will deliver great color consistency for a better customer satisfaction. And it will also increase your profitability. So please move to one extended color gamut with Bobst solutions, it works. Now, water-based inks. Water-based inks are also possible in gravure, in flexible packaging. In the near future, we will have them also in digital printing. But for the time being, in gravure and flexible packaging, yes, you can deploy water-based technology. It is going to reduce the amount of solvent that you are using. It has great scratch resistance. And some of you think that water-based is slow. That's absolutely not true. In flexible packaging, you can print up to 500 linear meter a minute using water-based inks. So that's also directions you need to investigate. Another one, and that one is not about technology, it's about having good common sense. So if you look at these examples, this is the amount of ink that you put on a substrate. And let's be clear, ink is waste. So on the top left, you see an existing design with a lot of pink. And then at the bottom, this is the exact same one with some new design in the way you apply color management, color design. And by doing that, you save almost 50% of the ink amount in coverage. The example on the right for an orange juice, this is the same. By just changing the design and even make it more readable, you save 23% of the ink amount. Now, ink density, it's another way. Look at that example. And GMG was mentioning it a bit before myself today. On the left, it is 4 colors, 100%, 120% ink density. On the right, you print the same job, but only with 3 colors. You will have 83% ink density. It looks the same. And for packing beer, as an example, as what this is what you see, it's really good enough. And by doing that, you will also reduce the amount of ink on the substrate and the waste. And then if you look now at the future, I took on purpose a big brand, the famous Kellogg's that everybody knows since centuries. They have in 2019 introduced a new collection, increasing their brand loyalty, also reducing their cost. But if you think ahead, at the bottom, this is how they could do it, reducing the amount of ink on substrate and having a kind of minimalist, but still very effective type of packaging. So if brand designers are listening to me today, you can contribute a lot in reducing the environmental impact by designing the right way. So let's move to the last topic of my presentation, quality control. This is fundamental. Why, where do we generate waste? Product damages for the consumers are generating waste. Like if you get your box and then the box is not solid enough, the goods are damaged, waste. Poor packaging quality received by the packers, and then the packing line is stuck, it is generating waste. Poor packaging quality received by the retailers, the carton is not solid enough, the flexible packaging is not robust enough, it is going to create issues in the shops. Then mistakes in the packages produced for the brands, it is also generating waste because you have to redo it again if something is wrong on the box. So waste, 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 how to prevent it? So at Bobst, we have solutions that we call one inspection, and the one inspection enables waste reduction in different type of applications. Here you see Bobst AccuCheck for folding carton. I'm not going to go into the details, but it gives you the ability to control errors in printing, errors in registrations, errors in imperfections, integrity of the carton if it is damaged, and embellishment as well. So these solutions are fully embedded into the folder gluer as an example, and it will help you to automatically eject the wrong boxes, the wrong folding carton packages. And by doing that, you will reduce the amount of waste throughout the entire packaging production chain. Now, if you are in flexible packaging, in corrugated boards, but also in folding carton, you can deploy the famous digital inspection table. That's part of the one inspection portfolio that we are offering to reduce waste. It will help you to reduce human errors, to reduce expensive recalls. And this is a commitment for zero fault, zero claims, less waste. And these solutions are available today for flexible packaging, folding carton, and corrugated. So in summary, sustainability, it is not for tomorrow, it has to be addressed, and packaging production can be much more sustainable. So I just highlighted a few directions that you need to investigate. Recent innovations make a big difference, moving from plastic to carton, producing more recyclable plastics. Plastic has a future, is produced properly. You can certainly consume far less ink by designing properly, by producing with extended color gamut. And then with quality control system, you can have far less errors, recalls, and waste throughout the production of packaging. So this is all possible, and it can be done if you make decisions. So the ball is clearly in your camp. Technologies exist. Bobst, as a supplier of packaging for more than 130 years, in packaging machinery, we have done some homework, and now we give it to you. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have questions, feel free to reach out or to contact myself.
All right, thank you very much, Francois. And you just said it, you've done your homework, obviously, with 130 years of experience. You guys know what you're doing, that is for sure. Now back to the drawing board, because if these new technologies are as good as you say, why aren't they spread more?
That's in fact the good question. And in fact, some customers don't know that is existing. So we are using the virtual Drupa to spread out the word. And then for the ones who know, they are a little bit shy and they want to be reassured all the time. And what we want to tell them it is that all of this can be done with 100% satisfaction. So we need to all make decisions. We are all too scared about making changes, and this is what is preventing solutions from being developed faster.
All right, thank you very much for this answer. Looking at the time, we have to cut it here, but we'd like to thank you once again. Is Bobst, are you exhibiting here in the exhibition area also? Are you somewhere else where we can see you here at the virtual Drupa?
Absolutely, we are exhibiting, and all the solutions I was talking about, you can see them.
Perfect.
On the exhibition of Drupa that we are proud to be joining.
So make use of that, ladies and gentlemen. Go visit Bobst. And thank you very much for joining us, Francois. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of virtual Drupa.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a quick break once again. And this might be the ideal time to go check out what Bobst has to offer, or any of our other exhibitors. Once again, check out the exhibition area, schedule an appointment with one of our experts, for example, generate leads. You know, there's so much to explore, so much to experience. And once again, you have 15 minutes now, 12 to be exact, before we start with our next session. So enjoy your break, and I'll see you again then.
welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagements and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Welcome to Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. Hey, we embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies. Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go.
Okay, now listen to you one more time. We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town.
I hope you enjoyed this short break, and I hope you were also able to hear the Drupa song titled Embrace the Future by B.B. Thomas and Mr. Falk. And yeah, we're going to jump right into our next session now. Welcome, first of all, to Stream 2 here at Virtual Drupa 2021. Today, everything is about platform economy, and you're in for a real treat now. We want to start our roundtable discussion on sustainability in packaging and dominating the political agenda. It doesn't matter where you turn on the news. In almost all regions, environmental targets for sustainable climate protection are on the rise. And our industry is aware of its task and is already implementing innovative technologies today. Now, the packaging market is growing continuously, not least because of the current situation. I think I'm contributing to that myself. I don't know how much I ordered in the last year. Label and packaging printing have proven to be system relevant. Yes, they are. So the question is, how does the future of packaging look like, and what should be the next step for our industry? So let's get answers to these questions from top-class international participants from the industry. And to start it off, we are more than honored to have the Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs from Italy with us for a welcoming address. So hello and welcome, the Honorary Manlio Di Stefano.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real honor for me to be here today. I'm delighted to open this seminar in the context of the Drupa Digital. First of all, let me thank both Achimga and VDMA for their contribution to today's agenda and Drupa for hosting us. I would also like to thank all the companies and stakeholders that are following the event through online broadcast. This is indeed a special occasion as we are launching a new project involving Italy and Germany trade fair systems and productive sectors. Trade fairs are key drivers of domestic growth and international trade, and Italy and Germany are the most important fairs industries in Europe and among the first at the global level. Since the beginning of the pandemic, both the Italian and German governments firmly supported the trade fair industry with economic, financial, and promotional measures in order to recover and overcome the negative effect of the crisis. We consider the trade fair system as a priority for our economies, and for this reason, trade fairs are a pillar of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation national strategy to boost and recover the Italian economy through internationalization, the so-called Patto per l'Export, the Pact for Export. We are all working hard to help our exhibitors, organizers, service companies, and all actors involved in the exhibition system. And I'm confident that we will be soon able to restart scheduling in-presence events. Starting from next June 15, Italy will restart. Our common goal is to preserve and improve our records, and to this aim, we firmly believe that a cooperative approach between Italy and Germany will be of great impact and significance. To this end, I co-signed a letter with my German colleague at the Ministry of Economic and Energy, Ulrich Nussbaum, addressed to our trade fair associations, namely IFI and CFI for Italy and WAMA for Germany. The goal of the letter is to foster cooperation in the sector and to promote win-win strategies in order to strengthen our common European position in the global exhibition market. I'm pleased to tell you that the Italian trade fair associations gave me a very positive feedback to this initiative, and they are willing to undertake new forms of collaboration with their German partners. In this context, with the project of bilateral sectorial meetings for Italian and German affairs and associations, we envisage making some of our trade fairs as privileged fora of bilateral dialogue between Italian and German industries. To encourage such partnership, we will facilitate the organization of seminars, meetings, and other joint initiatives during Italian and German fairs dedicated to similar sectors. I wish to congratulate with Achimga on the Italian side and VDMA and Drupa on the German one as representatives of printing and converting machineries industry, which is the first sector involved in the project. We started with the printing and converting sector for three main reasons. First, because the global prospects for this sector are positive, as both Germany and Italy rank among the top 3 exporters in the world. Second, because of the know-how and reliability of all Italian and German project partners involved, Acimga, Drupa, VDMA, and the printing and converting community are extremely dynamic, proactive, and open to share experiences, ideas, and solutions as they will show us today. And third, because this industry combines technological innovation skills with a vision on global challenges, such as sustainability, which is on top of domestic and international political agenda. To conclude, I want to underline that last February, the Italian government created the new Ministry for Ecological Transition, which has among its crucial tasks the direction of all national policies under a systemic vision of ecological transition. Moreover, on a global level, since December 1st, 2020, Italy holds the presidency of the G20, focusing on people, planet, and prosperity, and the co-presidency of the 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference, the COP26. For all these reasons, we fully support the organization of today's seminar, where Italian and German experts will discuss with a comprehensive approach about how the printing industry is willing to adapt productivity of packaging industry with the new global sustainable agenda. At the same time, we have already scheduled our next bilateral sectorial meeting in June on the occasion of Print for All Conference Future Factory, organized by the Italian association Acimga. I hope to meet you in the virtual context of Future Factory next June, and then finally looking forward to meet you again in person during the Print for All 2022 edition in Milan. Thank you for your attention, and I wish all of you a good and fruitful discussion on the topic of sustainability, which represents our common future from all points of view. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Manlio Di Stefano, thank you. We see some applause here, and I'm pretty sure people in front of their screens right now are applauding also, because that sounds just absolutely fantastic. It sounds great, very promising for the future. I mean, I know Germany and Italy, we have a great history together, and I'm sure we're going to have a great future also. So thank you very much for starting this off. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to hand over to the actual host for this session, the Managing Director of the VDMA, Dr. Markus Hering. Dr. Hering, great to have you. And after hearing this from Mr. Di Stefano, I think we can, I'm definitely looking forward to this session and very keen on hearing what you guys have to say. So I'm going to hand it over to you, and I'll see you again later.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you also to Undersecretary of State, Di Stefano. Thank you for the introduction. It was really an excellent idea, an excellent initiative. We appreciate that very much, that we can do this today. If we speak about printing and the printing industry, we speak about a lot of different technologies. We have flexo printing, we have offset printing, we have gravure printing, for example, we have inkjet printing, and so on. We speak about a lot of different applications and sectors, commercial printing, book printing, newspaper printing, for example, and we speak about packaging printing and packaging production. And as you have heard, this is one of the growing sectors for our industry. This is one side of the coin, and the other side of the coin is, as you have heard into the introduction, worldwide sustainability and sustainable production and use of packaging materials is the other side of the coin. And we would like to discuss both sides a little bit today within our group, and therefore it's a pleasure to me to welcome our guests for the panel. And I would like to start with Mr. Andrea Briganti. He is the General Manager of Acimga. He was appointed to be the General Manager of this association in 2015. Acimga is the association of the Italian manufacturer of machinery for graphic, paper, and converting. And also, in addition to that, in 2019, he was appointed to be General Manager of Federazione Carta e Grafica. This is a little bit the vertical structure of our industry. The next one on the panel is Klaus Bolzer-Schünemann. As you may know, he is still the president of Drupa. And in addition to that, he has been the the general manager or the CEO of Koenig & Bauer until end of last year. He worked for more than 30 years for Koenig & Bauer, and he's very well known in our industry as a representative of the machine makers. The next one on the panel is Uwe Mellicher. He started in 2020, so last year, a new business with a strong focus on sustainability. It's the Mellicher Brothers, and brothers therefore stands for brothers and sisters. He's also part of the Red Dot jury and jury member of the Penta Awards. And in addition to that, since 2018, he is president of the European Brand and Packaging Design Association, EPDA. The next guest for our panel is Dr. Aldo Peretti. He is, as you have heard before, he is the general manager and CEO, president of the Uteco Group. And in addition to that, Mr. Peretti is also the current president of Achimga. And last but not least, the guest for our panel is Mr. Moritz Steinle. He is working for Ritter Sport. Ritter Sport is a brand, a German brand, producing chocolate. Square design, maybe you have seen that before. Since 4 years, he's part of the Ritter Sport packaging team and an important link between internal and external needs, as well as between departments such as production, logistics, marketing, communication within the company. He was mainly responsible in the development of the first Ritter Sport paper pouch packaging for the product group of Minis. This was made by renewable resources and can be recycled in a value stream. So I guess he is the right man if we speak about sustainability and packaging, especially from the position of Ritter Sports. So I would like to start the panel with the first question. And for the introduction, I would like to ask all of you, and I would like to start with Andrea, to tell us how important is packaging and packaging production for your association. What is the association view on this sector? Please, Andrea.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you all. I would like just few words before talking about packaging and sustainability on that, because I would like to underline the good work, the good strategy, and the perfect execution for the moment about the cooperation between Italy and Germany. And thank you very much to Mr. Di Stefano to be involved, Achimga and Faudema and Drupa, to be involved in this first practical approach to a vice versa, to a round table for conventions and trade fairs. As Achimga, we organize Print for All. So we are trade fair organizer with Fiera Milano. And so this kind of approach is absolutely useful for us, not only as association, as well as trade fair organizer. And I think this is useful almost all for the companies, because on that they can create a community, a content community basing on different topics evolving on these meetings. The first one of today is sustainability packaging. So the approach of Achimga, Achimga is the Italian Association of Printing and Converting Machinery Manufacturers, as Marcus said. We are part of Federazione Cartagrafica, which is the first federation of the entire supply chain, representing paper producers as well, converters and printers. So our approach is a supply chain approach. We move from a segment approach to a supply chain approach regarding packaging, because we think that we have to start from the final consumer, and from the approach of a circular economic approach. That's the reason why we created this federation 3 years ago. Now, for the moment, I'm the general manager of that too. And our vision, Light to the Packaging, is Light to the Sustainability is focusing on materials. What we are approaching is to find out not only paper, which is naturally sustainable, but to find solutions, not only technical, but in order of rule and regulation with the Italian government, with the European level government, to keep materials safer and safer for distribution and for the impact of sustainability. So we are working on sustainability as impact in environmental, social, and balance sheet, so economical one. That's the packaging for us.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to hand over to the next one, Mr. Bolzer-Schünemann. How important is the packaging topic for Koenig & Bauer as a company, as a manufacturer?
Well, Dr. Hering, easy question, long answer. Packaging is essential for Koenig & Bauer. Starting a long time ago as a media printing company with telephone books, directories, newspaper, this is almost a thing of the past. So the core business today, about 80% is packaging. In almost any technical solutions which are present today, no matter if it's flexo, if it's offset, if it's on film, on folding carton, on corrugated, on metal, on glass, really doesn't make any difference. So it's packaging is for the survival and also for the future of the company essential. And I think in general, packaging for all of us, for the whole printing industry, is a good sector to be in. Since the world's population is growing, shipments are growing, not only during COVID times. COVID time will hopefully be over soon. But packaging is a must for protection, for whatsoever. We all know this, and therefore I think it is very wise for our industry to focus also in the future on packaging, as not all of us did in the past.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Mellicher, representing a European Association for Packaging Design. So it seems to be simple that packaging must be for you very important for the Packaging Design Association, but maybe you can give us some informations beyond.
Yes, thank you very much, Markus. It's part of our name, so yes, it is absolutely important for us. We see ourselves as the beating heart of the business, also from an emotional point of view, and our agencies come from all across Europe. For us, it's a major touch point for brands with the customer. And we as designers can contribute a lot to this discussion and for this developments. For instance, we can translate the innovations from the industry into concepts that add value for the customer. So just think of the great opportunities in digital packaging production. We have a great freedom, but I sometimes miss out the creative power. So using these options, we designers, we have to dive deeper into technology to understand what is possible. The engineers have to be like open-minded and support that, and we also have to have brave brand owners to let that make this happen. So most of all, we all need to cooperate and we have to work together. That's my main message.
Thank you. Before coming to such brave brand owner, I would like to invite Mr. Peretti from Utego. So again, a machine manufacturer producing printing machines. What is your company view on packaging and how important is that for you?
What can I add to the message of my colleagues? For us, packaging is everything. We have more than 3,000 machines installed worldwide in 100 countries, flex or road to digital, coating, laminating. And so for us, following the trend of packaging is a question of survival, growth, and leadership. What I can add to the concept that you have already very well synthesized is that in this continuous innovation trend, we have to work strictly in contact with the final user. I mean, the big brand owners of food and beverage and healthcare and pharma, and all the other stakeholder and technological partners as, let me say, suppliers, university, institution, association, we are member of CEFLEX. We must work together for the development of packaging and for all the new challenges, especially in terms of sustainability. Also in terms of internal organization of the company, of corporate social responsibility, and so on.
Thank you, Mr. Peretti. And now I would like to come to the brand owner representing Rittersport, producing chocolate. And therefore the question: how important is the packaging issue for a brand owner who is producing a material like chocolate?
Yeah, Mr. Herring, thank you very much for this introduction. Yeah, and first of all, I feel honored to speak here and at the round table and to represent Rittersport as a brand. So packaging always played an important role in the history of Rittersport's chocolate bars, which influenced essentially the Rittersport's identity over the years. The iconic square format and the colorful packaging, as you can see behind me, influenced the Rittersport's identity. As a family-owned company, we think in generations and align our work in that way to leave an environment behind which is worth living in. Part of this sustainable management entails further development for packaging, as we have done on several occasions in the course of our history. In times of increasing pollution of the oceans by too much plastic, we want to make our contribution towards reducing this. Therefore, packaging became one of our 4 strategic pillars in the sport's mission to do the right thing and create really good chocolate. And for the packaging, that means that our goal is to use packaging made from renewable resources and which are in harmony with man and nature and can be recycled as valuable materials in streams. And I'm completely okay also that we have to work together. That's this part we can just do together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steinle. So in the first round, we discussed a little bit about the importance of packaging for the different guests on our panel, for the machine makers, for the designers, the brand owners. Also for the association, I can point out for VDMA, it's the sister association of Achimgar, as you may know. We see that packaging, especially in the field of printing, is a worldwide growing sector. In all markets, doesn't matter if you speak about well-developed markets or emerging markets. It's growing everywhere with different materials, as you have heard. And therefore, it's especially for the printing industries, offers a lot of perspectives and opportunities for the future. So therefore, printing for VDMA is a very important sector and very important part of our industry. But I also would like to know a little bit about your personal relation, a personal view to packaging. I would like to start with my view. On one side, I'm always fascinated when I'm traveling around. It was unfortunately just possible until COVID starts. But when I at that time traveled around the world, I see a lot of perfect packaging, luxury products in the airports. And I'm really fascinated what is possible with printing, structure, glossy and fancy products. And on the other side, when I'm at home with my family, I see the big volume of packaging material, what I can't use anymore and what I have for disposal, packing to a waste bin. So therefore, I would like to know, and I would like to start with Mr. Bolzer-Schünemann, what is your personal view on packaging, and what do you see? How do you see this as a human being?
Well, first of all, a good packaging is a sales tool, no question. Packaging is essential for many, how can I say, needs a product has, if it's for protection, if it's for transportation, for storage, whatsoever. On the other hand, yes, you're right, we are producing a massive amount of waste. I think this is partly due to not enough intelligence used, no matter if it's people or computers. If you nowadays order something which is fairly small, the package you receive or the air which is transported, huge boxes. I think there's a lot of work to do, not only from the senders themselves, but also for the producers of packages, of boxes, as well as the designers, of course, to do as little packaging as possible, maybe even shipment ready. Just for an example, if you order, I don't know, a toaster, that the box of the toaster is capable to be transported by a mail system, and to avoid that you need a double or triple or sometimes even a quadruple packaging. This, I think, would be really nice. Personally, what I do not like too much is the endless and not quite often not very qualified discussions regarding the materials, because there are extremely good materials, no matter if it's metal, if it's glass, if it's film, if it's paper, if it's cardboard. They all have their ups and their downs, no question. And I think we don't have a smart packaging yet, which you can fully compose in your backyard, because the package itself does not know if the durability has to be 1 week or 1 year. There's a lot of work to do in the future, and as all the other members today already said, we need a very, very close working together between not only engineers, but also biological laboratories, universities, designers, and so on, to improve packaging regarding the volume and also regarding the reusability.
Thank you. You mentioned twice the designers, that they are also play an important role. So I would like to pick this up and hand over to Uwe. From the point of view as designer, you must have a different view on packaging than a machine manufacturer has, or?
Maybe, maybe, yes. Well, actually, I can just underline what Klaus already said. And well, if you ask me, I'm really a packaging evangelist, a maniac, and I'm collecting whatever I can get hold of, like even old examples of really cool packages. Some things have been already there. And I think we're at a turning point. We have to redefine the criteria for packaging, and that can't be done overall, but we have to look into special projects and define the criteria for the consumer, for logistics, for retail, for the brands, and then we need to define and tailor it accordingly. So it's like moving into a new home. First, you decide for the size of the home, then the floor plan, the material. If you have a house in Bali, you need a lighter construction than for Ireland, let's say, then you take some good stuff with you. You leave out something if you want to get more sustainable in this, leave things behind. And last, at very last, you paint the facade in green, but that's the last thing to do.
Okay, thanks, Uwe. Mr. Peretti, your personal point of view to packaging.
Okay, 2 points. I don't want to repeat again the importance of packaging in terms of design, protection of the food, and so on. I just would like to emphasize the social impact of packaging. If we consider, just for an example, that in India, 1.5 billion people, only 60–70% of the people are using now, consuming packed and protected safe food. You understand what is the very importance of this business for the future of the world, more than automotive, electronics, and so on. So I think that the social impact of packaging is very important. On the other hand, we must defend packaging from the, let me say, passing, but now restarting adverse media campaigns denigrating plastic and film packaging. We must defend the social function of packaging for the future of our life, of our work, of our families, and so on. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peretti. Really important aspects what you mentioned. I would like to hand over to Moritz Steinle from Retail Sport. What is your personal view on packaging? Of course, it's for chocolate a must, for transporting it, for selling it, but how do you see the packaging part?
Yeah, thank you first of all to Uwe to show our new packaging design. It's essential. It's one of the key elements for us from a brand perspective, and because it's the first touch point with the consumer. The actual packaging we have the last 30 years, and now we are in front of a new packaging generation. Packaging, as all my colleagues said before, has to fulfill many different functions to preserve the product's high quality. But at the same time, for us as a brand, it's a very complex topic, and it's very challenging to communicate in a transparent way to our consumers because it's so hard and so complex. That makes it hard. But at the same time, the industry, the politics, as well as the consumer should be aware of their role for the packaging and handle and treat packaging as a valuable material and not only as waste. I think there are some good starting points at the moment, but they should be forwarded. And from my perspective, we are on the right way, but it's a long way to go.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. And I would like to give Andrea Briganti also the opportunity and the chance to give his position on packaging.
Yes, yes, thank you. Very short. Packaging is everything. Packaging is a cross-cultural functioning items on every kind of products. So is for information, for safe food, not only food, is for everything else, is printed out. So the importance of printing, of package printing, the importance of the supply chain, but the importance of the sustainability for the end of waste, because this is the real point. Material, as Mr. Schunemann said, that we have to make a cross-cultural team to let packaging better than and more sustainable than now. And we have to focus very well the end of waste. In Italy, we use 80% of the recycled taxes in the packaging sector. The market share of the recycled packaging is 80% in 2020 because we have a consortium. Its main name is CONAI that keep the packaging and the waste bin differentiated, and we are proud of this system. The focus, in my mind, is the end of waste, and in the end of waste, you have to think to materials, you have to think to the technology platform, you have to think to the idea of the function of the packaging for that.
Thank you, Andrea. I would like to underline what you said, that we must come to a reuse of the materials. That means we have to switch from a inline procedure to a circular economy to make the reuse real. And of course, that means, as Moritz Steinle said, therefore we need everybody who is part of this circle. That means we need industry producing that. We need the designers to make that possible, that the reuse is possible. We need the brand owners, they must take the right decisions. We need the users, they are part to bring the material back for reuse. And we need also the officials, and that brings me to the Green Deal of the European Union. And we see that the circular economy and the reuse of plastic is becoming more and more important, and we have still a couple of years to do that and to bring the industry a little bit ahead. And that brings me to the next question. What are the main tasks for the industry in the field of packaging, what you see, especially in the sustainable area? As you said before, we have to change it a little bit, but what can we do? What can be the first steps to bring that ahead. And maybe also you can take the point a little bit looking to the different materials. If we now, we have a strong discussion about plastic and the use of plastic. Yesterday, I see again the figure that a little bit less than 50% of the produced worldwide plastic is used for packaging. So there is a strong connection between plastics and packaging. How do you see that? What should be the first step and where we should go in this area? I would like to start with Uwe, please.
Thank you. That's a good topic. I mean, plastic isn't bad as such, but it needs to be brought back into the circle. So circular economy is key to me and for us, and we have to connect the chain to make a circle out of it. So the material flow needs to be defined. We need defined materials so that we can also identify them at the end of their life. And have a more sustainable production. And I think Moritz can really give us the best examples for that, for the plastic packaging as well as for the new renewable materials they are using.
Okay, before coming to Moritz, I would like to give Mr. Peretti the possibility to tell us how he sees that.
But let's say, talking about packaging, okay. What can I say? It's very important, the continuous development of materials and processes. I just mentioned finer plastic layers from multi to monomaterials, the choice of recycled and biodegradables, polymers, and so on. This is the technicality that has to be developed with the final user. We work with both the brand owners, but also some partner as Novamont to develop and to study the printability of this material. But please remember that sustainability, it's a bigger meaning for the industry. It means a global mindset change and impact in the internal processes, digitalization, industry 4.0, lean, and so on. And then as a corporate social responsibility, you know how is important the ethics behind sustainability. It means the relationship with stakeholders, with the personnel, as a benefit to the community. So I see that sustainability has a huge impact on the industry, not only of packaging, but of all the industry in the world.
Thank you. I would like to come to Moritz. Uwe mentioned before, you will be able to tell us a little bit about the Rittersport position, the different materials, plastic versus fiber-based or paper-based materials. How you see that? What should be the next step? What are the tasks for the industry in this field?
Yeah, first of all, I would emphasize that we have our actual PP material since the early 1990s. And it was already there, fully recyclable, but the streams were perhaps not established. And now we still have the same film, which is now already for the plastic industry a very good solution. So we're quite happy with our OPP structure. But we saw, okay, on a worldwide scale, the infrastructure of recycling is not that established as we have in Germany. So and now, as I said before, we want to have material from renewable resources and renewable material which can be recycled, best recycled in a worldwide scale. And the paper is for us a good solution, which is well known in the industries and also as a good recyclable material. That's why we switched to our mission to switch all our packaging by 2025 to paper-based material because of the good recyclability, not only in Germany. But I know there are on both industries, the plastic industry and the paper industry, some consortiums, the C-Flex for the plastic packaging and the CEPI for the paper industry. They, in my opinion, there are good approaches. Everybody has his tasks to solve, but they should work also. You have to consider them. Sorry, I lost. They should not be considered and not behave like contrary competitors, but as two equivalent industries who could complement each other. So that's my point of view.
Yeah, I guess it's a good point. A little bit looking beyond your own business and see what the others are doing. And Andrea, what do you think from the point of view as a CHIMGA? What are the tasks for the industries, especially in the sustainable sector?
Yes, the tasks are the circular economy. Is the end of waste, as I told before, as Mr. Peretti said when he talked about the social impact and the importance of social impact of the packaging and the environmental impact are the main tasks and circular economy for the future. I agree a lot with Moritz Stanley too when he say that every kind of material has its own tasks, but at least the final target is to keep the packaging and materials not only safer but recyclable, and that's the main target, I think.
Thank you, Andrea. Mr. Bolzer-Schünemann, last participant in this round.
I'll try to do this very quickly. There are excellent materials to recycle. Think of aluminum. About 98% in Germany is recycled in aluminum. Beverage cans, fantastic. Mr. Peretti mentioned the monomaterials. I think this is essential for the film and plastic industry. This is one of the biggest problems regarding recyclability, that there are massive different materials used in a regular bottle without doing any commercial. But there's a shrink film and there's a PET bottle and maybe a PP cap. This is difficult, and there is paper excellent because the paper fiber, no matter whether it's newspaper, a folding carton, a corrugated board, it's always the same material and therefore fairly simple to recycle. And I think especially in the plastics or film industry, monomaterial would be brilliant. And all I can say is don't wait for politicians. The EU had a law to standardize the chargers for mobile phones. And I think there are no more variances in chargers for mobile phones. I heard the number that 225 billion charging devices are floating around the world nobody really needs. So I think our industry, we have to really push this forward and never forget the end user. I think he's also essential, that the awareness of the end user that he would like to recycle and knows how is extremely important. We don't have to look only at Germany. This was a very good comment. There are many huge countries in the world where recycling is almost an unknown word, and therefore we should not only look what is technically feasible. It is much more important what the public is really willing to, how can I say, to not to demonstrate, but to really work on recycling.
Thank you. I would like to add a few words about that position or that point, the perspective of VDMA. I guess it's important that if we speak about sustainability and circular economy and reuse of materials, that we looking a little bit, as I say in German, behind the fence. So looking what the others are doing. What is the thinking and the knowledge of designers, of brand owners? We start right now a discussion with the recyclers. What are their problems if they would like to recycle packaging materials? And we would like to explain them why we're producing products in a different way, to make the perspective open for them to understand why it is as it is. And I guess this is also part of a solution that we all have to come together, including the ink industry, the printers, the brand owners, also the traders, the logistics, because packaging is important for logistics, and so on. And then we have to work together as a joint community to find a solution. And that brings me, I guess it will be the last point of our discussion today. That brings me a little bit to the future. Simple and small question. What is the future of packaging, or how will the future of packaging look like? What do you think? What can we expect? Still a growth in packaging, a change of materials a little bit from one to the other, or what do you think? I would like to start with Mr. Peretti.
Well, what I can say, you know, there are different trends, and we have all mentioned all these points. I agree with Mr. Schönemann regarding the concept of multi or monomaterials. You know, the choice of recycled and biodegradable polymers, which is linked to the circular economy, reduce, recycle, replace, and so on. So I think that in terms of packaging industry, the biggest challenge we have is to drive proactively and not to be passive in this global worldwide trend to sustainability. I mean, major transformation for sustainability of packaging is something very big. It works in economy, industry, social, and so on. We have not to wait just the legislation future trends at European level with the different government, because they don't know what are the technology trends and needs and possibility of developments, and they just can't follow media pressure. So I think that we must, first of all together as a community, to define what could be the trends. We have already mentioned them now, and then together to make a global also media action to the market, to the world, to all the mass media, in order to convince all the community that this development that we are making in our companies is the right direction to follow, and not just following, let me say, some crazy demands of moments of the media pressure, instead of based on technological aspects as the material developments and so on.
Thank you, Mr. Peretti. Moritz, what do you think will the future of packaging be? Will it be still growing? Will it be still as important as today? Will it maybe more important, or will it be completely disappear from the market? I can't believe, but could be. What do you expect? What is the future?
No, it won't disappear. I think packaging is very, very important, as we said before, and it's really essential for so much functions. And I'm totally okay with the idea of circular economy. So it's very important, and I hope that the industry, together with the brands, can transform this idea of circular economy in the whole packaging supply chain in various applications. I think it's in flexible paper, or in paper industry, or in the plastic industry. They all have their good approach, and I think they, they should work. No, not they should work together, but everybody. I hope the packaging will be considered as a valuable material, as the part of the solution, not as a problem. So sorry, I'm a bit nervous, but hopefully it's okay.
Don't worry. I guess it's an important point to say that there is a value behind also the packaging material. It's worth to bring it to recycling, not just throwing it away. And I guess you need a mindset for that. I guess we reached that with other materials. They see the people, there is a value behind, and we also have to bring that to the community, to the users, to see that. Andrea, what do you think is the future of packaging?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. The future of packaging is the packaging. So I mean that's a sort of joke words, but I mean that packaging could be more and more important because packaging is part of the product, and it will be more and more part of the product for the reason that we mentioned before, though, that all of you mentioned before. So I think the future of packaging is optimistic, realistic, optimistic, and we have only to manage it, talking with the entire community, as Mr. Peretti said before. We have to work as a supply chain. We have to work as an entire community. Every segments of the supply chain, of the production supply chain, has its own task, and they have to share it with all the other, just to find it out solution that could be sustainable and useful for the final consumer and for the environmental impact.
Thank you, Andrea. Mr. Bolzer-Schünemann, what do you think is the future of packaging? Will it still grow as we have seen within the last years, more and more important? All materials the same, or will there be a shift from plastics to other materials? What do we believe?
I think first of all, packaging has a good future. It will grow. World's population is growing. There is no stoppage in sight, and more people need more goods for living, and goods for living need packaging. And I think most important for our industry is to work hard on sustainability on any corner we may find with partners, no matter where. I think we have discussed this in length, and I think some of you know this, and I love to mention this always. Packaging has no digital substitute, so it will remain a physical product, completely different in comparison to the media world or the good old telephone book. We all live from physical things, and therefore we need physical boxes. We need a bedspread, and we need a shirt, and I need a jacket. And therefore, I'm very positive that packaging for our industry will be a good future.
Thank you, Mr. Bolzer-Schünemann. So Uwe, you have heard you can't substitute by a digital way packaging, so that must be good news for you. I guess you knew that before, but as a designer, you must have a lot of ideas what the future of packaging is. So maybe you can tell us a little bit.
Yeah, first of all, I disagree a little bit. I mean, although packaging will remain, the products do not remain. So if you look at these packages for CDs, for example, jewel cases, they're all gone because it's all streamed. Same goes for movies or for software, but that's a different topic. I agree. Nearly everything has been already said, but you asked me, how will the future of packaging look like? How will the future packaging look like? And I have it with me. That's the future packaging. I mean, it's made out of renewable material. It has a soft touch. It has a stopping power with on the shelf with its yellow color. And it's fully biodegradable for sure. But the only thing missing is the convenience of opening it. This is not good, but I have a solution. I developed a little tool you can see, and it's just easy. You just take it off here, and then you can easily open the package and can throw it away after use, even into your garden. Thank you.
Thank you, Uwe. More or less a perfect conclusion of our discussion today. I would like to now saying thank you to everybody being with us. It was an honor for me to moderate this a little bit. I guess we can discuss for 1 hour or more longer about these topics, also about the influence of COVID and the pandemic situation and packaging, what means that. But I guess for today, it's a good start. As we heard at the beginning of this idea initiative, we have to work together, we have to cooperate, we have to find solutions. This is an obligation for all of us. And we as an industry will do that. To the audience outside, I would like to say, thank you for being with us. Thank you for listening to us. It was a pleasure. And hope to see all of you in reality again at next Drupa or at one of the worldwide exhibitions, wherever you are. Thanks and take care. See you next time. Bye for now.
Goodbye, everybody, and thank you very much, Dr. Markus Hering, for guiding us through this session, and to everybody else for joining and for their valuable insights. See you again soon, like you just said, and stay safe. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next topic. It is 3:30, and that means it's time for our session regarding co-creation along the value chain, platform economy in partner networks. And I'd like to introduce this with 3 simple questions. Number 1, what is platform economy? Number 2, what does it mean for my company? And number 3, how can I be part of it? Well, this talk gives answers and explains platform economy based on practical examples. Don't we love practical examples? Yes, we do. So let's welcome the Director Digital Services at Kampf, Schneid and Wickeltechnik. Yes, that is very German. Dr. Donatus Weber. Dr. Weber, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Can you hear me too?
Absolutely, loud and clear. The time is yours. I'll see you afterwards for the Q&A.
Wonderful. So, welcome to today's talk about the co-creation along the value chain, platform economy and partner networks. I would like to take you on a journey. We would start with the point, what is happening at the moment? What does platform economy mean? Why do I need it? And then we will go through platforms, through economy, through partner networks, and I would like to conclude with a key takeaway. Okay, have a look. Having a look at the last decades, what were the trends of machines in the converting area or in printing area? It was all about making them larger, making them faster, making them bigger, and having more output. And then a couple of years ago, something was arising. New opportunities were there. There's the large buzzword Industry 4.0 and many things that come along. There's big data, there's edge, there's artificial intelligence, cloud, IoT, the digital twin, and platform. So what does platform mean? Do I need a platform? Can I go without a platform? Let's have a closer look on platform. Okay, when having a look out there are many platforms. So many platforms that we have to concentrate on IoT or IIoT. Industrial Internet of Things platforms within, yes, this talk. But there are still so many. So which one is the best one and which one do I have to bet on? Because there can only be one. No, that's wrong. There will be many. There will be not too many, but there will be many. And there are 2 crucial things that we need to keep in mind. When having a look at a production line, there are many different machines. They are interconnected. They are connected to higher level systems. They have sensors. Someone does a production planning and so on and so on. So when talking about platforms in the sense of where do I need a platform for or what do I need a platform for, there are these 2 things. One of them is it provides connectivity. Connectivity, as shown with these puzzle pieces, is you have 2 pieces that fit together and that fit perfectly together without having to slap on it. Interoperability means it fits together and all the puzzle pieces, well, it is a picture and not just puzzle pieces. So when it comes to the technical features of platforms, of technical IoT platforms, crucial for the future, there's one key message. The key message is connectivity and interoperability. They are, well, crucial for the success of any IoT platform. So we're talking about platform economy. So the word economy is also in this sentence. what does economy mean? Economy means it has something to do with people, machines, and companies. I would like to take you on a journey, yes, having a look at the last 2 decades on the top 15 best global brands ranking. This ranking is provided by the Rankings YouTube channel. You can have a look at it on YouTube. But let's start with this short excursus right now. So in 2000 we start, and there's of course Coca-Cola, there's the big tech player Microsoft, there's Intel, we can see Nokia, the phone manufacturer, and now something is happening. 2004, Microsoft, Coca-Cola, no, it's still boring. Not too much movement, yet, no. Microsoft is increasing now. Oh, there's Nokia. Nokia is becoming bigger. Oh, who's there? Well, who's that? It's Google. Wow. Google is increasing, Oh, Google is pretty fast. Pretty fast. And now there's another player. And this one is rising so fast that I can hardly follow. It's Apple. Wow. Apple, Google. And look at the scale. Look at the scale now. This is economy, and this is digital economy. And then there should be another player. It's 2016. Yeah, there it is. We have Facebook going up. And now, stop. Look at that. On the top level, the 4 companies are having kind of, yes, digital business, models or whatever, how to call it. So what about the printing industry? What about machinery? What about paper? What about plastics, film? The German Machinery Association, VDMA, they have a very nice comment on that. So they say the development of a digital business is now one of the key issues in mechanical and plant engineering. Even medium-sized companies have to consider which new digital products and services will be offered to customers in the future and how they can make money with them. That means we all have to deal with it. Platform economy is something that we have to consider. But what does new product, new platform, new possibilities mean? So let's have a look at a German company. The company is Käse. They started with a product. Well, it's kind of steel and iron. It's a compressor making compressed air. And then they evolved. Around this machine, they provided components for a system providing compressed air. And then there was this big step in the evolution of business models. They went to availability. They are not selling steel and iron anymore in the first case. They are more or less selling availability. That means they sell the availability of clean compressed air. Well, someone who is selling a physical product and someone who is selling a digital service, there's a difference. Of course, there is a difference. So things are changing. And the key message when it comes to economy is digital platforms enable new business models and require a different sales approach because now they are digital services. Digital services that should address more or less the value chain of our customers. Okay, value chain. Value chain is a very nice word. Let's have a closer look on the value chain. Well, the first person introducing this word was the famous economist Michael Porter in 1985. He introduced value chain in his work, Competitive Advantage. And in the slide, you can see that inside a company, you have kind of cross-cutting activities on the top. And on the lower part, you can see that there's the value chain, the inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, service. So let's take this and put it or project it, I don't know, maybe on an exemplary production chain, production line on, let's have some printed film in the end. That means we start with raw material and we then run through the film production, storage, slitting, storage, printing. Oh, there are many roles here. So what do we do? Is there a single company offering everything around, yeah, the production from raw material down to printing? I don't think so. So, well, we need a kind of ecosystem. And the term business ecosystem was first introduced by another economist, James F. Moore, in 1993, in his work, A New Ecology of Competition. And he says, in a business ecosystem, companies co-evolve capabilities around a new innovation. They work cooperatively and competitively to support new products, satisfy customer needs, and eventually incorporate the next round of innovations. That means, and I put the example of the Jagenberg group that Kampf belongs to on the slide, you work together with different companies, and we have many companies, and we work together in the area of machinery and plants, in automation and drives, and then something, yeah, was co-evolved. It was the digital business. And that's the reason why you can see the Jagenberg Digital Solutions on that slide. Okay, this is a company group. It's nice. Is it enough? No, when it comes to business ecosystems, this is not enough. So let's go to the next step. The next step means partner networks. Platform economy in partner networks. What do I need partner networks for? Well, there's a simple example. When I started at Kampf, I thought about which roles are necessary to build a slitting machine. Well, and of course, you need kind of mechanical engineer, you need a drives engineer, you need some automation engineer, and so on and so on. But when it comes to the point of making the machine a solution, making it a part of a production line, you need more. You need a process engineer. You need roller specialists. You need, well, new roles like RFD expert, software developer, image recognition expert. Oh, that becomes complex. And we can make it even more complex when having a look at a typical value chain for, yeah, raw material as we had it in the first place, and the printed roll in the end. So now we have stakeholders, different stakeholders, machine builders, component manufacturers. We have the line integrators, the brand owners, and of course, many things that we have to look at: quality, performance, settings, environment, storage. Oh, this is huge. But how can we pull this together? How can we get these disciplines together? Well, it's pretty easy. In 2016, for us, it was clear that you cannot go this way alone. You need many partners, and we founded the Converting 4.0 Partner Network with the aim of linking people, bringing together, connecting people before connecting machines. And meanwhile, we have more than 80 members from industry, from academia, we have organizations, and we all work together on innovative products, on, yes, projects where we try out new stuff. And in the end, we even work on business models for the future. So the key message here, when it comes to partner networks and to economy, platform economy, is lone fighters don't stand a chance in this field. They cannot stand a chance in the field of platform economy. So now we could think about, okay, there's one network, fine, let's join this network. This is not enough. You need to find your place. And there's another initiative that I would like to highlight, the R-Cycle initiative. You might have heard of it. R-Cycle deals with the collection of packaging production data at the point of when the product is produced. So you collect the data, you have a data flow that goes to the recycling. So it is possible in the recycling process to identify the product and have it recycled. So this is all about data. And this is an even larger ecosystem because we now have the recycling. We have a cyclic process. This is huge. You meet many partners. You need many people that have a lot of knowledge all around. And the only chance is go for networking. Work together, exchange, and I would like to conclude with my key takeaway: platform economy and partner networks. For you, as someone who is starting, who has already started, it is important, get informed about the topic. Start small, maybe with one partner network. Think big, where can I go? What's my vision? And then, very important, don't wait, act now. Thank you very much.
Thank you also very much, Dr. Donatos Weber. And I think we have a few more minutes for a Q&A. So if you have any questions, ladies and gentlemen, send them in now. So, Dr. Weber, I think basically that is kind of common sense in the end, like your key takeaway. I absolutely agree. You know, get informed, start small, think big, and start now. But nevertheless, we do have to remind the people over and over again that this is basically the way to go. It's not really rocket science, but on the other side, people do put a lot of thought into it. How do I start? How do I be part of it? That might be also my first question. Is it possible to just join the Converting 4.0 Partner Network? How can I be part of it?
Sure. Anyone can join. It's a free network. That means it is free of any charge. We want to connect people there. So if you're interested, please contact me. You can do it within the portal from Drupa, and just give me a message, drop me a message, and it's of course possible. We're always looking for new partners to join because it makes the thing even more interesting and growing.
So do I have to develop my own platform as a component manufacturer?
That's a crucial question. 5 years ago, 8 years ago, I would have said, yes, that makes sense to go for an own development. Meanwhile, there are platforms. It's the typical make or buy question. Today, it really depends on the special case of component manufacturer. But as a component manufacturer, I would like, or I would concentrate on what is already there. Is there a platform that I can use as a platform and place my smart services on top? Because this is much more efficient than going for an own development of a platform. That's a resource question in the end, yes, and speed.
Okay, and what benefits does the digital product protocol provide exactly?
So the digital product protocol is one example. For example, in the R-Cycle initiative or in the partner network. That means you have the value chain, you have the production line inside some manufacturer's company, and you have process information that is provided by the previous step to the next step. That means I can optimize my production. When we all share our data, we can go from local optimum to global optimum. That means things like the good enough principle, they become possible. I can just put enough of the good, expensive material resource when it comes to ecology to have the grade of quality that is desired in the end of the production line, the end product, so to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Weber. Looking at the time, we're just about on time to wrap it up. So thank you for joining us. And is there any other chance to get in contact with you here until the end of Drupa, which is tonight?
Well, the end is tonight. Just try to contact me within the conference system or
okay.
conference system.
All right. We'll look you up. Dr. Donatos Weber. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
much. And have a nice weekend.
Thanks. All to you. Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps that up, platform economy and partner networks. And we're going to move straight on to our next topic, talking about innovative materials for additive manufacturing. Now, additive manufacturing, when that word came up a few years ago, I remember it was like the industrial word, so to say, for 3D printing. And 3D printing offers enormous potential for industrial applications by significantly increasing the design freedom. Now, in order to address the advantages in terms of speed on the one side and the possibility of individualization in series production, and expansion of the material spectrum on the basis of further development is of essential importance. Now, in this lecture, the topic of innovative materials for additive manufacturing will be addressed, and opportunities as well as challenges will be highlighted. So let's welcome the technology manager at Protic. Here's Stefan de Groot. Stefan, great to have you. How are you doing today, and what's in store for us in this session? I kind of like highlighted already what we're going to talk about, but you're going to go into detail now.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introducing words. I'm fine. It's a great day. The sun is shining.
That is true.
Yeah, warmly welcome also from my side. I hope you all had a great virtual Drupa this week, and that you were able to listen to interesting presentations. And yeah, now it is Friday afternoon, and I hope to be able to inspire you with my presentation before the weekend starts. So today I would like to talk about innovative materials for additive manufacturing. And in this context, I would also try to give a detailed insight on how we as Protic approach this topic. So in the first step, I would like to give a short overview about Protic, who is Protic and what is Protic doing. So Protic is a service provider for additive manufacturing, as well as a platform provider for additive manufacturing. And in this context, we are a 100% subsidiary of Phoenix Contact, which is a global market leader in the area of connector technology or automation and interface systems. So before I start with the innovative materials, I would like to give a short review on the developing process of Protic. So we have been the internal expertise for additive manufacturing for our mother company, for Phoenix Contact, since 2010. And by this, we have been a part of the internal tool shop named Rapid Solutions. And in the early days, we have been supporting the tool shop as well as the engineering department, but also other business areas of Phoenix Contact with additive manufactured prototypes, but also serial productions made out of metals or technical plastics. And at some point, we identified also a big demand for additive manufactured parts, also from external customers of Phoenix Contact. And so we developed an innovative platform for additive manufacturing in 2016 and went live as a 100% subsidiary of Phoenix Contact in December 2016. And nearly 1 year after we went live with this platform, we also became a marketplace in the second step. So already in the process of developing this platform in 2016, it was clear that we will open it for other service providers for additive manufacturing in the second step, because the big target we would like to achieve is that our customers can find everything in one place. And due to the onboarding of other service providers, we are able to offer a wider material range as well as more processes of additive manufacturing. And by this, we are always trying to ensure to fulfill the customer's requirements with high speed and the finest quality at any time. And in this context, I would also like to start with the innovative materials for additive manufacturing. So in general, it is a good basis to offer standard materials for additive manufacturing, like for the metal parts production, a tool steel MS1, or for technical plastics, for example, the standard material polyamide 12. But in the last years and at the beginning of working with additive manufacturing, we also identified a big demand for innovative materials for additive manufacturing that are standard materials in traditional manufacturing for a long period of time. And so we began to build a self-built machine in the first step for technical plastics, so that we also are now able to offer polyamide 6 material on our platform, or also a thermoplastic polyurethane. And in the second step, based on this self-built machine for technical plastics, we developed another self-built machine to be also able to offer innovative metal materials on our platform. So, for example, we also developed a copper alloy in the first step, and after this, a pure copper material, as well as a zinc material. And as a combination of these both materials, we also are able to offer a brass material on our platform, which other service providers are not able to process on their machines. And by this, we are trying always to be one step ahead. And now I would like to give a closer look on the history of the research and the development for these innovative materials. So, as I already have mentioned, in 2010, we started as an internal department of Phoenix Contact with additive manufacturing. And in the year 2011, as an innovative market leader in the electronic branch, there was the clear requirement of processing high conductive copper. And there was a clear statement of the board, which was, does not work, does not exist, because at this time, everyone said that it is not possible to process copper by 3D printing or copper, high conductive copper. And so, as I already have mentioned, we started in the first step with a target to enlarge our material portfolio by more innovative technical plastics. So we started to develop a self-built machine in 2012. And by this, we started on a green meadow to address really every wish and feature which we needed to successfully qualify innovative materials. And by this, we wanted to always ensure that we are able to adjust the complete process window in terms of parameters to fulfill the specific requirements and to be able to process really new materials which are not processable on other machines, for example. And in 2013, we made the first steps in the metal parts production, or in the developing of copper. So we did some detailed series of experiments with the Fraunhofer Institute with a big amount of different copper alloys. And what you can see in this picture with really bad results at the beginning. But at the end of 2013, we were able, with a little bit of magic and a little bit of luck, we have discovered a working copper alloy by adding some alloying elements that makes it possible to also process a red copper material with a red laser. And in 2014, we did some parameter optimization as well as a optimization of the post-processing to ensure high conductivity at the surface of the parts. So this makes us able, or makes this copper alloy in the first step was suitable for applications with high frequencies. For example, what you can see here for induction coils as a perfect business field. And from this moment on, we also did some more optimization of parameters and did also the first steps in the direction of pure copper in additive manufacturing, because this is a little bit more difficult than in comparison to the copper alloy, for which we were able to add other components which make it able to process. And in 2015, based on the new freedom in design as a big advantage of additive manufacturing, we also built expertise in terms of the simulation-based optimization of induction coils, because by this we were able to realize a better cooling and heating process, as well as a faster heating process for our customers. And by this, we were able to ensure, to increase the cost effectiveness in the production for our customers. In 2016, we then finished our first self-built machine for the technical plastics and went live with the polyamide 6, which I have shown a few minutes ago. And the lessons learned, which we had by developing this self-built machine for plastics, and this full flexibility and freedom to edit and adjust any parameters from the machine and from the process window, as well as a specific heat and temperature control to have the possibility of direct control and regulation. These lessons learned we have adapted in 2017 for another self-built machine for the metals area. So in 2017, we started to develop an open development platform in this machine to also be able to address high temperature applications, as well as different or alternative laser sources. And by this, we were able to start research and development for alternative laser sources in 2017. So we had some research on green laser, blue laser, or also high power selective laser melting with a high power laser to identify the limits and the restrictions, as well as the big advantages of each laser source. And by taking everything into account of these limits, restrictions, and advantages, we were finally able to develop an everyday process and serial production for also pure copper on our platform, which we then go live with on our platform in 2019. And by this, we were able to address brand new applications for 3D printed pure copper, like, for example, applications of the e-mobility sector, which is really an interesting field for additive manufacturing, but also other new applications like heat exchangers, DC applications, or charging plugs with internal cooling. And in this context, we are always also doing workshops with our customers to also find the right applications for our customers to be able to really address the big advantages and big potentials of additive manufacturing. And in the process of qualifying this copper, we built a big know-how, and this know-how we were able to use for the qualification of zinc. So we wanted to qualify a zinc material as a substitute for zinc die casting. And in this context, we had really big challenges for this zinc material, for example, because it is really poorly weldable, and we also had the risk of evaporation in the production process, because when we have a look at the energy distribution curve of the laser, we can see on this graphic here that we have a bell-shaped curve. And so we have a very high energy density in the core, but a very low energy density on the side. And due to that factors, it is really important to ensure a particular process control, which is required to prevent exceeding the boiling temperature of the material, because then it is possible that the printed parts have defects or porosity. And based on these challenges in the development and qualifying process, there were different defect patterns which I would like to show to you. So, for example, there was a tearing off of the support structures from the parts because of a time-delayed cooling of solid structures and support material, but also because the bond was incomplete due to local evaporation of the support material. That is exactly the point which I already have mentioned because of the bell-shaped laser curve. And another defect was stress cracks in the component because of time-delayed cooling of the component and the support plate, but also what we can see at the bottom of the picture, a delamination of the component from the support structure because of stresses based on the thermal expansion. And based on these defects, we started our developing process and approached this material qualification by doing some research on the hard parameters of the material. So we at first searched for a producer of the powder which we needed, and in this context we ensured a powder production for ZEMEC 5 alloy, which is the standard material in zinc die casting. And based on this, we started with a parameter development based on design of experiments. So at first we took a look at the hard parameters in the first step, and after this we made an optimization. And yeah, at the end it was possible to also process zinc material in additive manufacturing. And yeah, this was everything from my side. I saw that I'm a little bit not that much on time. So yeah, thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
So Stefan, thank you very much. And no worries about the time. We'll take our time, obviously, also for a question or also two. We have one that just popped up here. So what new applications for additive manufacturing has Protic made for the print and packaging industry?
Sorry, can you repeat it, please?
Yes. What new applications for additive manufacturing has Protic made for the print and packaging industry? Question from the audience here.
Okay. So it's always a little bit difficult to talk about applications which we are dealing with at the moment, because we are delivering to the external market. And so we are always working with sensitive data and sensitive 3D data and parts and development material of our customers. And so it's a little bit difficult to go in detail, but for the packaging industries, for example, we are able to everything which is lightweight construction, we are able to produce, because by this we can address the big potentials or big advantages of additive manufacturing in terms of lightweight or topology optimization, because in additive manufacturing we are able to only print material there where it is needed to fulfill the load cases that are on the part and the forces or torques, for example. And by this it's for example an important fact to reduce the weight and to address the lightweight constructions.
All right, thank you very much for that. And maybe you can give us an information on the average lead time for your orders.
The lead time is always depending on the number of parts and the geometry of parts. So when we talk about the laser sintering of technical plastics, for example, we are able to build a building height of 100 millimeters overnight, so that we are able to send the parts and the orders within one day. For the metal parts production, the production process takes a little bit more time, and in average, we have a lead time of, I would say, 2 to 4 days until we are able to send the products to our customers. And by this, we are always trying to be as fast as possible to ensure kind of loyalty from our customers.
One last personal question. What is the most fascinating thing you've seen that has been printed, basically?
Oh, that's a good question. One very interesting part was for the real Iron Man, Richard Browning. This is a person who saw the Iron Man in the TV, in the Hollywood film, and said he would like to build a suit which also can fly. And for him, we produced turbines for the flight suit. And let me have a look. I have this. This would be
cool.
Turbine.
Awesome.
We have it on our sample table. So this was one really fascinating part which we have printed in additive manufacturing. So it's done printed in aluminum, and really a lightweight structure, because everything which goes in the air should be as light as possible.
For sure. Well, thank you very much for sharing this with us, Stefan. It's been a pleasure having you, and wishing you a great evening almost. What time is it? I always tend to say evening already in the afternoon, but have a nice day and have a nice weekend.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that for me, I think additive manufacture, 3D printing in general is super interesting. I've also seen amazing things that have been printed, from houses to boats and even food. So the future is definitely going to be additive manufactured. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take another quick break, 20 minutes to be exact. And once again, the time for you to step out and get some fresh air. I don't know, maybe some iced coffee, some popcorn, or whatever comes to your mind. And then be back at 4:30 with our next topic, how to become a global business without investing $1 or 0.83 euro cents. See you then.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Welcome to Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. Hey, we embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies. Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go. Okay, now listen to you one more time.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town.
Yeah, sing it, BB Thomas, once again with the official virtual Drupa 2021 song, Embrace the Future. So, ladies and gentlemen, and you're back here in stream 2 during day 4 of virtual Drupa. The last day, today everything is about platform economy. And we're going to jump right into our next session talking about how to become a global business without investing a dollar. Now, in today's highly connected world, the value of a network of partner organizations cannot be underestimated. And you will now learn how developing an ecosystem for your company extends your reach, increases your credibility, and wins new business for your company. And the best thing is, without the need for an investment. Now, we're also going to learn how partnerships may now be the more cost-effective way of growing without investment. After all, large organizations are shipping printed products all across the globe on a daily basis. So by having your partners on the ground in these other parts of the world, you can work together solving your clients' logistic challenges, and at most of the time also saving your client time and money. And who wouldn't want that? So I'm happy to welcome our next guest, an expert. He is the president and CEO of CJ Graphics, Inc. Please welcome Jay Mandarino. Jay, good day. Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, Chris. Thank you for that lovely introduction.
My pleasure. Time is yours, and I'll be back for the Q&A afterwards.
I want to see you dancing again to that theme song. That was great.
Oh, they saw me dancing again. Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta think about a second career maybe.
Alrighty. Well, it's morning here. It's evening there. Thanks everybody for joining. My name is Jay Mandarino. Just a reminder, please send your questions in using the chat feature at the bottom. I will answer any question. I'm not shy. You may like the answer, you may not like the answer. Anyway, President, CEO, and Head Oyster Shucker here at CJ Graphics. And again, if you want to email me after and need some more information, it's jay@cjgraphics.com. All right, let's begin. Okay, so we're a large group of company with 35 different companies. We're just under 250,000 square feet located here in Mississauga by Toronto's International Airport in beautiful Canada. We are now the most awarded printer in the world with over 6,500 awards. It's amazing. We've got an amazing team here. I'm not going to read all this stuff here. It's kind of boring. Let's get to the stuff that you want. I'm going to give you a quick tour of our facility here. It's just an hour video. No, just kidding. Just a minute. So this is everything under one roof. And you'll see it's, you know, sort of modern looking. We have printing presses for lithography. We have letterpress. We have plate making. We have everything that you can imagine encompasses everything from large format printing to digital printing to 3D printing. We actually manufacture display stands and video screens and holographic displays. It's sort of crazy, and everyone's happy, and it's a great team and very blessed here, and do a lot of technical things. And that's I've got my COVID hair now, of course, and then of course I need a haircut when this is all over. Open office space. We have design, structural engineers, videos, laser die cutting, Scodex, Hicon, all the amazing stuff. Traditional and of course the old stuff as well. And then we have our own digital iGens and print museum. So you can see the old part, and there's my wife and myself. Doing, you know, trying to think outside of the box and do different unique things. We also have the world's largest indoor skate park, not for profit, giving back to the different communities and helping others, which is our way of saying thank you. And of course, we thank our clients as well. And mailing services and direct mail and fulfillment distribution, all those sort of things you need. Bindery, lots of handwork, still lots of handwork, automation as well, but there's a lot of handwork involved. So how to become a global business without investing a dollar? Is it possible? Yes, it is. We've done it. So this map is of the globe, and all those stars you see on there are relationships and partnerships we have with other printing facilities working together to take care of our clients. So it's pretty cool. And I've been to all these places, which is nice. So how to become a global business without investing a dollar. The value of a network partner and organization can't be underestimated. I mean, when I first thought about this a few years ago, I thought it was sort of crazy, but it's really working out well. You need to develop your ecosystem. You need to extend your reach, increase your credibility, and wins you new business. M&A trends in the industry and partnerships are a much more cost-effective way of doing things now. Larger organizations are shipping all throughout the world. They're looking for partnerships. We're working with a company called Brand IQ, which is an amazing platform. We're actually the distributor in North, South, and Central America. And this allows you to do your work back and forth. It's an amazing program with online tools and design trends. And it's amazing. You're going to see more things happening like this because people, you know, the cost to ship things now is getting incredibly expensive. So if you can get a partner and have them do it, it's perfect. But having partners on the grounds in other parts of the globe solves logistic issues, challenges, and saves you time and money, and hopefully increases your bottom line. Now, how do you start your network? Oh, you can call me. Talk with your business friends who are in other countries, see if they can hook you up with a printer there, or a fulfillment house or a mailing house, depending what it is. Talk to your suppliers. Our supplier network, of course, at Drupa, there's 1 million suppliers here, but talk to your suppliers because they're generally owned by another company or they have offices in other countries and they can hook you up to people, which is great. And everyone likes to refer people because it's a win-win for everybody. Talk to your associates, so people you know, even your customers. Maybe you're doing work for an automobile company that's head offices in Germany, and you talk to them and they can hook you up with someone else. Also use social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, anywhere you can get out there. You know, my name is Jay Mandarino, CJ Graphics. I'm looking for a printer in Russia. We have a client who wants to do some stuff there. So really just getting out there and you'll be amazed how people respond. Now, once you set up a few printers in other countries, you have to do some things around this. You need mutual NDAs, non-disclosure agreements that protect you and protect them. You also need to exchange equipment lists so you can see what you have to offer and what they can have to offer, and learn what you both can offer your clients. Maybe you need a large sheet printed and you don't have a press that big. Maybe it's something that's screen printing and you don't have screen printing. And again, share all this through your social media. People are looking now, especially because of the pandemic. I hate using that word, sorry, but more than ever looking for a one-stop solution. So if you can be the solution to that using other partners, you get to compete against some of the biggest companies in the world. And then have regular calls with your partners. Maybe it's weekly and then it turns monthly, and just bring each other up to date on, you know, what's new and what's happening and any sort of challenges you might be having. Now you got to market yourself as you and your new global partners, issue a press release and, you know, talk about it, you know, working with company Z in Australia, looking with company Y in China, and together we've increased our network to help give you more service and better products and more cost effective. Talk to your clients. Your clients know people. You'd be surprised who they know. Expand your offering and your global partners and keep in contact with them. Nurture your ecosystem. Very important. They're very important. Now the world has changed. Of course, we've added the masks on here, but you know, people are still using their phones. I don't know if you've been in an elevator lately where, you know, everybody's on their phone and not even talking to each other, or even in a restaurant. It's kind of crazy. So what challenges are in the market right now? Well, to be successful, you need to invest in new technology. That hasn't changed at all. A big issue, of course, which I've talked about many times before, is ransomware, malware, and insurance, and cyber insurance. And it's crazy what we have to spend now. So again, as you work with other companies, you might be able to share your insurance company with them, and maybe you get a better rate by grouping the companies together without actually buying another company. So there are good ways to work on that. There was a huge company, I won't mention the name, that was just attacked and it almost crippled the company. So we really have to be aware of this, and it's something you have to spend time on. As far as securing investment capital, our industry is still not high on the list of people wanting to give us money. So you got to be careful there. You need credit, you need to pay your bills. There's been so many bankruptcies, and unfortunately with all the, you know, support after this is all over, the pandemic, you're going to see a lot of companies close up, which will be some opportunities at the same time. The supply chain is increased. Shortages have happening day in, day out. Here in North America, the shortage of supply of resin all over the world, the plastics are going up astronomically. Corrugate papers with everybody shipping things. Plastic, of course, everybody's getting takeout food. There are shortages. Prices are going higher than we've ever seen before. There was one announcement that came out that says, we're not giving any more notice. It could happen on the fly, which is a crazy way to run a business. So make sure in your quotations, you always put subject to material increases. And of course, COVID-19 has affected every one of us on this planet, and our hearts and warm thoughts go out to any of you who've lost somebody. It's just very, very tragic. Okay, succession planning. Do you have a detailed succession plan in place to set yourself up, or are you going to set yourself up for failure? These are some stats which are pretty scary. 7% of owners in small, medium-sized businesses in North America are ready to retire in 5 years. That's a big number. Now, 72% of these owners are planning to exit in the next 10 years, which is even a higher number. There's an estimated $10 trillion worth of assets to exchange hands. These stats are similar all over the world. Now, succession planning, the scariest number here is only 8% of business owners have a formal written succession plan. And I hope you are one of those. And if you're not, please think of it now. We're so busy running our businesses and doing all these other things. Mergers and acquisitions are complicated, but studies show that 50% of them fail, which is a very high number. Here's why. Limited or no involvement from the owners, not getting involved. Theoretical versus actual or versus practical. Lack of clarity and execution in the integration process. And cultural integration. When you're merging two companies and two different sets of people together, a lot of time needs to be spent in this area. Establishing degrees of local autonomy, very, very important. Now, mergers and acquisition pros and cons, I just made a little list here. So from a legal perspective, all the owners have to sign non-competes. Sometimes we had a situation where we were working with someone else because I do NMAs on the side, and two of the partners signed and the third one, and it became a complicated legal issue. So make sure all the owners are there. Make sure that you've got the preferred accounts and the contracts, that they're transferable. People say, oh, I've got all this business, but there's often sometimes lines in the contracts that say if a new company comes in, this contract doesn't count anymore. So that's good. So make sure you lock in the salespeople too, because without the salespeople, don't have the sales. Also lock in the client accounts. Very rarely does everything happen the way you plan. And always remember, it's getting harder and harder to do M&As. Do your due diligence, spend the extra time. Get historical listings of the sales, because most are declining. Some aren't, but most are. Get historical sales and do the research breakdown by percentage of sales by which client. Is 80% of the business from one person? And use a third party to facilitate and guide you. I do that. You can call me. And remember, we're no longer printers. We think of ourselves as of reinventing ourselves all the time, and we're solutions experts now. So M&A succession planning. Before anything is finalized, you should seek the expertise of an objective third-party negotiator who's already been there and done that. So whether it's myself or someone else, you need to get someone to calm down both people, because it's hard. It used to be easier, but now there's just too much emotion involved, and sometimes people's perceptions of what things are worth aren't what they're worth. So really want to work on that. I'm doing one right now in Africa, one in Ireland, one in Australia, a few in the States, and a couple in Canada. So I get to meet some great people. Okay, so remember, put those questions through in the chat function, because I know I'm talking really fast. I put a couple of jokes here. The world has changed. It's called a book. Not sure where the batteries go. So sad, isn't it? Here's a good one I like here. There's the dog using the GPS book on how to get the stick instead of going and fetching it. And then this is another one. I don't care if your friend is a flight simulator. You're going to learn to fly on your own. This is not far off from the truth either. Anyway, so thank you, and let's do some questions and answers. So please go ahead, Chris, if you have some questions you want to bring up.
We do. Hold on there. I'm right with you. So we're going to start it off. Take a look at our screen here. No. So we're going to start it off with this one. How do you determine which is the best partner in another country? Now, especially if you're not familiar with their market.
Well, that's a really good question. When I was searching through, I'm going to tell you from my personal experience, when I was searching for a few companies in Australia, I actually went there, and then I interviewed a few and I met with them, and that was really important. Now with Zoom, of course, now you can meet people virtually, so it's a lot easier. And you've all got your own businesses, or you're in management. You have a feel for if it's going to work, if it's not going to work. Our gut feel is so important. And, just talk, find out what their hobbies are, find out history of their company. So really do the research and try to make sure you've got the right partner. And, you might have two partners in a country. You might have a mailing house because the partner you work with doesn't have a mailing house. So there's nothing wrong with having more than several partners as well. The more people in your network and your global network makes you a bigger company and more to offer to others.
So to read between the lines here, once again, communication is key, right? I mean, it's simple communication, basically.
Yeah,
Right.
and you know, it's funny you say that because I'm dealing with one right now and they don't speak English.
Oh, okay.
So they need a translator.
Well, there's always a way to communicate. You just gotta know how. Next up, how many partners do you recommend setting up a global network?
You know, that's an excellent question. And, you know, it all depends on what you're offering and who you're doing. You know, the larger, you know, multinational corporations, they want to have, you know, their stuff look the same. So they want to make sure they've got people in different parts of the country or different parts of the world so that everything is looking, their brand is looking consistent. So really, you know, quality is important. You know, you don't want someone in business with 1 year, nothing against being 1 year. I think you need people that are established because that's going to make your network stronger when you're going to your client. And remember, you're already dealing with your clients, so you've already got a relationship with them. So the next part is actually easier than you think because everyone's always willing to recommend you to people within inside that organization.
Question just popped up here. What factors determine whether it's a merger or an acquisition?
You know, there is an interesting story. Many years ago in North America, there was a paper company called Strathmore and Mohawk. And Strathmore was going to buy Mohawk. And then it turned around that Mohawk ended up buying Strathmore. So it doesn't necessarily matter size. You could have a smaller company getting a big company or a big company getting a smaller company. You know, generally we look at acquisitions, and in that process, sometimes it turns around and you end up wanting to buy the company that's in front of you. Every situation is different. Obviously, you have to choose the one that's going to best fit you. Generally, you're looking at companies that offer things that you don't necessarily have. Now, what's really important in M&A is that I think people forget sometimes. It's not just about the sales. It's about the people. One of the hardest things now is finding good people. So top of your list when you're looking at doing an acquisition.
All right, thank you for that answer. Next one, what are some of the biggest successes and failures while expanding your global network?
There's not too many failures, interesting enough. There's many successes, and I've just, because myself I've met some amazing people around the world, and it's great because when you're traveling, they can tell you where to go. You have people on the ground. So it's turned into a travel network as well. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But you know, I guess you really, going back to one of the earlier questions, you really got to vet out and check out the companies you're partnering with. I mean, if you ended up with a company that, you know, said they had presses and they didn't have presses, and your client found out, well, that's going to represent you badly. So it's really important to make sure they do have equipment. And, you know, as crazy as it sounds, you know, we've got our phones, so get out on Zoom and go into the press room. Let me see your equipment. Let me see how, you know, let me talk with some of your management team, you know, and get our management team. We'll share ideas. And through these processes, you will see that most of us want to share information and share best practices. So it works out really successful. And remember, we're not really competing each other when we're in another country. So it's pretty seamless that way.
All right, thanks for that answer. Also, keep the questions coming, ladies and gentlemen. We have another 3 or 4 minutes, so let's use that time. With NDAs, do you have a standard template that you use, or is there a format available?
I do have a standard one. Of course, you always have to check the rules and regulations of every country, every state, every province, because lawyers like making things complicated. You know, we had one day where there was a fine line in this 20-page thing that said, under the rules of California. Well, I don't know what the rules of California are. We're in Canada. So you really got to check that stuff. And, you know, I will tell people over again, get a lawyer, have a lawyer read it, because I'm not a lawyer. You're not a lawyer. Maybe you are, but, you know, always have someone do that. I know we want to save some money, but that money you spent is money well spent.
Obviously, for sure. Next one, malware and insurance issues worry me. Do I have any advice, or do you have any advice on how best to avoid this?
Yeah, so 2 things. So we had this happen to us, and thank goodness our manager of IT talked me into getting an outside company if we ever needed help. And they came in and they got rid of it. But, you know, they wanted $1 million. Well, you know, which in your country is probably like 10 million because our dollars. But anyway, that's just a little joke there. But it's really important that you have backup people outside. It's really important that you back up your servers. It's really important that you spend money in this area, which I know you don't want to spend because it's hard to get it back. But I also will tell you on the flip side right now, we are having corporations that are asking us, do you have this? Do you have this? Do you have this? And if we don't, they're not going to use us. So it actually allows you to actually get some work that maybe you didn't get before, or get into a corporation that you wouldn't necessarily have done work for before.
All right, good point. What did you get wrong when you were setting up your global network? and what did you get right? Kind of almost similar to the one question we already had with the big successes and the failures.
I think it's the same, yes. So I know because we have limited time, should we go to a different one? Because it is the same answer.
I think we're through with questions. Any other questions coming in here from the audience? No, not really.
Okay, so we can, how much time do we have left, Chris?
Exactly a minute.
Okay, so, the other thing that's happening right now with the pandemic is pretty well everyone I've talked to has been affected by this one way or another. Now there are more appetites for people working together, and doing partnerships. That's, it's 50-50, it's like a marriage. I really strongly encourage people to look at these opportunities. I think they're important. I think, there's going to be less work for everybody going forward because everybody's getting used to going online, but we're going to get back to print, but it's going to be a while. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for you to merge and, work with other people. So look at your competitors. Maybe there's a great opportunity there for you. So don't put that away. I put that forefront and make it one of your objectives to look at.
All right, fantastic. And you said at the beginning, if anybody has questions or wants to get in contact with you directly, simply send you an email. Once again, Jay, that is JAY, at cjgraphics.com.
And remember the time zone difference.
Oh yeah, that's right. What time is it again in Canada?
Here right now, it is 10:50 a.m.
Ah, that's a nice, so you have a whole day to answer emails now. That's great.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So thank you very much for joining us. Stay safe and continued success with your networks.
Thank you. You too. Keep up doing a good job. Thanks, everybody. Hope you're having a good Drupa.
Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, what a great session that was. And we're going to move on now with the next topic of sustainability and digitalization, changes in the industrial context. Ready? Here we go. Now, sustainable development, focus of the UN 2030 agenda, finds a great ally in technology thanks to the digitalization of processes, which open the productive world to efficiency perspectives, generating value for companies. Let's hear more about it with the general manager from Acmiga. Now I have to ask him if I pronounce this correctly, Andrea Briganti. Andrea, now you're probably going to tell me exactly how to pronounce that.
Chris, thank you very much. Is Achinga is different.
Achinga.
What you say? Achinga, yes.
Okay. I'll take some lessons later on. But now we're going to listen to your session, and I'll be back for the Q&As then afterwards.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Thank you very much for this experience, for this possibility. I'm Andrea Briganti. I'm the general manager of Achinga. That's the correct way to pronounce it. Is the Italian association representing printing and converting machinery manufacturers. We are part of the Federazione Cartagrafica. I'm sorry, this is for the moment is not translated into English, but is paper. If you want, is the supply chain of the Federation represents the supply chain of the paper, in which there are paper producers, Achinga, so printing and converting technology manufacturers, as well printer and converter with Assografici Association. This is the first example of a supply chain federation in Italy, because we started, this was born in 3 years ago. Now this is the fourth year. We started from a concept that if you want to manage at the best the packaging and the printed out items, we have to work as a supply chain, we have to work as a community. So not only as a segment. So that's the reason why we focus during the life of Federazione Cartagrafica. We manage 2 different main topic focus as a project. The first one is the industry, so-called Industry 4.0. I mean, is digitalization, and the second one is the sustainability. We try to link digitalization, Industry 4.0, servitization as a part of the main activity for Federazione, as well for the single companies. Achinga represents 3 billion euro almost 3 billion euro of turnover. Federazione Cartagrafica represent 22 billion euro. It's about 1.3–1.4% of total GDP, Italian GDP. So it's really a big supply chain federation. We represent a lot, and we are focusing, as I told you, in sustainability and digitalization, Industry 4.0 project. We started with the Industry 4.0 project 3 years ago. We mapped the companies be part of the Federazione Cartagrafica, and we divided into different segments. This is the right approach that Professor Baglieri, that follow me in this discussion, gave to this important project. And then we map singular companies into benchmarking the segment positioning of the other companies. So we gave them a sort of track and a sort of trend of development to align the gap to the sector, to the growth, to average of the sector regarding Industry 4.0 and digitalization. This is an online, this is a project still alive. Now we are trying to make mix of consultant to the companies, physical one, but for the moment due to COVID it's not possible. So we follow on with the project as soon as it will be again possible. And the second topic, the second project of Federazione Cartagrafica is regards the sustainability. We used the same methodological approach that we use for Industry 4.0. It means we are mapping companies, we are mapping companies, measuring the gap to the average of the segments, different segments, and then we make a consultant project for the companies to reduce the gap, or better, to keep the best-in-class statement for the companies too. So after this short presentation, and I hope it was clear, I would like to introduce Mr. and Professor Enzo Baglieri, who is Professor of Practice, SDA Bocconi School of Management. SDA Bocconi School of Management is the School of Management of Bocconi University, but maybe he will be better than me to explain where's this branch of the university. He is a business economics graduate from Bocconi University, so he rests into the original university farm, with a specialization in industrial management and a PhD in economics and management of technology from Pavia University. He is professor of practice at the Bocconi School of Management and teaches economics and business management at Bocconi University. He was visiting professor at the University of California, San Diego, Reddy School of Management, USA, and at University of San Diego School of Business Administration. He collaborates with the Faculty of Economics and Administration of Sao Paulo, Brazil. So I think he is one of the best professor, one of the person who knows better the Industry 4.0 and how this is linked to the process into the company. So I give him the words and I make this question to him, addressed to him. What is the most relevant technological megatrend in the manufacturing context?
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for this, let's say, amazing introduction. Honestly, you are probably overvaluing me. I'm just a humble researcher in the management of technology and innovation, and I gave my humble contribution to the Federation in this part towards what we call the printing 4.0. But getting back to your question, we are going through a very radical innovation in terms of manufacturing and approaches and policies. And this change, this revolution is called, as everybody probably knows, Industry 4.0. The way we call it Industry 4.0 is because it should represent, at least from a theoretical point of view, the fourth stage of a long and continuous process of transformation of manufacturing from the very beginning of the initial industrial revolution in, say, 2 centuries ago, towards the today evolution of manufacturing that is mainly dominated by the 2 phenomena that you may see in this chart. On the one hand, there is the automation, that is the increasing presence of, say, robots, flexible manufacturing system, and in general automatic technologies to replace the job run by, let's say, people, blue collars most of all, with machines, which can ensure a higher level of reliability, high level of productivity, but most of all, an increasing level of versatility and flexibility in general, without increasing necessarily the cost of manufacturing. And together with this, there is this factor we call the connectivity, that is because of the, let's say, wide distribution of technologies, most of all in a perspective that is end-to-end, so from the initial supplier to the final end user, thanks to the diffusion of sensors and connections to the internet, most of all grid network, enabling this way companies and suppliers, and by definition the final user, so the whole value chain from the very beginning to the end, to, let's say, distribute and feed an overall, let's say, generic databases, a global generic database of information, and then leverage from the benefits, from the beneficial impact of getting this information real time. Just to give an example of what I mean, in a, let's say, Industry 4.0 final, let's say, totally accomplished model, customers, suppliers, and companies in the between, so distributors and manufacturers, produce data while they manufacture goods, produce data while they consume goods, produce data while they, let's say, manage, handle the different transactions among them. But all this data can be, let's say, accessed in the real time, and we can have, let's say, real-time information on what consumers are doing, or what consumers are willing to, and what the whole value chain is interested in, is doing, and is going to do in the short term. It means, just to give an example, that in the near future, we do not need, for example, market research, because we do not, let's say, ever need to ask a customer what could be the product that they are going to buy, because they know exactly when they are going to buy and what they are buying, and we know exactly the way they are using the product, and we can, as a consequence, get this information and, let's say, replace, redesign, reconsider the characteristics of the overall business offering. That's the main technological change, and it's not just a myth, it's not just a long-term expectation, it's something that is getting real, that is going to happen, is going to happen in the very short, because of different phenomena. And if Win can please, okay, thank you for the next slide. It's because, first of all, the cost of the technology enabling all these phenomena are decreasing, and so even the number of functionalities that we can get thanks to this wide availability of data is decreasing. The functionality is increasing, and the costs, sorry, are decreasing. Second, because the sources of data and the connectivity itself are booming up. Just to give an example, the adoption of the 5G technology standard for the telecommunication in Europe and the US, and a large part, let's say, of the Far East, is facilitating once again the diffusion of these technologies from, let's say, the factory to the final stage of distribution. And finally, I must say honestly, because industrial policies, particularly in countries you may see in this light blue in the picture are going, let's say, facilitated by the fiscal policies of local government. The US as in Europe, Industry 4.0, or let's say advanced manufacturing are becoming, let's say, the only real ways that governments are using to push companies in keeping on investing in manufacturing, while in the short term, let's say, manufacturing is not necessarily the most profitable industry to invest in. So what is going to happen? A radical transformation, not only in terms of manufacturing processes, and this is taking place, as Andrea knows better than me, in the same industry. We are observing the value chain of printing, paper, and packaging and converting that we are, let's say, investigating through our cooperation with the Federation. But it's taking place in many industries, this phenomenon of using technology to change the business models and to differentiate the offer, not simply because of, let's say, the technical functionality of each product, but because of the solutions, or in a wider sense, in a wider term, the experience we deliver to our customers. So this chart is presenting just very few examples of industries that are totally different from the one we are talking about during this conference, but just to demonstrate to you that many companies in different contexts are completely changing the way they interact with customers, their, let's say, the contracts, the way the transactions take place, and most of all, moving from a pure transactional perspective to a more and more relational perspective. What do we expect from, say, the transition toward the Industry 4.0? At least, let's say, we can identify a short-term impact and a long-term impact. The short-term impact is, most of all, in terms of efficiency, better utilization of assets, higher productivity of labor, and of course, decreasing operational costs. In a large part because of a better management, of an improved management of the overall processes, thanks to the adoption of technologies. And of course, I'm not talking about logistics and distributions, other activities, but they are, let's say, some sense related. In the medium long term, we expect also an increased rate of innovation in terms of product and services, and we'll have time to talk about service if you are interested in. We give any company, thanks to technology, the ability to increase the level of customization and getting more closer and closer to the expected phenomenon of the mass customization, where every single product can be customized to customers with the same cost of a standardized one. And finally, a higher level of integration that is not informational, but it's also, let's say, in terms of processes and say business models between clients and distribution channel. That's, let's say, the scenario we are getting into, dear Andrea. It may have a lot of implications for our industry as well. We are still, let's say, scratching the surface of the understanding of this phenomenon. So there is a long work to do then to implement and execute the strategy within our companies.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Enzo. Thank you, Enzo, for this good answer. The most important thing is that what I keep back, one of the most important things that I keep back is that technology is totally useful to align the production to the final consumer behavior and expectations. That's the really a good plus. We try to synchronize with this technology, the production to the final user. And that this has for sure an impact to the sustainability of the process or the production process of the companies. But we will see follow on with our discussion. I would like to introduce you now our special guest, who is Elisabetta Buttazzoli. Elisabetta Bottassoli is a sustainability and circular economy manager. Circular economy is one of the main topic for the production, for the industry, for the packaging, for whatever is printed out, focusing on our supply chain. Has a degree in political science from University of Milan, and she reached a master degree in national law and community law and environmental, and an executive master in sustainability and business innovation at Bologna Business School. So at least she followed a lot of sustainability report for companies, corporate companies, or Italian institutions. So, and for federation too. So she is really an expert. So I would like to address her another question. And artificial intelligence and digitalization, what we talk about, what Emenso talk about in general, are closely linked with other opportunities and challenges within the industry. Which ones are they? So digitalization is linked to what other else into the companies?
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Yes, we need digital transformation to be able to turn difficulties into opportunities, to be able to seize advantages and benefits in time of crisis. New technologies and digitizations increase the capacity to manage crisis. If we think to COVID emergency, health crisis, and if we think to global warming, climate crisis. The European Union believes that the artificial intelligence will enable European companies to be more competitive and also achieve climate neutrality and sustainable development. European key policies areas to ensure European goals are met include cloud computing, artificial intelligence, digital identities, data, and connectivity. All these solutions can also support the European Union in meeting objectives in a European Green Deal and helping Europe to reach its goal of reducing GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, by at least 55% by 2030. Digital technologies must help to reduce environmental impacts through processes efficiency optimization. Sustainable development described as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, represents also systemic shift that builds long-term resilience, generates business and economic opportunities, and provides environmental and social benefits. If we can digital solutions can indeed encourage the circular economy, support the decarbonization of all sectors, not only this sector, and reduce the environmental and social footprint of all products and services. Not only that, but through the circular economy, we open up the way for the resilient recovery that we need just today. Circular economy is a way to decouple economic growth for resources use and environmental impact through more circular strategies. We can work towards simultaneously achieving some of the sustainable development goals. In particular, as we can see, 8 sustainable development goals. In a circular economy, growth is decoupled from use of scarce resources and not renewable materials. If our economy becomes increasingly circular, it gains resilience which is able to adapt and counteract the effects of climate change. Circular economy, we know that is regenerative and restorative by design, and also capable to optimize production processes. If we enable, it would enable to save commodities and materials, reduce energy consumption and emissions, maintain the product's energy, and maximize its value. Artificial intelligence is a useful solution to accelerate the transition to a sustainable and circular production consumption model in 3 ways, as described by Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Artificial intelligence helps to solve problems through performing tasks which involve skills such as pattern recognitions, predictions, optimization, recommendation generation based on data analysis. Employing artificial intelligence in our design, business models, and infrastructures could increase a company's ability to create new regenerative systems based on the principles of circularity. So we can say that technological innovation has a crucial role in a circular economy transition for a sustainable future, and a great opportunity for the companies, all companies.
Thank you. Thank you, Elisabetta. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was very interesting because we talk about circular economy, but at least we have no really the feeling of what is exactly linking it to the European UN, United Nations 2030 goals. So thank you very much. It was very interesting. I move the subject to another mega trend, because we explained at the beginning about servitization, which is a word quite hard to say for us, which are Italian. But this is really a mega trend, a new business model. So I move the question to Enzo Baglieri. What are the implications in terms of business models regarding servitization? Volume, I'm sorry, because
I'm sorry, I had switched off my mic. So thank you for this question. Well, I would comment very quickly this chart, even because we have to meet, let's say, the requirements in terms of time. But the first implication is that the business models are changing, even what Elisabetta presented you. So the implication of the impact of digital technologies and digital economies in terms of demand for higher circularity is completely changing the way we create value in our say current economy. So typically we have these 4 quadrants you can see in this chart, and I must say, skipping, let's say, the majority of the theoretical analysis, that it was predominant in the past, the portion of value created to customers because of making physical, tangible products delivered by themselves. So the area, the purple area where you see the example of cement. The economy is moving because a different perspective in terms of the customers. They don't want to own the product, they just want to possess the product and to use. They don't buy a car because of the car, but because of the mobility that the car can provide. And many customers are going, the final demand is going to, let's say, observe and value the products, not necessarily because of the tangible side, but because of the functionalities and benefits they can produce. The implication of this is what you call servitization. That is, first of all, that service is, let's say, providing in a more relational way a tangible or an intangible output. Servitization is enriching the traditional business models of goods manufacturing companies with added value services, increasing the level of intensity of relations between customers and, let's say, the provider, and this way moving the competition from the differential value of the product, whose value is decreasing, and we are going through what we call decommoditization, while on the opposite, the value of the relation is going to increase more and more. This phenomenon is called servitization, as you said. It's the implication of all the phenomenon we have seen in the past, and it's changing also the way companies are doing their revenues, because if we move to the next chart, we may see, first of all, that the value in terms of GDPs of many countries is already dominated by service. So that's a reality. It's not a dream. The new technologies and the evolution towards circular economy are going to increase this phenomenon, but the, let's say, relevance of service in the global economy, particularly in the so-called developed economies, is today a matter of fact. Next, what is going to change for companies making a physical good and enriching the product with service is that they completely must change their perspective in terms of crucial processes within their activity. So first, they must focus in the design of the product, and most of all in the design of the product. Because design is the main activity, the main stage of any, let's say, industrial processes, where we determine the 80% or more of the cost of any product. And if product must be, let's say, bundled with service, we must design product whose characteristics are consistent with the service they must drive to customers. Next, companies must move completely their perspective from selling the product and it's done, because then it's a matter of, let's say, at least technical service, if ever, if any. They have to move towards the, let's say, last stage of the management of the relationship with customers while customers are using the product itself. So that's, to give an example, the implication of many industries where companies do not buy the product, but buy the product because of the production capacity that the product can provide to them. There are many benefits. I go very quickly. There is a higher expectation in terms of profitability for different reasons, most of all because services, let's say, leverage on an area where the quality is related to the ability of the company to quickly respond to the customer needs. There is a lower risk because if you move from transactions to relations, the stability of the flows of revenues is higher, different in terms of quality and quantity, but higher in terms of stability. There is a better way to differentiate from competitor, and there is a way to better understand customer needs and continuously improve the bundle between product and service. There is also an impact in terms of stability. Andrea, let me give just a quick example. If you consider that in a city like Milan, every day there are more or less 800,000 cars driving through the city, not in this pandemic period, but on average. But if you really look at the number of cars that would be, let's say, needed to deliver the same demand of mobility, less than 20,000 cars per day can provide the same demand of mobility. So if you move towards desertization, so you must provide mobility, so people may be willing to pay for this, but not necessarily making cars to provide mobility. And the implication is in terms of change of business model, change of industries, and change in terms of sustainability, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Enzo. Really, thank you very much. I pass to the final answer question, and there is a question from the chat. So I address the final question, the question from the chat to Elisabetta, because we have short time. We have the date limit at 5:30. So the question is, what's the project of Federazione Cartagrafica about sustainability? And the question from the chat is, and thank you to address us, is what's the importance of sustainability report for small and medium enterprises? Please, Elisabetta.
Yes, thank you. I present the project and I answer to the question. Last year, in 2020, Federazione Carta e Grafica launched a major project to support companies in responding to the challenges posed by environmental crisis. The slogan, our slogan, is Unite in the Diversity. Unite inside the supply chain for common strategies and common policies. Different because there are great many members companies and the real difficulty is to respect their own peculiarities and interests and to create a capacity to respond at chain level to the challenges of decarbonization, sustainable development and circular transition. We know that this is the right moment for companies to improve sustainability in business, corporate governance and value chain. The Federation, along with the three associations, Acinga, Assocarta and Assografici, stand by the member companies in this journey. We want to support especially the small and medium companies, business, to manage their environmental, social and economic performance, minimizing negative impacts and disclose their performance data linked to circular and sustainable development goals. The Federation's tool will support companies integrating sustainability into their business strategy and operations. The keywords, our keywords, are data collection, monitoring, measurement, reporting, and communication. The project consists in 4 phases. The first 2, assessment and protocols development, have been completed. Now we are developing software that will make companies able to report on their performance and improvements. The software will provide different levels, from self-assessment with qualitative questions to a basic level of sustainability reporting to an advanced level with qualitative and quantitative informations. The indicators we refer to integrated the main international standards, Global Reporting Initiative, GRI standards, and Sustainability Accounting Standard Boards, SB, with national source and the expectation of the main stakeholders. The software will also enable associations to better understand the strengths and the weakness of supply chains. Our intention is to present the software by September. All this is a condition for companies to take advantage of important opportunities, including, for example, improve reputation and increase value of a company's brand, better positioning in the supply chain, improve risk assessment and risk management, better access to credit market, improvement in legality and compliance ratings. Companies must be aware and that the sustainable and climate reporting is increasingly relevant activity, not only because it makes it easier to access to environmental, social governance, quindi ESG, finance, investment, but also and above all because it enables to identify the risks and impacts of corporate climate-related activities. Based on this, companies can work out effective management strategies and identify new development opportunities, also thanks to the Federation software. This tool will enable member companies to create performance analysis databases to respond to market challenges in a sustainable way. So there are a lot of opportunities and benefits on reporting our sustainability and our circularity.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elisabetta. I'm sorry for that. And there is another really short question, and I address it to Enzo. What are the costs lied to the servitization? The servitization reduce costs, yes or no? Simply, and then we pass the words to the. Please.
Not necessarily reduce your cost. The certification may change completely the characteristics of your cost modeling. For sure, open up a completely different markets or completely different approaches with customers. But companies looking for servitization as a way to increase efficiency have made many mistakes in the past. In many cases, you have to enrich your structure with different and new competencies. So you must invest on people, you must invest on new technologies. It's not an easy path of transformation. So it must be designed carefully.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
They're finished already. All right, Andrea, thank you very much for guiding us through this. And well, that was like an espresso here at the end rather than a lungo, eh? But sometimes, there's only enough time for that.
Okay.
But nevertheless, sorry, did you want to say something?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you for Drupa and Drupa Cube and for the possibility.
All right, well, hope to see you again next time, once again here then in Düsseldorf. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our next, and is it really so? Is this the last session of Virtual Drupa 2021, at least in Stream 2? Yes, it is. So, I hope you're still there. We're going to be talking about the print ecosystem and how complex it actually is. How many participants are actually necessary to support the whole printing industry, from print service providers to suppliers and more. Once again, it's a really complex supply chain. And the complexity limits productivity and automation within the industry, but there is an answer. Technology-driven platforms have the ability to reduce friction and increase the benefit for the entire industry. Doesn't that sound good? So let's hear more about it with the help of the Director of Production Workflow at Keypoint Intelligence. Here is Ryan McAbee. Hello, Ryan.
Hello, thanks for the kind introduction there, Chris.
Glad to do so, and I'll be back for the Q&A afterwards.
Excellent. So thanks everybody for joining this session. Again, it's around the topic of the print ecosystem and needs platforms. And most importantly, congratulations on making it to almost the end of your virtual Drupa experience here. You know, you've probably heard a lot of great sessions over the past 3 or 4 days here related to forward-looking technology, artificial intelligence, and so forth. But we're going to take it from a slightly different lens, and that is things that are already here that are impacting our industry, the printing industry, particularly for production printing. So with that said, just a quick introduction. My name is Ryan McAbee, and like Chris said, I am the Director of Production Workflow at Keypoint Intelligence. And I've spent roughly 20 years focused on software that enables production printing. And as part of this research and consulting firm that has a global footprint, our mission is really to cut through the noise of data so that you can have insights to empower your goals. And one of those insights we're going to explore today is the development of technology platforms and their potential impact to the printing industry. But let's first start with and see how the business world is actually changing. We all know that the world constantly changes, but in the business world, it seems that these changes are happening even faster and more rapidly as we go forward. New generations of companies have really figured out how to leverage technology to scale quickly and reach more customers. Just look at these social media platforms like Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, and so on, and they all have more than 1 billion users at this point. And let's talk about the speed in which they acquired those users. So it took Facebook almost 9 years to reach that milestone, but it only took WhatsApp about 7 years and the Android mobile phone operating system about 6 years to get to 1 billion users. And if you're curious, something that most of us probably use, or a lot of us probably use, it took Microsoft 26 years to get to 1 billion users of Windows operating system. So it's clear that as we have moved forward, technology is really allowing these companies to organize and grow much faster than in years past. Now, you might make the argument, well, that's not really a fair comparison to the printing industry because all these are tech companies to begin with. Well, that's not entirely true because even in very traditional industries, there's companies like Lemonade, which is an insurance company that is highly leveraging technology, and they're already operating in the US market and in some European countries. And in 3 short years, they've been able to amass 100 million paying customers. These are people who pay insurance premiums for, their home, their car, their auto, etc. Now, it took traditional insurance companies years, if not decades, to get to that threshold in the past. So how will these big shifts in technology play out for our industry? And let's turn that inward a little bit more and look at the problem that we have today as it relates to our bigger printing ecosystem or world, and how technology platforms we see already in the market and how they probably will play out over the next few years. So it's probably best to start with how do we look at the ecosystem or use that terminology. Many of you may think of biology class when you hear that term because we all, as we step a foot outside our door and into the world, we're interacting with a natural ecosystem, but that's not what we're really talking about here. We're talking about an ecosystem as it relates to our printing industry and production printing. And we define that really as a network of things. And these can be printers, OEMs, print buyers, and every other thing that we engage with, an participant, that mostly cooperate with each other, but sometimes are compete against each other as well. But here's the key. The key is that in working together, you can create and deliver more value, greater value than the individual parts alone. And in the technology world, this is called the network effect because as more participants join, the greater the benefit becomes. And just if we think about something that we probably use a lot, and that's Facebook, how boring and how probably much less useful it would be if there were only 10 users instead of billions on that particular platform. So let's take a look at what the printing ecosystem looks like in an illustration at a very high level. So on the right-hand side, we have the supply side, and on the left-hand side, we have the demand side. And what we see here is that on the demand side, we have people who buy and promote print, like ad agencies, enterprises, designers, and so on. Now, on the supply side, we have different types of printers up in the top right that produce the printing, and a mix of equipment manufacturers, software developers, and other suppliers to the industry. These are really the gears that turn for the industry that you see in the bottom right quadrant there. Now, the challenge is that the printing ecosystem is very fragmented, and you can see this in a visual way, even in this very high-level diagram. And that's because if you take the role of a print shop or a printer, they work differently with a print broker than they do with an ad agency or with an enterprise, because there's different processes and there's different tools that we need to have in place and workflows so that we can enable that interaction and that business and that communication and to happen. Now, it's even more complicated than that because as a printer, we need to interact with a lot of different people in the ecosystem. And even if they seem similar, like if we're interacting with one ad agency versus a second ad agency, they still probably have different rules and different processes, and we may even need different tools to interact with them and get the business done. And that has really historically created a lot of friction and added cost to doing business in the printing industry. And from a technical perspective, it's really forced a lot of bespoke or custom integrations. And those custom integrations take time and cost hard money as well to get stood up. Now, the good news is that we can apply lessons and technologies from other industries. Really where we've seen platforms emerge that streamline connectivity, allow companies to scale very quickly and really optimize that whole interchange through the value and even the supply chain. Now, what do we mean by a technology platform? So we look at it as a structured kind of technology-enabled system that really provides rules for participation where other solutions can then be built upon it. While this may not be a perfect analogy to kind of think about a platform, because it's often a thing that's not tangible and it's hard to really envision what that means. You might want to think of a platform like a symphony orchestra, where the platform is the actual stage and the technology, the data structure and the integration methods like APIs, that's really like the conductor, the music conductor, keeping the musicians moving and in sync. And the participants are in the platform are really like the musicians on the stage, who sometimes play together and sometimes play solos by themselves. And just like that symphony, the output of the sound is more robust when there are many more musicians playing as compared to just a few musicians. So that's really, again, that network effect as a visual coming back into play again. Now, we know platforms. We know them from our consumer lives. There's platforms like Airbnb that connect homeowners with renters. There's platforms like Facebook, which we've already mentioned, that connects advertisers with consumers, but also users to users. Business kind of platforms like Salesforce, which many of you may use, that connect your business systems and provide a CRM and kind of marketplace around that. But one of the first platforms for the printing industry was HP's Print OS, and that was announced back at Drupa in 2016. So it seems like yesterday, but it's been a little bit of time now. It wasn't until the rollout of the Print OS marketplace, though, a few years later, that it really aligned with our definition of a platform by connecting those independent software vendors to other users of the Print OS platform. But there are other examples of platforms that have emerged over the years. There's global print platforms like Cloud Printer and Gelato and others that are connecting those who actually need print or want to purchase and procure print with those who can actually produce the print. It's really a modern take on that traditional print broker role. And more recently, there is Zycio that's attempting to connect the print ecosystem with their platform. So let's take a closer look at some of these platforms and a couple that you may not be familiar with, and then talk about how we may interact with those platforms. So global print platforms like Simpress, Cloud Printer, HelloPrint, and Gelato, they've been around for years. And many of these print platforms are technology companies that do not own any printing equipment and instead route orders to the closest capable print partner. In fact, that reduced environmental impact of shortening that distance between the point of production and the point of delivery has been a big value proposition of these platforms, kind of the eco-friendly aspect. Now, interestingly, with the COVID-19 pandemic, that brought another benefit to light. And that's because when the flow of goods between borders was disrupted during the pandemic, these print networks could route print partners within the destination country, which kind of limited or removed the supply chain constraint. Now, each of these networks have slightly different requirements and processes for print partners to join the network, and they can be found on their websites. But ultimately, the end result for the print service provider is that you get an extra stream or source of actual jobs to fill your print capacity with. Moving on to Zycio, it's a company with a mission to, quote unquote, democratize the printing industry. Now, ultimately, the company has a vision to create an industry-wide platform to connect different players within the printing industry. And this technology is really built on kind of a unified data model, and you can connect to it through a set of APIs, which has been described to me as the core components of JDF, which many of in the industry are familiar with that format, job definition format. And but it's updated for today's kind of modern software development as it's wrapped in an API, to get kind of technical in here for a second. The company is starting with a single use case, though, or started with a single use case, and that's just improving the paper procurement process. Where the Zycio platform connects the paper supplier to the print shop's management information system, or MIS solution. Or if you don't have one that's supported, you can also do it through a web browser. But the benefit there is really that print shops can get timely information on the availability of any stock that's offered by the paper supplier with their own custom pricing within just a few clicks. You can learn a lot more about Zycio and that particular use case on a recent podcast that we did, either with the link on your screen or just searching for the Key Point podcast on whatever software that you use to listen to your podcast. Now, also, Zycio has recently launched an app store and is planning to release something called Mission Control. Now, both of these, without getting in too deep here, it's just they're aimed at improving that connectivity across industry players in that ecosystem kind of view that we looked at before, while minimizing that need for bespoke integration and professional services. And print shops, anybody that's interested can go to the website and learn more and sign up. Now, let's talk a little bit about a couple other types of platforms that may not be as much on your radar and may not be as well known. One of those, and first up is Canva. Now, Canva is a fast growing technology company that is really democratizing design. Again, we hear that word democratizing. And really what that means simply is that it's trying to make something more accessible to more people. And with Canva, it allows anyone to create a professional looking design within a few minutes, often by editing a template that was already designed professionally by a designer. And the user just chooses that from an extensive library, makes the edits and customizations that they want to. Now, this company was recently valued at $15 billion and has over 55 million active monthly users and over 5,000 enterprise users. They also offer a version for schools and nonprofits that further extends their reach. So again, you may ask, what does this have to do with the printing industry? Well, for several years, Canva has offered users the ability to order their designs in print for certain products in about 50 countries. Those orders are routed through their network of print service providers, or the fulfillers of that work, very similar to what we were talking about with the global print platforms. Now, more recently, Canva has been integrating with online print companies like Office Depot, FedEx Office, and the UK's organization like Tradeprint, and the list is growing across the globe. In this way or method, users that visit the online print company's website can create a design using the Canva editing tool as part of the e-commerce experience. Now, this type of Canva platform integration can augment the upload and print kind of capabilities that you may have, or enhance or replace even the online design capabilities that you may have in place on your e-commerce site. Now, one of the values that the platform brings is that there's a localization. So if you operate in multiple regions or across the globe, they can support over 100 languages, often with country-specific design templates that really capture the zeitgeist of the moment in that particular region. And of course, the power of an online design tool of any sort is that you need a lot of content and also a lot of stock imagery and so forth. And they acquired a couple of stock imaging companies a few years back to enable millions of photos and stuff to be used in the designs. So that's Canva, and that can really enable or bolster what you may be doing on your e-commerce site for print. Now, let's finish up with an example of a vertically integrated platform. You may hear these referred to as kind of industry platforms or industry clouds. And in this example, I would just want to point out Keller Williams, which is a real estate brokerage company that has around 170,000 real estate agents. Now, those are professionals who help you buy and sell homes, and they're in over 40 countries at this point, although a lot of them are in the US. Like many other industries, this industry, real estate, is undergoing a lot of change due to technology. So Keller Williams decided to create its own platform to help its offices and agents perform their jobs. Now, the platform includes many elements that you would expect to be there, like a CRM and so forth, but it also has a lot of integrations to many other platforms, like an online design tool that's similar to Canva called Designer. It also has location-based data that's coming in from Pitney Bowes and Yelp and Google, among other sources. And then there's the ability to market digitally through ads and so forth on platforms like Google and Facebook, and even digital marketing through Twilio, through kind of text and phone-based messaging. And then more relevant to our industry, you can also do offline marketing through direct mail through a company called Real Mailers that happens to be the partner here. In effect, the Keller Williams platform is a platform largely built using other platforms because they took and looked at core functionality of what their users needed and figured out other companies that were already servicing those spaces. The takeaway for the print community here is that if you were part of some of these vertically integrated platforms, you have a captive audience already and a built-in customer base, in this case around about 170,000 potential print customers across the globe. So in closing, really it's the printer's path to platforms, and thinking about it is, first, let's step back from that. You really need to understand and optimize your processes and how you really engage with everyone that you do business with, particularly on your client or customer side, the people who are actually purchasing the print from you. And we found here that end-to-end automation in our research that we do annually is only about at a 10% level that's fully automated in most of the print shops. So there's still a lot of ground here to prove. So first, identify what is the right process to have, and then also secondarily to that, how to automate that process. And here's where we think platforms will play a role in helping to automate those processes. Secondly, we think that you also should start thinking strategically of yourself as a platform, specifically a print output platform. And you can figure out other industries or other companies or entities that require your services as a print producer, and basically integrate into their platforms, which have a built-in user base. And then lastly, we think it's kind of the third takeaway here is you need to build your own platform of platforms, probably utilizing other people's technology to do certain use cases. So again, Canva might be one of those kind of use cases where you enable a greater level of design for your end clients coming through your e-commerce site, or some other kind of integration to that aspect. So in closing, we really think that you should consider how to position yourself as not only a platform participant, but also an owner of a platform, which is your print production, and how you can participate across those to really reduce that complexity and cost of doing business within the printing ecosystem, and really those in other industries that need print services. So with that said, I think we'll open it up for some questions. I'd like to thank you for the attention. And lastly here, if you want to connect, here are many ways to do so, whether you want email or LinkedIn and so forth. And by all means, you can learn more through our website, blog, and podcast. But I think we're going to turn back over to Chris and see if we have any questions here.
Wow, Ryan, that was a buzzer beater, man. Awesome. So let's go for some questions, right? Now, you mentioned several types of platforms, but none were traditional print service providers. So how should printers think about and participate in this transition?
Yeah, that's a great question. Really, it's asking yourself two questions, I think, as a print service provider. How can you become a platform for the production engine, basically, of printing for other people and other platforms, other companies, other entities? And then second to that is flipping it around. How can you grow your capabilities from a customer experience perspective, from an offering more applications perspective, from basically offering more to your clients by actually participating and joining other platforms to get the whatever value that they bring to the table. So I think that's how to look at it mainly.
All right. One more call to action to our viewers out there. Once again, this is your last chance to get your questions answered by our experts directly. So do so. So how can printers join these platforms, and are they for free?
Yeah, that's a great question. Every platform has its own kind of unique business model. Some of them operate off of a revenue share. Some of them are of no cost to printers to join because they make their revenue in other means. So it really just depends on which one we're talking about. And that's why I encourage you identify, which platforms are of interest to you. And usually that information can be found at a high level, at least, just on their websites. And then you can secondarily usually submit an application or contact someone at that particular company that's powering that platform and get more information on how to join. But it's a mixed bag, really, at this point.
All right, thank you for that answer. And last one, it seems like most of these platforms are usually cloud-based. Now, what if these printers still use, let's say, mainly on-premise software? Can they still participate?
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely can. I will say and caution that it is probably easier going forward because software as a whole, not just in our industry, is really moving toward that cloud-based architecture and approach where it can be accessible. And obviously, you saw some benefit and uplift if you already were at that kind of point when the pandemic hit early on and needed to figure out how to enable your remote workers and so forth. But with that said, there's a lot of different models to be able to support and join a platform. So it's not that everything in your environment has to be in the cloud. Some of it can be on-prem, but it's really the core point there is that you need the connectivity. You need to be able to communicate in whatever way, shape, or form to exchange that data and information.
All right. So I think we'll wrap it up here. Thank you very much, Ryan, for joining us. Once again, I just say this to everybody, just because nowadays I think it's one of the most important things out there, just to stay safe, stay healthy, and this way we can continue to also stay successful, no matter what business you're in, and no matter what country you're from. But we hope to see you all once again next time here in person. So Ryan, take good care and see you then.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the time. And yes, it is about time to say goodbye. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it's already over. That was it, ladies and gentlemen, the first virtual Drupa. What an honor to be part of it. Thank you very much. And what did we experience here during the past couple of days, 4 days here in Stream 2 at Virtual Drupa? It was all about circular economy and platform economy. Today was all about platform economy. I think in general, a huge success with over 20,000 registered visitors from 155 nations, 212 exhibitors, over 500,000 page impressions, page clicks, so to say. So a truly international fair like you would expect it from Drupa. Now, we really got to experience everything from interviews to panel discussions. We had showcases, music. It was very interactive. It was informative. It was entertaining. Eine gemischte Tüte is what you would say in Germany. So something for everybody. We would like to say thank you, of course, to all the speakers. A big thank you to you, our visitors, and of course to our sponsors out there. Now, just in case you missed anything, remember, all sessions are available on demand. Simply go to the video library of the virtual Drupa site. Do make use of the matchmaking tool in the networking plaza. This is still available for you until October. There you can, once again, get in contact with the exhibitors and generate leads. What else is there to say? Düsseldorf welcomes you, no matter if it's Drupa time or not, but we really hope to see you again latest 2024 here in this wonderful city. And may I say in closing, Drupa was, Drupa is, and Drupa always will be the #1 for printing technologies. And this is also thanks to you. And you, once again, all made this possible. So take good care, everybody. Continued success, stay healthy, and see you again latest at Drupa 2024. Bye-bye, auf Wiedersehen.
Hello and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now. With the words of printing here in Drupa town. We embrace the future.
Welcome to Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now. With the words of printing here in Drupa town. Hey. We
print technologies.
Embrace the future.
Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
Embrace the future. The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for our print. We embrace the future and we do it now. With the world of printing here in Düsseldorf. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us.